193. 193. Prisoner, with an equal number missing. In the face of the undeniable scale of the disaster, Nasser resigned, condemning the forces of imperialism and urging the Egyptian people never to submit. His resignation proved short-lived and was withdrawn when hundreds of thousands of KRNs poured into the streets, distraught that they would be losing their powerful, if flawed, leader. On the northern front, the Israelis launched their battle for the Golan. Syrian resistance was stiff, but with no major obstacles lying between the advancing Israeli forces and Damascus only 30 miles away, Syria's leaders feared the Israelis would soon occupy their capital. In panic, they turned to Moscow, appealing for the UN to impose an unconditional ceasefire. Again, Moscow's UN ambassador misplayed his hand by demanding that the second ceasefire resolution condemn Israel and order its forces back to the 1948 armistice lines. The US balked, and Israel had another 24 hours to complete its conquest of the Golan. The sixth and final day of the war held greatest potential for catastrophe. Even before the Syrian military began the day by retreating en masse from the Golan Heights, Kosygin sent a dire message to Washington via the hotline. A very crucial moment has now arrived which forces us, if military actions are not stopped in the next few hours, to adopt an independent position. These actions may bring us into a clash which will lead to a grave catastrophe. Kosygin demanded that the US force the Israelis to accept an unconditional ceasefire. If not, Moscow would take necessary actions, including military. Kosygin's threat was reinforced by another from the KGB. The Soviets were prepared to violate Turkish, Iranian, and Greek airspace in order to fly troops into the region. These warnings were received in Washington with great concern and utmost gravity. 101 Johnson responded that the US was encouraging Israel to comply with the ceasefire, and that it expected Israel would do so. At McNamara's urging, Johnson sent Moscow a second message with the Sixth Fleet: Moscow would not be permitted to intervene. As Johnson, McNamara, and Ambassador Thompson considered what could be done other than reaffirm support for a ceasefire, McNamara suggested that he make it clear that we don't intend to take this lying down. The Sixth Fleet and its 2 nuclear-armed aircraft carriers, he urged, should be dispatched to the eastern Mediterranean. With Thompson confirming that this would get the message to Moscow in a hurry, Johnson ordered the deployment. As he would later write, Johnson understood that message, which no translator would need to interpret to the Kremlin leadership, was that the United States was prepared to resist Soviet intrusion in the Middle East. 102 Johnson's concern was not limited to Moscow. His message to Prime Minister Eshkol was blunt: Israel had to prove its acceptance of the ceasefire. 194. 194. On the ground before the Security Council meets this afternoon, otherwise it will jeopardize its gains on all other fronts. This was reinforced by a message from the State Department: the United States government does not want the war to end as the result of a Soviet ultimatum. This would be disastrous for the future not only of Israel, but of us all. It is your responsibility to act now. Eshkol and Dayan got the message. By that evening the conquest of the Golan had been completed and Israeli guns fell silent. 103 As news of the Israeli implementation of the ceasefire spread, the US-Soviet confrontation dissipated. Only a few among the US and Soviet elites knew that the war had ended with a nuclear threat. Black September. 3 years later, Richard Nixon's Black September nuclear threat resulted from his inability to distinguish indigenous threats to the Middle East status quo from his obsession with the Soviet Union. As Seymour Hersh put it, his administration believed that there were Russians behind every sand dune. 104 The Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan was carved by the British from the Mandate of Palestine in 1922 and was never a model of political stability. This was particularly true in 1970. Palestinian refugees, seeking safe haven during and after Israel's conquest of the West Bank, had fled there, swelling the Palestinian state within a state. King Hussein had been unable to prevent competing Fedayeen forces from using Jordan as a base for guerrilla raids against Israel. The king was a loyal ally of the US and, as Nasser had charged, received regular gratuities from the CIA, beginning in 1956. 105 Although support from the US was significant, his power was ultimately based on the intense loyalty of his army, comprised principally of Bedouin troops. On coming to power in 1969, Nixon and Kissinger framed their Middle East policies in Cold War terms. The next Middle East war would, they feared, lead to another nuclear confrontation in which the unthinkable would be the likely outcome. If the Arabs were to lose again, the Soviets might feel obliged to intervene. If the Israelis were under severe military pressure, the Americans could not stand aside. The intervention by one superpower would almost automatically trigger a reaction from the other. To promote U.S. interests in the region, to avoid the dangers of a regional war, and as an expression of the Nixon Doctrine, they concluded that the military balance must be maintained in Israel's favor. 106 They were not, however, entirely committed to the status quo. The Jordanian Civil War in 1970 was precipitated by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which was frustrated by the agreement. 195. 195. Ending the Israeli-Egyptian War of Attrition, the ongoing artillery duel across the Suez that followed Israel's 1967 conquest of the Sinai Peninsula. The PFLP was anxious to revive the Arab world's and particularly Jordan's confrontation with Israel by engineering a crisis. Toward that end, in early September, PFLP guerrillas hijacked 4 airliners taking nearly 500 passengers and crew hostage. 3 planes and most of the captives were taken to a remote airfield in Jordan. On September 12, having released most of the hostages in response to rumors that U.S. troops had been ordered to move against them, the PFLP destroyed the airliners on the ground. A brief lull followed, during which King Hussein consulted Nasser and then moved to end the confrontation with an unexpected climax. As part of his preparations, the king informed Nixon that he planned to appoint a military government which would launch a civil war designed to destroy the power of the PLO, then controlled by Arafat's al-Fatah. 107 Nixon and Kissinger reaffirmed their support for the king, but they feared that behind the Palestinians lay the Syrians, and behind the Syrians lay Moscow, and that all were committed to overthrowing Hussein. It was this fear that led Nixon to envision a ghastly game of dominoes with a nuclear war waiting at the end. If Hussein were overthrown, Nixon feared that Israel would attack a Syrian-dominated radical government in Jordan, resulting in a renewed regional war followed by Soviet intervention and a U.S. Soviet confrontation. 108 King Hussein initiated the war in Amman on September 17, and fighting soon spread to northern Jordan. Syria's divided government responded by moving tanks to the border. It was at this point that Nixon, preoccupied with election campaigning, and Kissinger, whose energies were focused on Vietnam and planning for a coup in Chile, warned Damascus, Moscow, and Tel Aviv to keep their distance. Communicating through the press, Nixon warned that if Syrian tanks invaded Jordan, only Israel and the U.S. could stop them, and he preferred that the U.S. do it alone. Briefly setting aside the Nixon Doctrine and replacing it with his madman approach, Nixon confided to journalists that it might be helpful if the Soviets remembered that he was capable of irrational or unpredictable action. 109 In Washington, unencoded orders were transmitted to ensure that the Soviets were aware of the U.S. mobilizations that were to follow. Paratroopers in Europe were placed on alert, as was the 82nd Airborne Division. The 6th Fleet, with its nuclear arsenal and 1,200 Marines, was deployed to the eastern Mediterranean. 110 Unlike in 1967, when they had shadowed the 6th Fleet, Soviet warships gave the 6th Fleet a wide berth as it assembled off the Lebanese coast. 111. 196. 196. The crisis continued for nearly a week. Syrian tanks, hastily painted with Palestinian colors, briefly crossed the border into northern Jordan. Israeli forces, at Kissinger's instigation, were then massed along the Jordanian border and the Golan Heights. On September 23, under Soviet pressure, Syrian tanks rolled back toward Damascus. 112 The PLO was forced to accept its defeat and expulsion from Jordan. Nixon and Kissinger exulted in their victory, still believing that the Soviets, not the Israeli, Palestinian, Arab conflict, were the primary source of Middle East turmoil. October 1973 Kissinger's nuclear brinkmanship. On October 6, 1973, heavy concentrations of Egyptian and Syrian aircraft simultaneously attacked Israeli positions in the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights. Soon Egyptian troops were crossing the Suez, a feat Israelis thought was impossible because of their fortifications, which included rigging the canal with oil pipes that could transform it into a murderous mass of fire. 113 Egypt, thought by the Israelis to be a dead body, had risen with a vengeance. In Israel and in much of the U.S., it was widely believed that the Arabs were again attempting to destroy Israel and to drive the Jews into the sea. In reality, as President Sadat announced early in the war, Egyptian and Syrian war aims were limited to breaking the diplomatic deadlock that had persisted since their 1967 defeat. Nasser had died shortly after helping to mediate the Black September crisis and was succeeded by General Anwar Sadat, who moved quickly and radically to alter Egypt's approach to the Israeli, Arab, Palestinian conflict. In early 1971, he responded positively to UN mediator Gunnar Jarring's inquiries about how to proceed diplomatically, while Israel refused to return to the pre-1967 war boundaries as mandated by UN Resolution 242. 114 Sadat had also launched a diplomatic initiative of his own, offering an interim agreement providing for partial Israeli withdrawal from the Sinai Peninsula in exchange for Egypt reopening the Suez Canal. The diplomatic ground for Sadat's initiatives was less than fertile. After the Six-Day War, Israeli leaders believed they could ignore the Egyptian corpse for the next 50 years. In Washington, Johnson had adopted a policy that placed greater demands on Arab states than did UN Resolution 242. Before the U.S. would press Israel to negotiate, Egypt and other Arab countries had to recognize Israel's right of national life. There would be justice for Palestinian refugees, not self-determination, free maritime passage, limits on the arms race, and independence and territorial integrity for all states in the region. 115. 197. 197. Nixon and Kissinger built on Johnson's policy and, consistent with political axiom number 1, worked to purge Soviet influence from the Middle East. Given Israel's Nixon Doctrine role, the U.S. administration was in no hurry to press for a comprehensive settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian, Arab conflict or to challenge Israel's increasingly harsh military colonization of East Jerusalem, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and Golan Heights. During his first term, Nixon joined Israel in rejecting Sadat's diplomatic initiatives. The joint U.S.-Israeli policy was to let Sadat sweat it out, until he had little choice but to sue for peace on Israel's terms. 116 The no peace, no war, deadlock was untenable for the Egyptians economically, politically, and in terms of national self-respect. Rather than capitulate, Sadat opted to restructure the prevailing imbalance of power as a means to break the diplomatic deadlock. He believed that Washington held 99% of the cards, and he structured his approach accordingly. In August 1972, with Moscow refusing to sell Egypt the weapon Sadat believed he needed, he took the radical action of expelling Soviet advisors. Kissinger and Nixon were not impressed and rewarded Sadat with little more than a back-channel of dubious value for communication with the Secretary of State. 117 In September 1973, Sadat unexpectedly convened the Egyptian National Defense Council. There, at his request, General Ahmed Ismail briefed government leadership about the planned Egyptian, Syrian offensive, which would pressure Israel into accepting the conditions for a peaceful solution. Because reinforcements and supplies from the Soviet Union were limited, the Egyptian plan was to reconquer the whole of Sinai. It would be a long war and Sadat anticipated heavy losses, but Israel would suffer even greater losses. He planned to shock the superpowers into taking responsibility for negotiating a comprehensive settlement between Israel and its Arab neighbors. 118 Once the war began, Nixon was marginal to U.S. decision-making and diplomacy. When Egyptian forces began pouring across the Suez, he was in Florida, agonizing over how to respond to legal demands that he surrender Watergate-related tape recordings. During the three-week war, Vice President Spiro Agnew was forced to resign, Gerald Ford was appointed as his successor, and Nixon escalated the constitutional crisis by firing the Attorney General and Special Prosecutor in the Saturday Night Massacre. Although Kissinger had to deal with rivals in the Pentagon who, unlike him, had closer ties to the oil industry than to Israel, he had a relatively free hand in framing U.S. policy. This was kept secret to protect Nixon's waning reputation, but as the war moved to the endgame and a nuclear confrontation, Kremlin proposals and ultimatums were addressed to the Secretary of State, not to the inebriated president. 119. 198. 198. Kissinger approached the war preoccupied, as always, with the Soviet Union. Consistent with his pursuit of détente and reliance on linkages, on October 6 he promised Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin that the White House would continue to press for congressional support of most favored nation trade status for Moscow if it showed restraint during the war. Brezhnev responded quickly that Moscow would act in cooperation with U, a formula designed to maintain or augment Soviet regional influence. In the war's first days, Kissinger assumed that Israel would quickly regain the offensive, and he worked to delay calls for a ceasefire until the Israeli army retook its pre-war positions. If Israel came out a little ahead but got bloodied in the process, and if the U.S. stayed clean in terms of Arab perceptions of Washington, Kissinger believed that U.S. influence in the Middle East would be greatly augmented, with the Soviets further marginalized. 120 Kissinger's DEFCON 3 alert on the night of October 24 to 25 was not the first or only nuclear threat of the war. On October 9, Prime Minister Golda Meir placed Israeli military forces on a nuclear alert which continued secretly until October 16. 121 The previous night, with Israeli forces still on the defensive, Meir convened her kitchen cabinet for an all-night meeting. Fearful that Israel might succumb to the Egyptian and Syrian offensives, they made three critical decisions: Israeli forces would be rallied for a major counterattack, the Israeli nuclear arsenal would be armed and targeted against the possibility of continuing military defeats, and Israel would notify Washington of its nuclear preparations and reiterate demands for the urgent resupply of weapons and munitions. Israel's nuclear-capable Jericho missiles were armed, as were 8 US-supplied F-4 aircraft, with Egyptian and Syrian military headquarters as their targets. The Israeli leaders assumed that Soviet agents in Israel would inform Moscow of the nuclear alert, and that the Soviets in turn would press Egypt and Syria not to advance beyond the 1967 pre-war boundaries. Meir's advisors also assumed that this drastic step would force the United States to begin immediate and massive resupply of the Israeli military that had been requested, promised, and repeatedly delayed. 122 Although the Israeli nuclear threat had little apparent effect on Egyptian and Syrian decision-making, this was not the case in Washington. Israeli Ambassador Simha Dinitz met with Kissinger in the early hours of October 9, exhorting him to provide new weapons and resupply Israel's diminishing reserve of munitions. Given the disparity of Israeli and Arab manpower, Kissinger was told that Israel would have to do something decisive. He was also informed that Meir was willing to come to Washington secretly for a one-hour meeting with the president, an offer. 199. 199. That Kissinger interpreted as either hysteria or blackmail. Kissinger ended the meeting with assurances that the U.S. would replace all Israeli war materiel consumed during the war, assuming that this would provide Israel the confidence to move to the offensive. 123 The war materiel did not flow as quickly as Kissinger anticipated. He did not want it carried by U.S. aircraft, lest it further alienate the Arab states. The Pentagon created obstacles by preventing Israeli transports from landing at U.S. supply bases, and charter airlines prevaricated in the face of the risks of flying weapons into a war zone. Meir again rattled her nuclear sabers. Israel, she wrote Kissinger, had suffered very heavy casualties and its resources were running very low. If the United States did not begin immediately to resupply it on a massive scale, it might soon be forced to use every means at its disposal to ensure its national survival. 124 Meir's appeal and threat lit a fire under Kissinger and the Pentagon. In response to Kissinger's frantic demands, the obstacles to resupplying Israel were quickly dismantled. And, in spite of Kissinger's concerns about alienating the Arab world, Secretary of Defense Schlesinger ordered U.S. warplanes to airlift 80 tons of weaponry and munitions directly to Israel. William Quandt, Director of Middle East Affairs in Jimmy Carter's National Security Council, later wrote that Kissinger responded out of fear that Israel might use its nuclear weapons. He knew that a desperate Israel might activate its nuclear option. This situation by itself created a kind of blackmail potential. But no one had to say it. Herman Ealds, U.S. ambassador to Egypt, also confirmed that, for Kissinger, there was concern that the Israelis might go nuclear. There had been intimations that if they didn't get military equipment and quickly, they might go nuclear. During his post-war shuttle diplomacy, Kissinger told Sadat that the U.S. airlift to Israel had been initiated to prevent escalation to nuclear war. Sadat quoted Kissinger as telling him that the Israelis had 3 nuclear warheads which they were prepared to use, and that it was serious, more serious than you can imagine. 125 The war's second nuclear threat came on the night of October 24 to 25, well after the tide of battle had turned, and resulted in large measure from Kissinger's manipulative dishonesty. Within a week of the U.S. airlift, Israeli forces crossed to the western shore of the Suez, threatening to surround and isolate 25,000 Egyptian Third Army troops in the desert. It was at this point that Kissinger traveled to Moscow, at Soviet urging, to begin ceasefire negotiations. 126 Without consulting the Israelis, Kissinger and the Soviets quickly reached an agreement. A ceasefire would be imposed by the UN Security Council. Reference would be made to Resolution 242, although no specific demands would be made for Israel to withdraw from Arab territory. At the 200 behest of the superpowers, negotiations between the parties concerned would be urged. En route to Israel to apprise its leaders of the agreement, Kissinger anticipated that he would be met by Meir's rage. Israeli army commanders had been pressing her to postpone a ceasefire until the Third Army was fully encircled. Their arguments were received sympathetically, given Israeli eagerness to gain strategic advantages for post-war negotiations. As Kissinger labored to persuade the Israelis to accept the U.S.-Soviet agreement, he reminded Meir that in Vietnam the ceasefire didn't go into effect at the exact time it was agreed on. Some slippage in implementing the ceasefire was possible. 127 Not surprisingly, there was slippage on the Sinai Peninsula. As UN Security Council Resolution 338 was scheduled to go into effect, Israel renewed its offensive, completing the encirclement of the Third Army. Predictably, Egyptian and Soviet leaders protested bitterly, believing that Kissinger had deceived them to buy time for Israel. Kissinger in turn tried to appease Brezhnev and Sadat by joining in a renewed UN call for a ceasefire requiring the warring parties to return to their positions of October 21. When Meir threatened continued non-cooperation, Kissinger pacified her by asking, "How can anyone ever know where a line is or was in the desert?" 128 On October 24, when the ceasefire was supposed to be in force, the Egyptians reported renewed Israeli attacks. Soviet leaders responded by warning Israel that it faced the gravest consequences if it failed to halt its siege of the Third Army. Simultaneously, U.S. intelligence detected Soviet airborne divisions being placed on alert, an indication that the Soviets might intervene. Sadat, with his military forces facing the possibility of annihilation by thirst and starvation, was desperate. Privately, he urged Kissinger to dispatch troops to protect his forces. When there was no response, he called publicly for US and Soviet forces to enforce the ceasefire. Kissinger and Brezhnev had created a situation in which they had little room for maneuver. As Kissinger perceived it, if the United States held still while the Egyptian army was being destroyed after an American-sponsored ceasefire and a Secretary of State's visit to Israel, not even the most moderate Arab could cooperate with us any longer. He also faced political constraints as Meir charged U.S. collusion with Cairo and Moscow, while Senators Jackson and Javits claimed that Kissinger had sacrificed Israel's needs for the imperatives of détente. Sadat's appeal also placed Soviet leaders in a difficult situation. Their credibility was on the line, with the Egyptians, with the Syrians, who had not yet accepted the ceasefire, and indeed, with all the Arabs. The Soviets were not pursuing a forward diplomatic strategy, they were simply trying to hold on. 129. 201. 201. The crisis climaxed on the night of October 24 to 25. That evening, Dobrynin informed Kissinger that his government would endorse a UN resolution calling for the dispatch of US and Soviet troops to enforce the ceasefire. Kissinger responded that the US would veto such a resolution, to which Dobrynin replied that minds in Moscow had probably been made up. He was correct. At 9:30 p.m. he phoned with a message from Brezhnev: "If you find it impossible to act jointly with us in this matter, we would be faced with the necessity urgently to consider the question of taking appropriate steps unilaterally." 130 Kissinger interpreted Brezhnev's response as an ultimatum challenging U.S. hegemony in the geopolitical center of the struggle for world power. He later wrote, "We had not worked for years to reduce the Soviet military presence in Egypt only to cooperate in reintroducing it as the result of a UN resolution. Nor would we participate in a joint force with the Soviets which would legitimize their role in the area. We were determined to resist by force if necessary the introduction of Soviet troops into the Middle East." He concluded that the only way to ensure that Soviet forces did not return to Egypt was to shock the Soviets into abandoning the unilateral move they were threatening. 131 With Nixon's chief of staff Alexander Haig advising Kissinger that the president was too distraught to be consulted, Kissinger convened a rump session of the National Security Council. He was joined by Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger, CIA Director William Colby, and Joint Chiefs Chairman, Thomas Maurer. They made three important decisions: 1. Urge Sadat to withdraw his request for US and Soviet forces and encourage him to call, instead, for UN peacekeeping forces. By definition this would exclude the superpowers. 2. Dispatch a message to Brezhnev informing him that the US could in no event accept unilateral action. Such action would produce incalculable consequences which would be in the interest of neither of our countries and which would end all we have striven so hard to achieve. 3. Demonstrate the meaning of incalculable consequences by placing U.S. nuclear forces and troops across the globe on nuclear alert. 132 The alert included the Strategic Air Command, the North American Air Defense Command and field commands. The aircraft carrier Franklin Delano Roosevelt and its support squadron were redeployed from the Straits of Gibraltar to the eastern Mediterranean where they joined the Independence and other nuclear-armed warships. The aircraft carrier John F. Kennedy and its escorts were also ordered to the Mediterranean. 60 B-52s were moved. 202. 202. From Guam to the U.S. to join the SAC alert, and the 82nd Airborne Division was placed on alert, as were other US-based units. 133 Kissinger's diplomatic démarques and his nuclear threats achieved their aims. On the morning of October 25, Kissinger was informed that Egypt would withdraw its earlier request and instead call for the UN to send an international force. Brezhnev responded by supporting the revised Egyptian call and communicated his hopes for continued US-Soviet cooperation. UN Security Council Resolution 340 was adopted. This no longer urged, but now demanded, that Israelis and Egyptians returned to their positions of October 22. 134. Although the confrontation in the Sinai continued for several more days, the U.S. nuclear alert ended the following day. Kissinger continued to press the Israelis to break the siege, but to little avail. Finally, it was Sadat who ended the impasse by agreeing to initiate direct Egyptian-Israeli military talks, provided that a supply convoy was first allowed through the Israeli siege to save the Third Army. The Israelis agreed, and General Abdel Gamazi and Major General Aron Yahav quickly met to negotiate disengagement terms. 135. The October War, caused largely by U.S. diplomatic intransigence designed to preserve an unjust status quo in the Middle East, brought the world to the brink of nuclear cataclysm twice within a 2-week period. By risking escalation to general war, which would have dwarfed the unimaginable destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Kissinger achieved his imperial objectives. The Soviet Union was further marginalized in the Middle East, Egypt was moved into the U.S. sphere and soon integrated into the Nixon Doctrine, and diplomatic and strategic frameworks for managing the Israeli, Palestinian, Arab conflict in ways that were consistent with U.S. and Israeli objectives had thus been created. The war and its role in deepening U.S. regional hegemony came as no surprise to Kissinger and other senior figures in the Nixon administration. As both an NSA official and an anonymous RAND analyst have since explained, we knew was coming. We knew when. We knew where. We were told to shut up and let it happen. The RAND researcher had advised that the surprise attack on a Jewish holiday would not give the Egyptians and Syrians the advantage they anticipated, because Israel's military reservists would be at home and more easily mobilized. 136. The Carter Doctrine. Now widely thought of as a relatively inoffensive era of U.S. foreign and military policies, the realities of the Carter years were not in fact benign. Rising to power with the assistance of the Trilateral Commission 137. 203. 203. In the wake of the Vietnam War and the Watergate crisis, the Christian peanut farmer, Georgia governor, and former nuclear submarine commander helped the U.S. people feel that they had returned to a more compassionate and democratic era. He took important steps toward institutionalizing U.S. human rights commitments. He tilted tax laws to encourage energy conservation and conversion to renewable sources of energy. He turned back Pentagon and corporate efforts to build costly B-1 bombers. And, in what seemed to be the continuation of détente, his administration negotiated SALT II with the Soviet Union. At the same time, the demands of empire and pressures from Republicans and from the right wing of his own party dictated that other, less benevolent, political traditions be reinforced. Thus, despite his election campaign remarks about the hypocrisy inherent in the nation's nuclear non-proliferation policies that committed the U.S. to nuclear dominance while denying other countries access to nuclear weapons, the Carter years witnessed U.S. research for the development of a neutron bomb that could kill millions while not destroying property. It was during the Carter era that the U.S. moved to deploy nuclear-armed cruise missiles and doubled the number of nuclear warheads targeted against the Soviet Union. It was Carter, too, who encouraged the brutal Contras in Nicaragua and the Salvadoran military with military and economic assistance. Structurally, the greatest challenge to U.S. global power during the Carter years came with the Islamic Revolution in Iran, which shattered the Nixon Doctrine as the Shah was replaced by a clerical regime. The response was the Carter Doctrine, which explicitly reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to use any means necessary to maintain its Middle East dominance. This policy was reinforced by Presidential Directive 59, which moved U.S. nuclear warfighting doctrine from mutual assured destruction to flexible and more limited nuclear warfighting. 138. The U.S. military presence, including bases in and surrounding the Persian Gulf, was deeply entrenched. By 1950, the U.S. was not only committed to defending the Saudi monarchy and one of the greatest material prizes in world history, but was well on the way to building a regional network of military bases to enforce its commitments. When, in 1967, Britain announced its military withdrawal from east of Suez, The U.S. moved to fill the anticipated military vacuum by constructing air and naval bases on the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia, and as part of the Nixon Doctrine, the Shah was promoted to become Washington's regional enforcer, along with Israel. 139. To assist him in that role, the Shah was extended the privilege of being allowed to purchase more than $10 billion worth of the world's most sophisticated and deadly weapons. 204. 204. Successive presidents relied on the Shah to defend U.S. interests as oil continued to increase in economic and strategic importance. Throughout the 1970s, the Gulf region was the source of 60% of the world's known reserves. Oil revenues permitted the Middle East to become a vital export market for U.S. manufacturers, and billions of petrodollars were reinvested in U.S. banks and businesses, reinforcing the U.S. economy and Washington's global dominance. Many strategic analysts came to believe that the Middle East was as important to U.S. global power as were Europe and East Asia, with some arguing that the region was more important. Without the U.S. hand on the Middle East oil taps, they argued, Western Europe and East Asia would become increasingly independent. 140. The overthrow of the Shah in December 1978 and the subsequent hostage crisis, in which 52 U.S. citizens and officials were held captive by Iranian revolutionaries for more than a year, removed Iran as the eastern pillar of the Nixon Doctrine. Fear that the Soviet Union would intervene to fill the resulting military vacuum propelled the Carter administration to respond militarily. 25 warships were dispatched to the Persian Gulf, including 3 nuclear-armed aircraft carriers and 1,800 Marines. Despite Iranian hostility to the U.S., plans were developed to defend Iran against a potential Soviet invasion, a scenario that would re-establish U.S. dominance over the country. Anxiety in Washington escalated to hysteria when Soviet forces invaded Afghanistan in late 1979, although Afghanistan's mountainous terrain precluded it from serving as an invasion route between Moscow and Tehran. Carter's national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski understood that Moscow had fallen into a U.S. trap, and that a third front of the U.S.-Soviet confrontation had been joined. Even as Brzezinski hoped that Afghanistan would prove to be Moscow's Vietnam, the president moved to proclaim the Carter Doctrine in his 1980 State of the Union address. Any attempt by an outside force to gain control of the Persian Gulf region will be regarded as an assault on the interests of the United States and will be repelled by the use of any means necessary. 141. The imperial prize was not to be threatened. In addition to its futile effort to functionally annex the Persian Gulf as the sixth U.S. Great Lake, there were other major faults with the Carter Doctrine. Even with the decision to deploy Pershing II and cruise missiles in Western Europe, Washington's ability to recreate first-strike nuclear forces that would allow it to break out of MAD and to threaten the Soviet Union with any means necessary was doubtful. Also, as illustrated by the overthrow of the Shah, the takeover of the Grand Mosque in Mecca by religious extremists in November 1979, and the continuing turmoil of the Israeli-Arab-Palestinian conflict, the principal threats to U.S. Middle East hegemony were indigenous and had little to do with the Soviet Union. 205. 205. The Carter Doctrine was, of course, dual-capable, providing the rationale for a military build-up that could be used against the nations and peoples of the Middle East as well as against the USSR. As his doctrine replaced Nixon's, Carter pressed for the creation of a rapid deployment force to speed projection of U.S. military power into the Gulf region in times of crisis. To reinforce the RDF, new basing agreements were negotiated with Oman, Somalia, and Kenya. And, to avoid the appearance of recolonization, the Carter and Reagan administrations secured political agreements from friendly regimes guaranteeing the U.S. access to bases in their countries. The model for these agreements was Saudi Arabia, where Saudi bases had been built to U.S. specifications under the supervision of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and stocked with pre-positioned U.S. weapons and munitions. 142. The Reagan administration built on the Carter Doctrine. The Pentagon's mid-1980s formulation of U.S. military priorities placed maintaining influence in the Middle East second only to Western Europe, Our principal objectives are to assure continued access to Persian Gulf oil and to prevent the Soviets from acquiring political military control of the oil directly or through proxies. We should be prepared to introduce American forces directly into the region should it appear that the security of access to Persian Gulf oil is threatened. 143 To this end, nuclear-armed cruise missiles were deployed in Camiso, Italy, whence they could strike targets across the Middle East and North Africa. $1 billion were allocated to modernize military bases in a dozen Middle East countries, in Southwest Asia, and in North Africa. The RDF was renamed the Central Command and was assigned responsibility for U.S. military operations from North Africa to Central Asia, giving the Middle East equal status in the Pentagon with Europe and East Asia. 144 One aspect of the Central Command was given little publicity. It was armed and routinely trained to fight with tactical nuclear weapons. As one embarrassed commander explained in the mid-1980s, "We taught our troops two things, to dig their trenches real deep, and to keep their units spread far apart, so that if the wind blows the wrong way we don't lose everyone." 145. 206. 206. 207. What we say goes. George H. W. Bush 1. I purposely left the impression that the use of chemical or biological agents by Iraq could invite tactical nuclear retaliation. James Baker 2. We will continue to maintain nuclear forces of sufficient size and capability to hold at risk a broad range of assets valued by political and military leaders. Bill Clinton 3. On the night of January 17, 1991, a barrage of 400 sea-launched cruise missiles struck the technological, military, and economic infrastructures of Baghdad on the orders of President George Bush. Complemented by aerial bombardments, the US and its French and British allies struck Iraq's power plants, its communications grid, and critical centers of the Iraqi military hierarchy. To demonstrate that in the New World Order, what we say goes, for Bush had ordered the attacks to sever Iraq's political and military leadership from its army in Kuwait and southern Iraq. This opening assault was followed by an estimated 100,000 sorties by warplanes, which hit Iraq with more bombs in 2 months than were used against Europe in World War II. Iraqi troop concentrations in the south were annihilated by fuel-air explosives, whose concussive power approached that of nuclear weapons. The combination of high technology and saturation bombings created a situation in which, as Jürgen Habermas observed, the victims remain shadow figures. We can only speculate whether there were 100,000, 200,000, or more. 5. The reduction of human beings to shadow figures was not the only, or even the primary, link between the devastation of Iraq and the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The quick, awesome, and overwhelming defeat of Iraq, like the first atomic bombings, was designed to reconsolidate strategically important resources into the structures of the 7. Nukes and the New World Order. What we say goes. 207. U.S. global empire for the anticipated competitions of the post-Cold War era. Just as Hiroshima and Nagasaki heralded the Cold War era, the high-tech bombing of Iraq back into the pre-industrial age warned the world of U.S. capabilities and its will for a new post-war period. Despite the war's high-tech weaponry and the innovative use of the United Nations to manipulate the U.S. Congress and public, the war itself demonstrated how little had really changed. Through the assembly of Bush's Desert Shield and the unleashing of his Desert Storm, the president demonstrated, as had his predecessors of the previous 45 years, that the U.S. would use any means necessary, including nuclear weapons, to maintain its dominance of Middle East oil, the jugular vein of Western capitalism. 6. As in the past, the U.S. repeatedly used its nuclear arsenal during the conflicts to ensure escalation dominance. During the First Gulf War, Iraq was encircled with an estimated 1,000 nuclear warheads, and Bush, Vice President Dan Quayle, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney, and British Prime Minister John Major all diplomatically threatened to use them. As McGeorge Bundy reflected in the pages of Foreign Affairs after the Desert Storm victory, That U.S. nuclear weapons targeted against Iraq had not exploded does not of itself exhaust the more subtle question of whether they are used. 7. This chapter describes how the Bush I and Clinton administrations made the transition from Cold War empire to New World Order. It begins by reviewing the series of arms control agreements that ended the Cold War and reinforced U.S. nuclear superiority even before the collapse of the Soviet Empire. It then explores how the first President Bush, Quayle, Cheney, and Major prepared and threatened nuclear attacks against Iraq in the war that not only reinforced U.S. control over and privileged access to Middle East oil for the post-Cold War order, but provided rationales for revitalizing U.S. alliances, disciplining recalcitrant allies, and maintaining Cold War levels of military mobilization and weapons production. Its description of how the little-known General Glossom sought authorization to attack Iraqi biological warfare production facilities with tactical nuclear weapons illuminates the degree to which nuclear weapons have been integrated into what have become the routines of U.S. conventional warfighting. Glossom's proposal also anticipated what would become the neoconservatives' drive to produce and use more usable nuclear weapons. This section concludes with an introduction to the use and growing dangers of depleted uranium weapons, which were used liberally by U.S. forces in southern Iraq. The Clinton administration was more than a bridge to the 21st century. It provided many of the foundations for the Bush, Cheney administration's reckless military and nuclear warfighting doctrines. 208. 208. This section begins by summarizing the debates within the U.S. national security establishment over what the implications of Desert Storm were for U.S. nuclear war policies, and it explains how the Clinton Nuclear Policy Review resolved the debate, embracing the nuclear arsenal and doctrines it had inherited from the Bush administration. One major innovation, however, was counter-proliferation, diplomatic and military commitments to prevent unwanted nations from joining the nuclear club. The chapter also describes how, in 1995, the Clinton administration, assisted by other nuclear powers, forced the world's nations to accept the unconditional extension of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty as it worked to limit proliferation and resist demands that it fulfill its Article 6 obligations to negotiate the elimination of the world's nuclear arsenals. Also included here is how, 5 years later, in order to avoid the collapse of the 2000 NPT Review Conference, the U.S. and other nuclear powers were forced to reaffirm their irrevocable commitments to eliminate their nuclear arsenals and to implement steps toward abolition. Not surprisingly, even as the Clinton administration made these affirmations, its ambassador to the NPT Review Conference announced they would never be fulfilled. After the excesses of the second Bush administration and its denunciations of the Clinton years, memories of Clinton's nuclear recklessness have largely been forgotten. This chapter's history of how he almost blundered into a catastrophic nuclear war against North Korea and his nuclear threats against China, Libya, and Iraq will hopefully serve as a corrective. The end of the Cold War. The end of the Cold War did not remove the dangers of catastrophic nuclear war. It changed them. The possibility of a nuclear winter inducing U.S. Russian thermonuclear exchange was greatly diminished. However, U.S. nuclear threats to expand and consolidate its postmodern empire, the emergence of new nuclear powers, and possibilities of non-state nuclear terrorism combined to increase the likelihood of nuclear war. After defining so much of the human experience for 2 generations, a perfect storm of economic, political, and social forces brought the Cold War to an end with a whimper, not a bang. For several years before East Germans breached the hated Berlin Wall, Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev aggressively pursued disarmament with the West and revitalization of the moribund Soviet economy and stagnating political life. His tools were inspired diplomacy, encouragement of popular disarmament movements in the West, as well as glasnost and perestroika in the Soviet Union and its satellites. In Eastern Europe, détente had provided openings for human rights advocates and nationalists. 209. 209. To resist repression more confidently and thus the underpinnings of the Warsaw Pact alliance. In the West, fears that Reagan administration brinksmanship, warfighting rhetoric, and new first strike weapons would climax in a thermonuclear exchange, and nuclear winter spilled over into the streets in demonstrations to halt the nuclear arms race. By 1987, this political pressure cooker of hopes, fears, popular mobilizations, and political changes produced the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, which symbolized and spurred the end of the Cold War. The INF Treaty eased the hair-trigger confrontation in Europe. The US agreed to forego deploying First Strike Pershing II missiles, designed to decapitate the Soviet leadership by vaporizing the Kremlin and severing surviving Soviet leaders from their command and control systems needed to order a retaliatory second strike. The US also committed to withdraw its nuclear-armed ground-launched cruise missiles from Europe. Moscow, in turn, agreed to decommission its SS-20 missiles targeted against Western Europe and Washington's East Asian allies. INF was followed by START-I in 1991, reducing the superpowers' deployed strategic weapons by a third. 8. To further diminish the dangers of miscalculation and to reap what additional gains it could as the Soviet Empire approached collapse, President Bush challenged Gorbachev to make still deeper cuts. In October 1991, Bush announced that the US would unilaterally remove its tactical nuclear weapons from their forward deployments, and would abandon several missile systems then on the drawing board. More dramatically, Bush cancelled the decades-old alert of US strategic bombers. 9. Gorbachev responded in kind, promising to go beyond START-I's limits by reducing his arsenal to 5,000 nuclear warheads. Moscow's tactical nuclear weapons would also be retired. Development of new missile systems was halted, and Soviet nuclear-armed missiles and aircraft were also taken off alert. 10. Gorbachev upped the arms control ante by announcing a moratorium on nuclear weapons testing and the demobilization of 700,000 Soviet troops. The Cold War was over, peace had broken out. 2 months later the Soviet Union was consigned to Karl Marx's dustbin of history. The combined assaults of Gorbachev's top-down democratic opening and the uncompromising ambitions and opportunistic political attacks by Boris Yeltsin and his allies in other Soviet republics unleashed centrifugal forces that shattered the Union, fragmenting the USSR into 15 nations, which were led, for the most part, by nimble survivors of the ancien regime. 11. Peace brought both opportunities and dangers. Of immediate concern was the fate of Soviet nuclear weapons and related materials left in the 210 newly independent republics. With a shared interest in preventing nuclear weapons proliferation, Washington and Moscow worked in tandem, using a stick and carrot strategy to win Ukrainian, Kazakh, and Belarusian agreements to destroy or return to Russia the nuclear weapons they had inherited and to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. When he was sober, Yeltsin had to address serious challenges at home. The Russian economy was in free fall, plummeting to the size of Holland's, limiting Moscow's ability to prevent its military and social infrastructures from imploding. Yeltsin thus moved to cover political necessity with diplomatic grace. Claiming that he sought full nuclear disarmament, early in 1992 he concluded negotiations with the US for the START-II treaty, committing the superpowers to a goal that neither would fulfill, reducing their strategic arsenals to no more than 3,500 each by 2003. START-II did, however, provide Yeltsin with a rationale for cutting the Soviet arsenal to levels it might be able to manage while further ingratiating the Russian president with Washington and the international financial institutions it controlled. As Yeltsin's nationalist opponents and the New York Times reported, START-II served the US well. The Times editorialized that it wiped out the centerpiece of the Russian arsenal, its land-based missile force, while preserving much of the sea-based force that the United States military strategists consider this nation's greatest strength. 12. While much of the mainstream media celebrated the new era of peace, Daniel Ellsberg described the new order in more pessimistic terms. The US and Russia each continued to retain 5,000 to 8,000 nuclear warheads, including those in readily accessible stockpiles. There was no comprehensive test ban, a first-use threat policy, and no inspections of US nuclear facilities. And, To reinforce the hierarchy of nuclear terror, U.S. leaders sought indefinite extension of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. 13. Nuclear threats and the New World Order. To ensure the continuation of what many in the U.S. national security elite saw as the unipolar moment, the foundations and systems of U.S. global dominance needed to be restructured, reinforced, and consolidated. Imperial omelets could not be made without breaking eggs, and Saddam Hussein's August invasion of Kuwait provided the needed opportunity. Like the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the 1990-91 Gulf War served to impose the parameters for a new era. The Bush administration orchestrated its responses to the invasion of Kuwait in ways that reaffirmed and restructured U.S. control of Middle East oil, revitalizing an essential lever of power over its competitors and allies, particularly Japan, Western. 211. Europe, and newly emerging China. The war was also used to reinforce Washington's alliances and its access to bases and military facilities from Shannon Airport in Ireland to marine bases in Okinawa. In a world of three economic superpowers and a single military superpower, the Bush administration sought to demonstrate that use and threatened use of brute military force would be the determining factors in the post-Cold War era. 14. In the wake of the Desert Storm victory, fought with repeated U.S. nuclear threats, the new wisdom in Tokyo was that Japan is number 2. Across the Atlantic, the lesson taken by Jacques Delors, former president of the European Commission, was that unless Europe developed an integrated and independent military by 1995, it would be unable to compete with the US. Those in the US who had feared that the end of the Cold War meant the loss of their military-industrial complex jobs, profits, and privileges were reassured. Everything had changed, but everything seemed to remain essentially the same. So powerful was the return to history that the US drive to war reminded some of European colonialism. Even King Hussein, the former CIA asset, warned that the real purpose behind this destructive war is to destroy Iraq and rearrange the area in a manner far more dangerous to our nation's present and future than the Sykes-Picot Agreement. 15. Borders drawn in 1918 by British Oriental Secretary Gertrude Bell with consideration of Britain's need for oil. 16. Provided the rationale for the Iraqi invasion, but there was more to Saddam Hussein's military gamble than rectifying a colonial injustice. The Iraqi offensive was a response to the preceding 8-year Iraq-Iran war, launched by Saddam Hussein with a green light from Washington. Iraq's goal in invading Iran in 1980 was to re-establish control over the Shatt al-Arab waterway, which flows into the Persian Gulf and is a vital route for Iraqi oil exports. Hussein also sought to assert Iraq's primacy in the region and to halt Iranian efforts to replace his secular dictatorship with a Shiite-dominated Islamic state modeled after and influenced by Iran's. The Reagan administration backed Saddam in hopes that this would lead to the overthrow of Tehran's insurgent clerical regime and prevent it from challenging U.S. regional domination. At the least, by supporting each warring nation in different ways and at different times, the U.S. played both ends against the middle, bleeding each of its potential regional rivals. Yet, by the time the war ended in 1988, the U.S. was fighting Iran in a tacit alliance with Iraq, providing it with intelligence on the location of Iranian troop concentrations and even shooting down an Iranian passenger plane. Saddam's Iraq was no longer perceived by Washington as a Soviet-oriented state. Instead, it was a valued junior partner in preserving the status quo in the 212 Gulf. In what would become a family tradition, Bush Sr. and his principal advisors embraced the Reagan administration's misreading of Iraqi political realities and dynamics. In their first year in office, despite CIA reports that Iraq was covertly seeking to purchase nuclear weapons technology, Bush ordered closer ties to Baghdad. 17. In addition to its staggering human costs, the Iraq-Iran war left Baghdad deeply indebted to Kuwait and other Gulf states. To ease this debilitating financial burden, Saddam's government pressed the Kuwaiti sheikhdom to waive its debt. It opposed increased Kuwaiti oil production, which was contributing to a global glut, thus reducing Iraqi oil revenues. Saddam also protested that Kuwait was stealing Iraqi oil from the Ramallah oil fields, and he pressed for resolution of long-standing border disputes. More dangerously, he began to view Kuwaiti wealth as a shortcut for Iraq's economic reconstruction and to finance his dictatorship. 18 It has yet to be definitively determined if the Bush administration was inexplicably blind to the warning signs of Iraqi aggression or if it consciously lured Saddam into invading Kuwait. The usually compliant al-Sabah family that ruled Kuwait was uncharacteristically inflexible in resisting Iraqi demands, leading some to conclude that there might have been a Kuwaiti, U.S. conspiracy, with the U.S. secretly promising to support Kuwait. 19 The Bush administration knew that Saddam was using Iraq's oil revenues to reconstruct its military, and that this included research for nuclear weapons and production of chemical and biological weapons. In January 1990 the world press reported Saddam's warning that the decline of the Soviet Union meant that the US would become the unrivaled superpower in the Middle East. If Arabs were not vigilant, he proclaimed, everything, including oil prices, would be ruled by the United States. 4 months later, he went on to threaten Israel with chemical weapons in the event of war. Yet, within 10 days, a US delegation, led by Senator Robert Dole, assured Saddam that the Bush administration hoped to improve U.S.-Iraqi relations. In late April, Saddam could only have been reassured when U.S. Assistant Secretary of State John Kelly publicly opposed congressional efforts to impose economic sanctions on Iraq, arguing that they would penalize U.S. exporters. The determinative signal may have been sent in the July 15 meeting between U.S. Ambassador to Iraq April Glaspie and Saddam Hussein, during which the Iraqi dictator was informed that the U.S. had no opinion on the Arab conflicts like your border disagreement with Kuwait. This message was underlined a week later when, with Iraqi forces massing 213 on the Kuwaiti border, Kelly informed Congress that the U.S. had no treaty obligations to defend Kuwait. 20 The Bush administration's position regarding the Arab conflict and the lack of sanctity of Kuwait's borders changed dramatically after the Iraqi invasion. The administration's early commitment to rely on military force rather than diplomacy was, however, obscured. Public attention focused initially on dramatic scenes of Kuwaiti refugees desperately fleeing their country and on less dramatic debates in the UN about how to respond to the invasion. The Bush administration, however, had already resolved that no outcome would be tolerated other than capitulation to force. 21 Central Command forces were initially deployed to Saudi Arabia, ostensibly to protect Saudi oil fields. The Saudis, in fact, had little fear of an Iraqi invasion. Like Saddam Hussein, they had scant regard for the Kuwaiti government and had recently concluded a non-aggression pact with Baghdad. They had no evidence and little concern that Iraq's ambitions extended beyond Kuwait. Only after Washington exhorted the Saudi monarchy to permit the deployment of U.S. forces to Arabia did the first wave of 500,000 U.S. Desert Shield troops arrive in the Saudi desert. In late August, the New York Times' Thomas Friedman summarized the Bush administration's approach: diplomacy would be avoided to ensure against rewarding Iraq with token gains. Jordan was isolated and punished for urging diplomacy, as were the PLO and Yemen. Saddam Hussein's August 12 proposal to simultaneously resolve all cases of occupation, and those cases that have been portrayed as occupation in the region code for linking Israeli withdrawal from the West Bank, Gaza Strip, Golan Heights, and southern Lebanon to an Iraqi retreat from Kuwait was immediately ruled out. Saddam's call did, however, highlight U.S. double standards. Another Iraqi proposal, described as serious and negotiable by a State Department Middle East specialist, which called for withdrawal from Kuwait in exchange for minor border adjustments, was similarly dismissed. And, as General Norman Schwarzkopf finalized U.S. preparations to rout Iraqi forces, the Bush administration rejected renewed Iraqi proposals for linkage and for French and Soviet mediation. Even James Webb, Ronald Reagan's aggressive Navy secretary, declared that the Bush administration had relentlessly maneuvered our nation into a war. 22. The commitment to launch the 1991 Gulf War was consistent with the 50-year history of U.S. military interventions and wars for oil in the Middle East and the more recent Reagan-Bush discriminate deterrence doctrine. Bush may have been genuinely outraged by Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, but greater strategic concerns were present from the start. 4 years earlier, in 1987, as it became clear in elite circles that the Soviet 214 empire would end in a grand failure. 23. There were related concerns about what the end of the Cold War would mean for the U.S. The rise and fall of the great powers had stirred debates across the country, and the Congressional Joint Economic Committee had warned that the U.S. could not long remain both a great power and a debtor nation. 24. It was in this environment that the Reagan administration assembled its Commission on Integrated Long-Term Strategy, whose members included Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Samuel Huntington, former members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and other national security luminaries. Their charge was to recommend modifications in U.S. military strategy to ensure that the country remained the world's dominant power in the first decades of the anticipated post-Cold War era. The Commission's report stressed that the U.S. should not spread its military resources too widely. Continued U.S. control of the Persian Gulf, the Mediterranean, and the Pacific were essential to U.S. dominance for the long haul. The Commission also reported deep concern that U.S. military power was decreasing relative to increasingly well-armed Third World nations, and that in the next century, 40 or more countries in Europe, Asia, the Middle East will have the means to build nuclear arsenals. Military spending priorities, the Commission urged, should be for air and sea lift capabilities and for high-tech weaponry for precisely controlled strikes against distant military targets in Third World nations. The rationales and strategy of the 1991 Gulf War were thus laid out when George H.W. Bush was still vice president. Iraq's incipient nuclear program was not initially a part of the president's mobilizing agenda, but before long he turned it to his political advantage. Memories of the 1981 Israeli bombing of Iraq's As-Iraq reactor and of Saddam Hussein's repeated statements about achieving military parity with Israel provided opportunities for pollsters and then for the president. A November 1990 New York Times/CBS poll indicated that Americans saw the destruction of Saddam Hussein's nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons capabilities as a compelling reason to go to war with Iraq. 25. A lesson the president's son would reprise a decade later. Bush carried awareness of this poll with him to Saudi Arabia, where he used Thanksgiving with U.S. troops to mobilize the U.S. people for war. In 4 carefully staged and widely reported rallies, Bush concluded each speech with the argument that every day that passes brings Saddam Hussein one day closer to his goal of a nuclear weapons arsenal. And that is another reason why more and more of our mission is marked by a real sense of urgency. 26. By raising the specter of Iraqi nuclear weapons, Bush not only built popular support for his war, he also prepared the way for what would 215 become the Clinton administration's aggressive counter-proliferation policy. In the nearer term, his public relations campaign laid the political and diplomatic ground for UN Security Council Resolution 687, which defined the terms Iraq would be required to accept to halt what became the Turkish destruction of Iraq's military. Significantly, when Bush gave the final order for the U.S. attack, eradication of Iraq's nuclear weapons infrastructure was given equal, or possibly greater, priority than Kuwait's liberation. Freeing Kuwait was the last war aim listed in Operations Order 91-001. 27. There were more immediate nuclear dimensions to Desert Shield and Desert Storm. Washington and London each relied on nuclear threats as they prepared for war. In a classic example of escalation dominance that has since been integrated into declared U.S. policies, nuclear attacks were threatened to ensure that chemical and biological weapons were not used in desperation against U.S. forces. 28. Nuclear threats also provided a shield for vulnerable U.S. and Allied advance units as they assembled in Saudi Arabia during the first chaotic weeks while the invasion force was deployed. To back up the nuclear threats, a naval flotilla armed with more than 700 tactical and strategic nuclear weapons was dispatched to the Gulf. Another 300 land-based nuclear weapons in Turkey reinforced the nuclear fleet. There were also credible reports that land-based tactical nuclear weapons were shipped to U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia. Britain contributed 5 nuclear-capable ships, each carrying between 8 and 16 nuclear weapons. 29 The first veiled U.S. nuclear threat was delivered just 6 days after the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, when the Bush administration was ostensibly still relying on diplomacy. Bush warned that Iraqi use of chemical weapons would be intolerable and would be dealt with very, very severely. 2 days later, Whitehall sources made it clear that the multinational forces would be ready to hit back with every means at their disposal, using tactical nuclear weapons. 30 As the Desert Shield including nuclear forces was assembled, the muffled drumbeat of nuclear threats rumbled on. Under-Secretary of State Paul Wolfowitz warned that if we have to fight a war, we're going to fight it with all we have. Secretary of Defense Cheney told the international press that the U.S. would use the full spectrum of its weaponry. Were Saddam Hussein foolish enough to use weapons of mass destruction, the U.S. response would be absolutely overwhelming and devastating. When asked if he would rule out the possibility of a nuclear strike in response to Iraqi use of weapons of mass destruction, Cheney refused to reiterate U.S. declared policy that nuclear weapons would not be used against non-nuclear nations. 31. 216. 216. According to Bundy, the president's most clear-cut nuclear warning was delivered by Secretary of State James Baker when he handed Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz a letter from the president during their highly publicized meeting in Geneva on January 7, 10 days before Desert Storm was launched. The missive warned that if Hussein used chemical weapons, he American people would demand the strongest possible response, and you and your country will pay a terrible price. 32 More was to come. In February, during the transition from air war to ground war, Cheney publicly threatened Iraq when, during a televised interview, he referred to Hiroshima and repeated the lie about U.S. lives being saved by the first atomic bombing. I basically think, Cheney said, that President Truman made the right decision when he used the bomb on Hiroshima. Speculation goes that casualties may have exceeded 1 million people. Soon thereafter Cheney commented that he would not at this point advocate use of nuclear weapons. Vice President Quayle also chimed in, warning that the U.S. would not rule out the use of nuclear weapons. Our policy is very clear, and that is we simply don't rule options in and out. 33 Nuclear war planning was not limited to official suites in Washington and London. In Saudi Arabia, as General Schwarzkopf oversaw planning for the U.S. offensive, he urged that Washington send a démarche to Baghdad: if you use chemicals, we're going to use nuclear weapons on you. Possibly more significant for future U.S. policy was the recommendation made by Air Force Brigadier General Glossum, who was responsible for identifying U.S. bombing targets and the weapons to be used against them. He recommended that nuclear weapons be used to destroy Iraq's biological weapons infrastructure. Only the blast's intense heat, he advised, could ensure complete destruction of their pathogens. Radioactive fallout was apparently a lesser concern. Schwarzkopf did not object and forwarded Glossum's recommendation to the Pentagon without comment. Fortunately, Colin Powell, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs, had the wisdom to veto the request, but it presaged one of the driving forces of U.S. post-Cold War nuclear weapons development and planning, especially during the Bush II presidency. 34 The Gulf War also marked the first wartime use of a deadly radioactive derivative of the U.S. nuclear program, depleted uranium. During the 100-hour war, U.S. warplanes and tanks fired 860,000 rounds of DU munitions to destroy Iraqi tanks and kill their crews. British forces fired 100 rounds. DU is an extremely dense and hard metal which is produced as a byproduct of the enrichment of nuclear fuel rods for nuclear power generation and nuclear weapons production. Its density makes it an ideal material for the armor of ships and tanks and for armor-piercing shells that explode on. 217. 217. Impact creating clouds of uranium oxide dust. This dust is carried in the air, exposing those who come in contact with it to alpha and beta radiation. For years the Pentagon denied that DO weapons could have contaminated U.S. troops and Iraqi civilians. Not until a decade after the war did the Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute concede that, even though alpha radiation from depleted uranium is relatively low, can induce DNA damage and carcinogenic lesions in the cells that make up the bones in the human body. 35 Many U.S. troops were exposed to more than the low-level radiation of their DO armor and unexploded ordnance. Victorious warriors were poisoned as they peered into Iraqi tanks they had destroyed or inhaled battlefield air. 36 DO has taken a far greater toll among Iraqi civilians. Even before U.S. warplanes and tanks returned to Iraq in 2003 with more DO destruction and fallout, Iraqi doctors and scientists sought to understand, contain, and alleviate the suffering caused by DO munitions. Dr. Javad Al-Ali, director of the Oncology Center in Basra, reported that more than 300 tons of DO weapons were used extensively in western districts of Basra. Studies by the University of Baghdad's College of Engineering determined that levels of radiation in the area reached hundreds of thousands of times the normal background levels in the Iraqi soil. The consequences, Al-Ali reported, were fatal cancers and congenital malformations. 12 years after Desert Storm, cancer deaths in the Basra area increased 19 times the rate of death in 1988. The congenital malformations in newly born babies had increased 7 times the rate in 1990. Doctors also confronted the new and strange phenomenon of cancers appear like clusters of cancer in families, including double and triple cancers in one person. While Al-Ali conceded that malnutrition and lack of medicines and medical equipment compounded suffering and the death rate, he stressed that the only cancer-producing factor that has been added to our environment after 1991 is the radiation factor. 37. The Clintonian Bridge. The popular acclaim that followed the Desert Storm victory was not sufficient to carry Bush through the 1992 presidential election. His inability to identify with the needs of ordinary people struggling with an economic recession left him vulnerable to the younger and effervescent former governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton. Clinton would later define his presidency as a bridge to the 21st century, but his administration's foreign, military, and nuclear war policies were for the most part extensions of the path laid by his immediate predecessor. He threatened nuclear attacks against China, Libya, and Iraq before surrendering the 218 Oval Office in 2001 to perhaps the worst and most destructive president in U.S. history, George W. Bush. Clinton rose from his middle-class roots to the presidency by bending himself and his commitments to power, accommodating the needs of those whose power, influence, and resources could advance his ambitions. 38 Having been, like Cheney, a Vietnam-era draft evader, on moving into the White House he understood that to secure his political power he needed to reassure the Pentagon and the military-industrial complex. Despite popular hopes for a post-Cold War peace dividend, he immediately promised that there would be no cuts in military spending. When highly publicized crises with China, Libya, and Iraq needed to be addressed, Clinton understood that his political survival depended on maintaining the facade that, as one senior advisor put it, he awoke each morning to run the world. 39 If endorsing continued preparations for nuclear war and making nuclear threats were the price of power, that price would be paid. During at least 4 crises, Clinton ostentatiously and dangerously reminded those challenging U.S. power that Washington's nuclear arsenal was capable of enforcing full-spectrum dominance. In October 1993, after 9 months in office, Clinton's first Secretary of Defense, Leigh Aspin, launched the administration's Nuclear Posture Review, which stated that the post-Cold War world is decidedly not post-nuclear. He was correct. At any given moment, the U.S. had a minimum of 2,300 strategic nuclear weapons, with the explosive power of 44,000 Hiroshimas on alert, and a greater capacity to destroy Russian nuclear forces than a decade earlier. The unprecedented Gulf War decimation of Iraq's military, economic, and public health infrastructures by conventional weapons reinforce discriminate deterrence's priority of research, development, and deployment of high-tech weaponry. Yet, as in the Eisenhower era, the belief that U.S. nuclear weapons remained essential to sustain our commitments overseas was shared by Democrats and Republicans alike. 40. The U.S. nuclear arsenal continued to ensure U.S. escalation dominance, to provide the means for first strike attacks, and to reinforce U.S. nuclear blackmail. Washington did, however, have reason to believe that the world was changing and that its nuclear preeminence might not be never-ending. In addition to continuing concerns about Russia, there was China which, with 20 long-range nuclear-armed missiles capable of reaching continental United States, was still playing catch-up economically and militarily, and initially refused to join a moratorium on nuclear weapons testing. Worse, the science and technologies of nuclear weapons were half a century old and widely understood by the world's physicists. This led CIA Director James 219 Woolsey to warn that more than 25 countries, many of them hostile to the US and our allies, may have or may be developing nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons, so-called weapons of mass destruction, and the means to deliver them. The discrepancy between what Iraq had previously revealed about its nuclear weapons program and what IAEA inspectors found after the Desert Storm War further disturbed the CIA, US policymakers, and others as they contemplated the possibilities of nuclear weapons proliferation. Of primary concern were Pakistan's and India's undeclared nuclear arsenals, nuclear weapons programs in North Korea, Iran, Algeria, and Libya, and possible leakage of nuclear materials, technology, and expertise from the former Soviet Union. 41. In the post-Cold War era, Hiroshima, as Ellsberg reminded his audiences, had resumed its initial meaning. After representing the possibility of an all-out nuclear war threatening destruction of the Northern Hemisphere and possibly nuclear winter, Hiroshima again symbolized the possibility of limited, regional nuclear cataclysms. The likelihood of another Hiroshima, Ellsberg explained, had increased. Alexei Arbatov, the Kremlin veteran who had served as a senior advisor to Gorbachev, concurred, in both Russia and the United States, nuclear strategists are discussing the idea of hitting rogue third world nations that might try to develop their own nuclear weapons. The lists are almost identical. North Korea is followed by such countries as Iran, Iraq, India, and Pakistan. 42. Nuclear doctrines. In the Pentagon and higher echelons of the U.S. nuclear priesthood, debate raged over the conflicting lessons of the 1991 Gulf War. Some, like Army Chief of Staff Carl Vuono, believed that it was America's conventional forces, not its nuclear arsenal, ultimately decided outcome. Others, including General Lee Butler of the Strategic Command, argued that the U.S. nuclear threat had prevented Saddam Hussein from using weapons of mass destruction. It's not a mistake, he told the New York Times, that Saddam Hussein never used chemical or biological weapons in the Persian Gulf. Accordingly, Butler, who would later advocate nuclear weapons abolition, revised the Strategic Command's computer programs to aim nuclear weapons at third world nations that threaten the interests of the United States or its allies. Other U.S. war planners focused on a lesson learned in several third world capitals: conventional weapons could not deter nuclear-armed nations, so nations should never fight the U.S. without nuclear weapons. 43. A 1991 review headed by Butler, which included Bush senior loyalists and men who would later serve in the Clinton administration, warned that it 220 was premature to assume that the former Soviet Union would not again threaten the US, or that Russian imperialism was a spent force. In addition to retaining a nuclear hedge to contain Russia, they proposed creating a nuclear expeditionary force for possible use against China or third world targets. Los Alamos analysts also remained on the offensive, anticipating Bush II priorities with a call for development of mini and micro-nukes, true battlefield weapons, that could be used in the Third World to prevent Dunkirk-like tragedy. 44 Dangers of nuclear weapons proliferation were a common theme in these studies and became a preoccupation of the elite that rose to power with Clinton. In his confirmation hearings, Secretary of State Warren Christopher testified, "We must work assiduously with other nations to discourage proliferation through improved intelligence, export controls, incentives, sanctions, and even force when necessary." Clinton's National Security Advisor Anthony Lake similarly urged isolation of backlash states, likely to sponsor terrorism and traffic in weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missile technology. When U.S. interests, not necessarily the U.S. itself, were threatened, Lake warned, "We clearly must be prepared to strike decisively and unilaterally." 45 The Clinton administration quickly manifested an aggressive approach to non-proliferation. In May 1993, Martin Indyk, of the National Security Council, articulated the new administration's approach to the Middle East. It included an abiding interest in the free flow of Middle Eastern oil at reasonable prices, stemming the flow of weapons of mass destruction to this volatile region, confronting Iranian and Iraqi efforts to rebuild their arsenals, particularly in the nuclear and ballistic missile fields, and containing the threats posed by Iraq and Iran through isolation and dual containment. 46 Clinton struck decisively and unilaterally the following month. On June 27, one day after warning the Iraqi government that its continuing refusal to allow United Nations inspectors to monitor missile test sites could have quite serious consequences, U.S. cruise missiles again rained down on Baghdad. No novice to the manufacture of consent, Clinton's deadly warning to Saddam Hussein was concealed in explanations that the attacks were in retaliation for an assassination plot against former President Bush. 47 more followed. A month later, Clinton traveled to Northeast Asia where he threatened to annihilate North Korea if it attacked South Korea. And, in September, a month before Secretary Aspen formally launched the Nuclear Posture Review, the U.S. Navy forced the Yinhe, a Chinese cargo ship bound for Iran, to submit to an inspection for chemical weapons components. No munitions were found, but the highly publicized and humiliating search. 221 sent a clear message to China and would-be suppliers of weapons and military technologies. At the policy level, Aspen's bottom-up review of the Pentagon's post-Cold War priorities reaffirmed that the U.S. must contain rogue leaders set on regional domination through military aggression while simultaneously pursuing nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons capabilities. The U.S., it declared, must be prepared to fight and win two nearly simultaneous conflicts in regions important to our interests, to defeat hostile regional powers, such as North Korea and Iraq. 48 During its second year in office, the Clinton administration institutionalized its commitment to contain nuclear proliferation by means of a policy termed counter-proliferation. The Secretary of Defense's annual report introduced it as a broad national strategy, analogous to the strategy of containment in the Cold War era that focuses on weapons of mass destruction and their delivery. 49 The policy was described as having two goals: preventing the proliferation of WMD and protecting U.S. military forces who might be threatened by these weapons. Prevention included dissuasion, denial of access to technology, arms control diplomacy, international pressure, and agreements to inspect, monitor, or convert nuclear weapons programs. Protection, Aspen's successor William Perry later explained, was the ability to bring to bear military, political, economic, and commercial tools by the United States, its allies, and friends in an effort to persuade even the most ardent proliferator that the risks of the threat or use of WMD are not acceptable. As Operation Merlin, in which the CIA attempted to lead Iranian scientists down a blind alley by providing them with flawed Soviet nuclear weapons blueprints, illustrated, counter-proliferation also includes covert operations. 50 Counter-proliferation's commitment to protection provided new rationales for weapons research, development, and deployment and for armed military interventions. In future conflicts, Secretary Perry wrote, commanders will have to assume that U.S. forces are potentially threatened. They must, therefore, Be prepared to seize, disable, or destroy WMD in time of conflict if necessary. Calls for another Cold War-type effort provided a new ideological rationale for the military-industrial complex, imperial military interventions, and U.S. nuclear terrorism. 51. Not so cutting-edge was the administration's nuclear posture review issued in October 1993. After months of secret and largely bureaucratic debates over the size and composition of the U.S. nuclear arsenal and related delivery systems, the Pentagon opted for the status quo. As the review was leaked to the press, those with vested interests in the old order were relieved. The Washington Post confirmed that the Clinton review embraces the Bush policy. 52. 222. 222. The review also demonstrated that Orwellian newspeak had survived the end of the Cold War. The review conceded that the Pentagon understood that the U.S. nuclear arsenal could no longer be justified by a commitment to MAD. Instead, U.S. nuclear weapons would provide mutual assured safety. The Soviet threat was replaced by a Russian threat. As Perry explained, there was a real danger that reform in Russia might fail and a new government arise hostile to the United States, still armed with 25,000 nuclear weapons. This necessitated Washington's retention of a nuclear hedge. And, as in the past, the review mandated that U.S. nuclear forces be structured to deal with hostile governments not only in Russia, but in other countries. 53. The review, which Clinton used to rationalize his decision not to press for further disarmament negotiations, argued that the U.S. arsenal not be reduced below levels mandated by START-I. Trident submarines would continue to be armed with MIRVED missiles, B-52 and B-2 bombers would be retained for nuclear and conventional attacks, and 450 to 500 single-warhead Minuteman III missiles would remain in active service. In Europe, the U.S. would continue forward deployment of tactical nuclear weapons and the dual-capable aircraft they required. Although the option of launching tactical nuclear weapons from surface ships was removed, reliance on submarine-launched nuclear-armed Tomahawk cruise missiles was not. 54. The first-use doctrine also prevailed, as did the nuclear weapons laboratories which were mandated to stockpile and develop new nuclear weapons. One unidentified senior official involved in drafting the nuclear weapons policy put it succinctly, "We looked at whether we were content with the dramatic pace of arms reduction set in motion by the Bush administration and decided that the answer was, largely, yes." 55. The New York Times editorialized that the review included one major omission: it failed to propose reductions needed for securing unlimited extension of the 1968 Nuclear Nonproliferation Treaty, and advancing multilateral efforts to curb trade in bomb-making material and technology. Article 6 of the treaty required good faith efforts by the nuclear powers to negotiate cessation of the nuclear arms race at an early date and nuclear disarmament. The treaty, in which the non-nuclear nations pledged never to develop nuclear weapons in exchange for the elimination of existing nuclear arsenals, was due to expire in 1995. As the New York Times warned, non-nuclear states, led by Mexico, trying to get the nuclear powers to keep their end of the bargain, they may have the votes to block extension. 56. The New York Times need not have worried. The Clinton administration, supported by the other declared nuclear powers, was well on the way to 223. 223. Ensuring that the Treaty Review Conference ended in failure for Mexico and much of the world. In fact, by late 1994, the indefinite and unconditional extension of the treaty was a foregone conclusion. The U.S. and the other nuclear powers had enlisted the support of allies, clients, and dependent states to sign now and talk later. With this diplomatic juggernaut in place, when the review conference convened, the U.S. and other nuclear powers easily resisted demands by non-aligned states to link treaty extension to serious disarmament commitments. They also turned down calls to create more nuclear weapons-free zones and to guarantee that non-nuclear weapons states would not be attacked by nuclear powers. 57. The declared nuclear powers did bend to demands that they conclude negotiations for a comprehensive test ban treaty the following year, and they agreed to conduct review conferences every 5 years. At best, these concessions provided grappling holds for future diplomatic struggles, but Mexican ambassador to the Conference on Disarmament Miguel Marin Bosch was right when he protested that the non-nuclear powers got almost nothing. Clinton did negotiate a CTBT, but a decade later the US and many key states have yet to ratify it. Accepting future review conferences was no less cynical. 5 years on, to prevent the conference's collapse, the US and other nuclear powers acceded to demands that they commit to 13 significant steps toward disarmament, but the US ambassador to the conference correctly stated that the conference declaration will have no more impact than it's had in the past. This was not idle talk. John Deutsch, Deputy Secretary of Defense and Director of the CIA in the first Clinton administration, explained that we live in a trident world, the US never intended, nor does it intend now to implement. It is, he said, just one of those things you have to say to get what you want from a conference. 5 years later, at the 2005 Review Conference, the 13 steps remained a dead letter, and the Bush II administration's disregard for its Article 6 commitments doomed the conference to failure. At roughly the same time, the Clinton administration demanded and won indefinite extension of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Declassified sections of the Pentagon's Chilling Essentials of Post-Cold War Deterrence were published. They recodified the U.S. commitment to and practice of nuclear terrorism. Deterrence, the essentials instructed, should create fear in an opponent's mind of extinction. Non-Russian nations, it warned, should understand that the penalty for using weapons of mass destruction should not just be military defeat, but the threat of even worse consequences. We must make good on our deterrence. 224. Statement in such a convincing way that the message to others will be so immediately discernible as to bolster deterrence thereafter. While the US, it promised, was not likely to use nuclear weapons unless then matters of the greatest importance, nuclear weapons always cast a shadow over any crisis or conflict in which the US is engaged. Deterrence, through the threat of use of nuclear weapons, it warned, will continue to be our top military strategy. The doctrine continued. Because of the value that comes from the ambiguity of what the US may do to an adversary, it hurts to portray ourselves as too fully rational and cool-headed, that the US may become irrational and vindictive if its vital interests are attacked should be part of the national persona we project to all adversaries. 2 years later, Clinton's third Secretary of Defense, former Republican Senator William Cohen, went further. After announcing that the B-2 stealth bomber added substantial new punch to America's nuclear arsenal and that the Pentagon had deployed a new bunker-buster B-61-11 nuclear warhead capable of destroying targets buried deep below ground, Cohen explained that he don't want to engage in a fair fight, a contemporary war of attrition. Instead, we want to dominate across the full spectrum of conflict so that if we ever have to fight, we win on our terms. Lest anyone misinterpret his message, hearkening back to Eisenhower's massive retaliation, Cohen repeated, "For now. And for many years we will be ready to fight Russia or China or a rogue or terrorist in the instant massive Cold War way." U.S. policy was now full-spectrum dominance. 60 as 1997 drew to an end, under pressure from the Pentagon, Clinton signed the first new presidential directive for the use of nuclear weapons since Ronald Reagan in 1981. As part of the Strategic Command's continued preparations, the National Strategic Response Plan replaced the single integrated operational plan. According to the new directive, the president now had more options when ordering nuclear strikes, ranging from a demonstration attack with a single weapon to a half-hour launching spasm of more than 600 missiles, many with multiple warheads. While this facilitated possible first-strike nuclear attacks against lesser powers, from China to Iraq, the core of the new plan remained the destruction of Russian nuclear and leadership targets. 61. Clinton and Korea. Enforcing U.S. hegemony required more than adjusting nuclear warfighting doctrines, modernizing the nation's nuclear arsenal, or nurturing the dot-com economic boom. Clinton and his senior advisors also believed 225. 225. That running the world required threatening nuclear attacks against North Korea, China, Libya, and Iraq. North Korean leaders have understandably unique perceptions of nuclear weapons and threats. Most Koreans associate the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings with the end of 35 years of brutal Japanese occupation and colonialism. Soon thereafter, North Korea was threatened with nuclear attacks in the early 1950s and again in the 1970s. The post-Cold War U.S. North Korean nuclear crisis is best understood in the contexts of Pyongyang's loss of Soviet protection and the economic shocks resulting from the loss of Chinese and Soviet subsidies. These and other insecurities have fueled North Korea's nuclear weapons program. Equally important to understanding the crisis is the U.S. stick-and-carrot approach to North Korea, its reliance on coercive threats, economic sanctions and military strikes, and its promises to provide inducements only after Pyongyang fulfills all U.S. demands. There is also the problem of successive U.S. administrations refusing to follow through on their commitments. 62 North Korea's nuclear ambitions can be traced to 1972 when, in secret negotiations with the Park Chung-hee government, and seeking to take advantage of South Korea's incipient nuclear weapons program, Kim Il-sung suggested that the two Koreas develop nuclear weapons together. 63 Few took Pyongyang's ostensible nuclear weapons program seriously until 1991, when IAEA inspections revealed the sophistication of Iraq's nuclear weapons program. As the U.S. national security elite transferred its distorted projections of Middle East geopolitical realities to Asia, they concluded that diplomacy would not eliminate the perceived Korean threat to U.S. regional hegemony. North Korea was labeled a nuclear rogue state. Before the year was out, Secretary of Defense Cheney canceled scheduled U.S. troop reductions in Korea, and Colin Powell complained that "I'm running out of villains. I'm down to Fidel Castro and Kim Il-sung." Right-wing newspapers like the Chicago Tribune followed suit, calling for preemptive U.S. attacks against North Korea's nuclear infrastructure. 64 Yet, as Leon Seigel and others documented, evidence of North Korean intentions was more ambiguous than the worst-case analyses suggested. Having lost essential support from Moscow and Beijing, North Korean leaders were more exposed to U.S. military threats and regime change stratagems. While neighboring economies boomed in the first decades of the Asia-Pacific century, North Korea suffered mass famine, calamitous economic contraction, and isolation. For Pyongyang, possession, or apparent possession, of a small deterrent nuclear arsenal was seen as a means to ensure the regime's survival and an invaluable bargaining chip in negotiations to join the Asia-Pacific economy. 65. 226. 226. Moscow first provided North Korea with a small research reactor in 1962, which operated under IAEA safeguards. A larger reactor built with Soviet assistance at Yongbyon was completed in 1987. First signs of potentially serious nuclear weapons ambitions were given little notice when, in 1989, U.S. spy satellites observed that the Yongbyon reactor had been shut down for the removal and replacement of radioactive fuel rods and confirmed that construction of a larger nuclear plant had begun. North Korean leaders understood that the collapse of the Soviet Union left the U.S. as the dominant and unchallenged regional force. Contrary to appearances, President Bush's withdrawal of U.S. nuclear weapons from South Korea did not actually reduce the threat confronting Pyongyang. The U.S. retained its ability to launch Tomahawk cruise missiles and other nuclear weapons from its 7th Fleet Armada, and 45,000 U.S. troops remained deployed in nearly 100 U.S. bases and installations across South Korea. As Bruce Cummings has explained, it was in 1991 that Pyongyang's leaders probably decided to build a small deterrent nuclear force. The country was surrounded by powerful enemies, the U.S., Japan, and South Korea. By drawing on the Chinese tradition of using appearances to substitute for real military power, North Korea could display enough activity to make possession of a nuclear device plausible to the outside world. If and when it became a nuclear power, like Israel, it could refuse to publicly declare its nuclear capabilities, thereby providing less incentive for Japan and South Korea to respond in kind. North Korean negotiators could also trade a small nuclear arsenal for U.S. security guarantees and commitments of economic and technological support. 66 Few, if any, in the U.S. doubted Washington's ability to prevail in a second Korean War, but the staggering human costs of such a war were little known. OP Plan 5007 called for taking the war to the enemy, conquering Pyongyang, replacing the North Korean government, and reunifying the country on U.S. terms. But the human costs of such a victory approached the unimaginable. In addition to the cataclysmic consequences of possible U.S. nuclear attacks and sabotage of South Korean reactors by North Korea, there remained the geographic reality of metropolitan Seoul. More than a quarter of the South Korean population then lived in the capital, which lies less than 35 miles from the demilitarized zone, where 70% of North Korea's military forces, including its heavy artillery, were and remain concentrated. Pentagon planning anticipated that during the first 12 hours of war Seoul would be blasted by 5,000 rounds of artillery. It anticipated that 1 million South Koreans, North Koreans, and Americans would die before the U.S. prevailed. 67 Within days of his inauguration, President Clinton bowed to Pentagon pressure and announced that, having been suspended for a year, the Team 227 Spirit military exercise targeted against North Korea would resume in March. In February, General Butler announced that post-Cold War retargeting had placed North Korea within the Strategic Command's crosshairs, and CIA Director Woolsey informed Congress that North Korea was the most grave current concern. Tensions were further heightened when IAEA Director Hans Blix, armed with U.S. spy satellite photos, called for special inspections of two previously unidentified North Korean nuclear installations at Yongbyon. In the wake of revelations about Iraq's pre-war nuclear weapons program, the UN Security Council reinforced the IAEA by making North Korea the first test of the more vigorous international consensus against nuclear proliferation. 68 Predictably enough, the threat of economic sanctions against already isolated North Korea did not achieve its desired ends. The threat only led to North Korean recalcitrance. 69 In mid-March, with tens of thousands of U.S. warriors, B-1 and B-52 bombers, and warships armed with Tomahawk cruise missiles surging toward and around North Korea in the Team Spirit exercises, Kim Il-sung announced that North Korea would withdraw from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, implicitly threatening Northeast Asian security. The crisis was thus fully engaged, but as one senior Clinton advisor put it, "Nobody knows what's going on in North Korea. Nobody knows who decides things there." 70 Reminiscent of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Joint Chiefs feared appeasement and warned Clinton, under no circumstances should engage in negotiations. "You should not reward them, you should punish them." 71 Unfortunately, Clinton was not as secure, cautious, or as clever as his idol, John Kennedy. But, like Kennedy, he came perilously close to stumbling into a catastrophic war. As the IAEA's deadline for access to undeclared North Korean nuclear sites approached, State Department officials and members of North Korea's UN delegation met informally in New York, where they framed a set of possible assurances that the U.S. could provide to Pyongyang to scale down the crisis. Ambassador Robert Galusi explained that these assurances could include a pledge not to threaten or use force against North Korea, a continued commitment to a U.S. DPRK diplomatic dialogue, and North Korea suspending its withdrawal from the NPT. 72 Serious problems, however, remained. The proposed assurances did not resolve the question of the IAEA's access to the sites and to Yongbyon, and President Kim Jong-sam and other conservative South Korean leaders were incensed that the U.S. had signaled its willingness to compromise. They warned that the U.S. seemed to be making important concessions without consulting its longtime ally, that the direct U.S., North Korean 228 talks indicated U.S. respect for the DPRK's legitimacy, and that Clinton's diplomatic démarche was allowing North Korea to buy time to complete its nuclear weapons program. Anxious to shore up domestic public opinion and the alliance with South Korea, in mid-July Clinton briefly visited Seoul, where he aggravated the crisis. Dressed for a compelling photo op, Clinton made his way to the DMZ, where he announced that North Korea was the scariest place on earth and that it would be pointless to try to develop nuclear weapons because if they ever used them, it would be the end of their country as they know it. While this played well on U.S. television and encouraged South Korean conservatives, it seriously undermined efforts to resolve the crisis by diplomatic means. Deputy Foreign Minister Kang, who was conducting Pyongyang's diplomacy with Galusi, protested that Clinton had violated their recent agreement not to threaten North Korea by publicly threatening them with annihilation while standing in military garb on their very border. Kang did more than protest. He pointed the way toward resolution of the crisis by informing Galusi that North Korea was prepared to decommission its graphite nuclear reactors if the U.S. replaced them with light water reactors, which are less amenable to nuclear weapons production. 73 Galusi supported Kang's proposal, but official Washington was less impressed. It had little regard for the NPT's promise that non-nuclear nations have the right to nuclear technologies for energy production. Nor did the U.S. elite appreciate that many developing nations are driven to emulate advanced nations by accumulating the accoutrements of development, in this case nuclear reactors for power generation. North Korea's energy needs, Clinton and the Washington establishment insisted, could be met with more traditional energy sources. The crisis intensified in early November when Blix reported to the General Assembly that the IAEA had made no progress in arranging the mandated special inspections. The General Assembly backed Blix, voting 140-1 that Pyongyang cooperate immediately with the IAEA. To underline the gravity of the vote, South Korea's defense minister informed the media that a military intervention might be needed to halt North Korea's nuclear program. Lay Aspin further aggravated the crisis by sparking a war scare with the false accusation that North Korea was massing forces along the DMZ, and by warning that we may be entering a kind of danger zone. These guys are starving and may believe that you can either starve or get killed in a war. Clinton in turn stoked the crisis with his announcement that North Korea cannot be allowed to develop a nuclear bomb, implying that the U.S. was preparing to take military action. 74. 229. 229. Pressures for war intensified through the winter. After another series of diplomatic miscues, the IAEA set a late February 1994 final deadline for inspections at Yongbyon, and the Clinton administration pressed the Security Council to support economic sanctions if the inspectors were again denied access to Yongbyon. Reinforcing his military threats, preparations for the Team Spirit War Games, which could also serve to cover preparations for a U.S. military attack, were accelerated. During a mid-February visit to Washington, the U.S. ambassador to South Korea, James Laney, warned that Washington's rhetoric and saber-rattling were causing greater fear in South Korea than the North's nuclear weapons program. He feared the administration's escalating militarist rhetoric could lead to an accidental war. 75 The IAEA inspection of Yongbyon finally took place in March, but it failed to ease mounting pressures for war. Inspectors were provided access to 6 sites, but they were refused admission to the plant in which plutonium was reprocessed. Although there was no evidence that the North Koreans were diverting plutonium for weapons production, Blix found it necessary to inform the UN that he could not provide assurances that fissile material was not being diverted. 1 week later, North Korea poured rhetorical fuel on the diplomatic fire when a negotiator at the Panmunjom armistice site told his South Korean counterpart that Seoul is not far from here. If a war breaks out, it will be a sea of fire. President Kim Jong-sam's response was to broadcast a videotape of the threat on South Korean television, further alarming the South Koreans. 76 By spring, Galusi compared the growing crisis to the pressures that triggered World War I, and as General Howell Estes put it, senior U.S. commanders in South Korea all thought we were going to war. Despite Clinton's pledge to prevent North Korea from becoming a nuclear power, the CIA reported that the odds were better than even that Pyongyang already had what it needed to manufacture atom bombs. It was widely assumed that Pyongyang had 1 or 2 atomic bombs, and Secretary Perry believed that North Korea's 8,000 fuel rods could be used to make as many as 5 nuclear warheads. Kim Il-sung's government was also in a difficult position. If IAEA inspectors were allowed to find that North Korea had not diverted nuclear fuel, its nuclear threat and thus its bargaining power would be severely undermined. On the other hand, if inspectors found that plutonium had been diverted, his government's duplicity could not be denied, and pressure to find the diverted fuel would only increase. 77 The crisis moved toward a climax in mid-May when, in the absence of IAEA inspectors, North Korea began removing fuel rods from the research reactor, undermining the IAEA's ability to track how individual fuel rods 230 had been used. On June 2, with 60% of the fuel rods removed, Blix notified the Security Council, signaling the need for serious international action. Kim Il-sung's response was sanctions mean war, and there is no mercy in war, and the Clinton administration was equally uncompromising in its active pursuit of sanctions. When, with strong U.S. encouragement, the IAEA board voted to halt technical assistance to North Korea's nuclear power program, Pyongyang announced its withdrawal from the IAEA and ordered the last of the inspectors to leave. Believing that Kim Il-sung would be true to his word and that sanctions indeed meant war, Clinton, his senior advisors, and the Pentagon made final preparations for a war that polls indicated would be supported by more than half of the U.S. people. 78 Fortunately, a former president's good intentions and political sleight of hand defused the crisis, winning nearly a decade of respite. Shortly before IAEA inspectors were given final, irreversible orders to leave, North Korea's chief negotiator again pointed the way to a settlement. In exchange for light water reactors, Pyongyang would dismantle its nuclear reprocessing plant. And, in a last, desperate effort to resolve the crisis diplomatically, Kim Il-sung invited former President Carter and a team of NGO advisors to travel to the Hermit Kingdom to explore possible solutions. Committed to prevailing over North Korea, Clinton and his senior advisors were less than pleased by the North Korean démarche, fearing where Carter's meddling might lead. There were, however, political costs to denying the former president, and after reiterating the limits of what the U.S. would and would not accept, and winning Carter's agreement that he would travel as a private citizen, Clinton approved the former president's travel plans. Carter and his entourage found their North Korean hosts unforthcoming. Carter believed that they were serious about going to war if sanctions were imposed, and kowtowing to Washington was not on their agenda. Progress was difficult and incremental, and to find grounds for agreement Carter assumed the roles of negotiator, intermediary, and policymaker. Without Clinton's authorization, he created an opening by promising negotiations for normalization of relations if a diplomatic solution to the crisis could be found. He also offered to recommend that the U.S. arrange construction of light water reactors if Kim Il-sung would permit the IAEA inspectors to remain in North Korea, and if he would freeze his nuclear program until a third round of U.S. DPRK negotiations. After gaining Kim Il-sung's agreement, Carter circumvented Clinton by announcing to the world on CNN television that an agreement had been reached. He reported its terms and pledged that the Clinton administration would halt its drive for political and economic sanctions. Clinton and his war cabinet were furious, denouncing Carter's actions as near traitorous and complaining that the former president had made it. 231 possible for Kim Il-sung to buy time just as they were about to pull the trigger. 79 Nonetheless, Carter prevailed, and in the months that followed an agreed framework was finalized. It committed the U.S. to provide North Korea with 2 light water reactors, with heavy fuel oil being supplied in the interim. The U.S. also pledged to reduce the level of its sanctions and to improve relations in exchange for North Korea freezing and eventually dismantling its nuclear program. In the years that followed, neither Washington nor Pyongyang fully honored their commitments. Clinton and China. Beyond North Korea lay China. After more than 20 years of relatively peaceful relations, In late 1995 and early 1996, Washington and China found their way back to military confrontation and nuclear threats over Taiwan at a time of major geopolitical transformations and significant political uncertainties in East Asia, China, and the US. A generation into its capitalist revolution, the Chinese economy was booming. In the US, expectations were rising that China's gross domestic product would soon exceed Japan's. Senior Clinton officials, led by Joseph Nye at the Pentagon, saw China as a rising power and worried about the consequences of failing to integrate it into the global order on US and Japanese terms. Twice in the 20th century, Nye frequently lectured, the world's dominant powers failed to integrate rising powers into their systems, resulting in catastrophic world wars. Such miscalculations, he warned, must not be repeated. Multiplying the challenges posed by China was the political turmoil it produced and the additional uncertainties of generational transition. Deng Xiaoping, who led Communist China's long march into postmodern capitalism, was on his deathbed, and the country's second generation of communist leaders, led by Jiang Zemin, had yet to consolidate or feel secure with their power. Complicating the new leader's tasks, decentralization of economic power fueled growing provincial demands for greater autonomy. These in turn threatened the central government's traditional powers and thus the country's unity. As if this were not enough, across the Taiwan Strait, President Lee Teng-hui was pressing Taiwan's campaign for formal independence from China in his re-election campaign. Despite Taiwan's growing economic integration with the mainland, Lee was committed to pursuing Taiwan's full national independence from China and made it the foundation of his re-election campaign. His aggressive approach to pressing Taiwanese independence as part of his election strategy triggered the 1996 crisis. In June 1995, as part of his campaigns, he demonstrated his power and influence. 232. By gaining Clinton administration approval for a visa application for an unofficial visit to the U.S., ostensibly to speak at Cornell University graduation exercises. Mirroring the turbulence and uncertainty of Beijing's and Taiwan's struggles for power, with U.S. presidential and congressional elections scheduled for November 1996, Clinton, his Republican rivals, and U.S. political classes were engaged in the ostensibly more genteel struggle to lead the world's indispensable nation. How best to relate to China was among the election year's defining issues. Then, as now, China's foreign policy priority was regional stability so that the nation's political, economic, and technological resources could focus on growth and development. Chinese leaders maintained that their foreign policy decisions remained based on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence articulated in 1954, mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. Respecting China's territorial integrity was a political imperative. More than a century and a half after having been forced to cede Hong Kong to Britain, the Crown colony that also served as the motor force for the Chinese economy was scheduled to be repatriated in 1997, with Macau to follow in 1999. Tibet too was being more firmly integrated into China's economic, political, and social systems through a campaign of Han Chinese colonization. In these contexts, and with 15 years of patient pursuit of peaceful unification with Taiwan having borne little fruit, in January 1996 Jiang Zemin addressed the Taiwan question. He put forward his 8-point proposal and the slogan "Chinese should not fight Chinese." In a speech that some criticized for its alarmist tone, Jiang warned that forces had meddled in the issue of Taiwan, interfering in China's international affairs. After 100 years of Japanese colonial occupation and U.S. neocolonialism that had alienated Taiwan from mainland China, it was essential, he lectured, to defend against the schemes of foreign forces to interfere in China's unification. He went on to remind the world that Beijing had not renounced the use of force to ensure that its renegade province remained Chinese. As his mentor Deng Xiaoping had warned, China is capable of blockading Taiwan if we consider it necessary to solve the long-term issues to serve the national interest. 81 Predictably, President Lee's visit to the U.S. was anything but low-key. Coming soon after Washington had eased restrictions on contacts between U.S. and Taiwanese officials, Jiang and his senior advisors understood the visa approval as a significant change in U.S. policy. Worse, Lee's extravagant speech at Cornell raised Beijing's concerns that he was moving further and further down the road toward independence. 82. 233. 233. China's military leaders were not happy and pressed for forceful action, and Jiang and China's new civilian leadership saw no political alternative to supporting the military's demands for a hardline response. As a first step, the Chinese ambassador to Washington was recalled, and in mid-July the People's Liberation Army announced that it would conduct 3 days of missile tests at sea just 90 miles north of Taiwan. In August, the missile tests were followed by 10 days of live-fire exercises off the Fujian coast. And, in mid-November, shortly before the Taiwanese election, the PLA conducted integrated air, land, and sea maneuvers south of the Taiwan Strait. Beijing's message was clear: this was a taste of what Taiwan could expect if its leaders persisted in pursuing national independence. 83 Andrew Scobell argues that these military exercises were undertaken in deadly earnest, but were meant to be strictly limited to a show of force with absolutely no plans to escalate to actual war. They were, he argues, a theatrical production carefully planned and each move, clearly telegraphed well in advance to the other actors. Leaders on both sides of the strait recognized this was a major theatrical event designed to limit Taiwanese political discourse and to affect the outcome of Taiwan's election. This may have been a demonstration of China's tradition of avoiding murderous warfare by using dramatic theatrical displays to overawe the enemy, but, without an invitation, the Clinton administration and the Pentagon opted to join and influence the military drama. 84 It was the drama's second act in early 1996 that caused its directors grave concern and frightened many of the actors, as well as the global audience. Beijing set the stage with a warning designed to keep the U.S. at bay. In early January, a senior PLA official informed Assistant Secretary of Defense Ches Freeman that plans for a missile attack against Taiwan consisting of one conventional missile strike a day for 30 days had been prepared. Targets, he was told, had been identified, and the PLA was awaiting a final decision by the Politburo. Freeman was also informed that China could act without fear of retaliation because U.S. leaders care more about Los Angeles than they do about Taiwan. China, Freeman was warned, would sacrifice millions of men and entire cities to assure the unity of China, but the U.S. would not risk such sacrifices an implicit nuclear threat. In anticipation of the Chinese show of force, or worse, Taiwan urged Washington to send it more missiles, and the Clinton administration developed ideas of its own. The nuclear-capable aircraft carrier Nimitz and a supporting fleet were sent through the Taiwan Strait, the first such U.S. naval exercise in 17 years. 85. 234. 234. As they prepared to send their March missive to the Taiwanese electorate, the Chinese Politburo sent a second message to Washington. Foreign Minister Liu Huiqi was dispatched to the U.S. capital to reassure the U.S. that China was planning only military exercises and missile tests, not a direct attack on Taiwan. Senior Clinton administration officials responded with what they described as constructive ambiguity. Both Secretary of Defense Perry and Assistant Secretary of State Lord expressed concern about Chinese threats against Taiwan. While Perry expressed confidence that a military confrontation was not imminent, he also signaled that "he don't know what we would do, and you don't because it's going to depend on the circumstances." Meanwhile, an unnamed official made it clear that there's no ambiguity about the seriousness with which we would greet any military action. 86 On March 5, China formally announced that a second round of missile tests and military exercises would be held on the eve of Taiwan's election. To demonstrate its ability to close the strait and thus enforce a devastating blockade, as well as its ability to destroy Taiwan, Beijing warned that missiles would be targeted against sea lanes north and south of the strait, bracketing the province. There would also be aerial bombing and amphibious landing exercises with 40 warships, 260 aircraft, and 150,000 troops mobilized for the exercises. 87 Washington's response shocked and frightened China's leadership. Not one, but two, nuclear-capable aircraft carriers and their supporting fleets were sent through the strait in an intimidating display of U.S. military power and will. 88 With people in Japan, the South China Sea, and beyond concerned that miscalculations could lead to catastrophe, the confrontation passed with ritual displays of force that illuminated the structure of the unresolved crisis and the hierarchy of terror. In the aftermath of the crisis, President Lee adopted a lower-profile approach to pressing Taiwanese independence, and Washington continued its sticks and carrot campaign to integrate China into the U.S., Japanese-dominated order. The U.S. also deepened its military alliance with Japan through the Clinton-Hashimoto Accords to ensure China's containment, while negotiating China's entry into the World Trade Organization. The 1996 confrontation was little more than the opening act of the U.S.-China post-Cold War drama. 2 years later, a low-profile meeting of NGO representatives from the U.S., China, and Japan took place in Tokyo to explore a new security order for East Asia. The U.S. NGO participants were Joseph Nye and his close collaborator Ezra Vogel, who had served the first Clinton administration as the State Department's National Intelligence Officer for East Asia. Their former student and 235 associate, Kurt Campbell, had succeeded Nye at the Pentagon as point man for U.S. Asia policy. Shortly before leaving for Asia, Vogel stated privately that his goal for the Tokyo meeting was to negotiate a grand bargain with China. How? By pressing U.S. threats to encircle China with theater missile defenses that could neutralize all of China's missiles. China would then be offered a deal. If it would forego deployment of more aggressive weapons systems and adopt no more aggressive military doctrines than were already in place, the U.S. would limit its missile defense deployments. When it was pointed out that this would essentially recreate the power relations that followed the Opium War by leaving in place the 7th Fleet and its nuclear weapons, more than 200 U.S. military bases and installations and 100,000 U.S. troops along China's borders, and the U.S. campaign to deploy arms in space, the former national intelligence officer had a one-word response: so. 89 Not surprisingly, Vogel failed to achieve his grand bargain. China's leaders resented U.S. plans to create a missile defense shield to reinforce its first strike nuclear swords and insisted that they would deploy as many missiles as necessary to overwhelm U.S. missile defenses. 90. Clinton's Middle East nuclear threats. The Clinton administration's arrogance of power was also reflected in its relations with Libya and Iraq. Careful readers of Clinton's presidential memoirs will find 3 references to Gaddafi's Libya. To refer to the 1988 bombing of a passenger plane over Lockerbie in Scotland, and to Reagan's and Clinton's subsequent bombing attacks to intimidate the Libyan tyrant. The third is an offhand rationalization of Clinton's support for what were then called theater missile defenses. Lost to the memory hole were Clinton's ambitions for Libya's oil reserves and his responses to Libya's pursuit of chemical and nuclear weapons. 91 Before assuming office, Clinton signaled the continuity of U.S. commitments to defending one of the greatest material prizes in world history. One of his first post-election international phone conversations was with Saudi Arabia's King Fahd, during which the king raised concerns about growing dangers from new hostile powers, including Iran. Clinton used the occasion to reassure Fahd of U.S. commitments to the Saudi monarchy. Weeks later, Clinton returned to the theme, telling the press that Saddam Hussein would be making a big mistake if he thought he could exploit openings during the presidential transition period. U.S. resolve, said the president-elect, is not going to weaken during this period of transition, and certainly not after January 20. 92. 236. 236. A preoccupation throughout the Clinton years was with what UN Ambassador Madeleine Albright called Migraine Hussein, ensuring Iraq's full cooperation with the UN inspection regime and the dismantling of its nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons infrastructures. Through a combination of unauthorized and US-enforced sanctions and inspections and non-sanctioned but limited US airstrikes, Saddam Hussein's government had been placed in a box. The Clinton administration was committed to keeping it there. Its principal method was the sanctions regime, which would claim an estimated 1 million Iraqi civilian lives, half of them children's, a cost that Albright told a television audience was worth the price. Both the Bush I and Clinton administrations were resolved to maintain sanctions until Saddam Hussein's downfall. The US-imposed no-fly regime limited Iraqi aircraft to just 40% of the country's airspace. This protected the Kurds in the north from chemical and other attacks, making possible the emergence of a quasi-independent Kurdish state. When Saddam Hussein's government periodically blocked the work of UN inspectors, demanded the departure of US inspectors, or appeared to threaten Kuwait, Clinton and British Prime Minister Tony Blair responded with bombing and cruise missile attacks, redeployment of aircraft carrier battle groups, and in October 1994 a massive military build-up on the Kuwaiti border. 93 IAEA inspectors successfully dismantled Iraq's surviving WMD infrastructure after concluding that, had Iraq been left to its own devices, it might have produced enough highly enriched uranium by 1996 for a small nuclear arsenal. By 1995 UN inspectors reported that Iraq was making no efforts to resurrect its NBC programs. Nonetheless, US leaders worried that as long as Saddam Hussein remained in power, Iraq might resume production of WMD and thus challenge US regional dominance. 94 It was Libya's WMD program, not Iraq's, that led to the Clinton administration's first Middle East nuclear threats. As William Arkin informed Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists readers, when President Bill Clinton made a short stopover at Aviano Air Base, in January, nuking Libya was almost surely on his mind. An underground chemical weapons facility at Tarhuna, 50 miles southeast of Tripoli, had just been identified by the CIA. In February, CIA Director Deutsch publicly voiced US concerns about Tarhuna, leading senior administration officials to make their nuclear threats. Ironically, the first threat was made at the April 11 signing of the Polindaba Treaty, an agreement designed to make Africa nuclear weapons free. In what would become common features of the second Bush administration, making a commitment then refusing to be bound by it, and conflating the very different lethal capabilities of chemical. 237. Biological and nuclear weapons. Robert Bell of the National Security Council publicly stated that the US would not be fully bound by Polindaba's prohibitions. As he signed the accord, he said that it will not limit options available to the United States in response to an attack by an ANFZ party using weapons of mass destruction. Days later, on April 23, Harold Smith, a member of Secretary of Defense Perry's staff, warned that if the United States wanted to destroy Tarhuna, it would have to use a nuclear weapon because conventional bombs couldn't penetrate the underground site. Assistant Secretary of Defense Kenneth Bacon underlined the threat, saying a B-61 warhead was the most likely nuclear weapon to be used. 95 These statements ignited a firestorm within U.S. political circles and internationally, forcing the Clinton administration to reverse course and state that there is no consideration to using nuclear weapons against this plant preemptively. Nonetheless, these threats, combined with sanctions, ultimately achieved the administration's goals. The classic example of successful coercive diplomacy, much of it secret, culminated soon after the Bush II, Cheney invasion of Iraq. Over a 6-year period, the Libyan government was positively rewarded, first for acknowledging its role in the bombing of the airliner over Lockerbie, and later for abandoning its chemical and nuclear weapons programs. 96 There was still Iraq. From the Clinton administration's perspective, the first major test of its resolve to keep Saddam Hussein in a box came in late October 1997. Anxious to end the crippling sanctions regime, the impact of which was compounded by the costs of his construction of extravagant palaces, Hussein hoped to exploit divisions within the Security Council by blocking UN inspections and demanding that US inspectors be excluded from the UNSCOM inspection teams. Washington responded by reassembling an international coalition to bolster its uncompromising stance at the UN with threats of expanded military attacks. In this first test, assisted by Russian mediation, the Clinton administration prevailed. U.S. inspectors returned to Iraq on an unconditional basis, backed by the humiliating assurance that intrusive inspections of so-called presidential sites would be unimpeded. The 1997 arrangement proved to be a short-term fix. In January, UNSCOM inspectors were prevented from entering presidential sites. This was followed by Iraqi demands for a 3-month moratorium on inspections and a 6-month deadline for the UN to give Iraq a clean bill of health and to lift sanctions. This displeased the Clinton administration, which again assembled an international coalition to support powerful military attacks against Iraq. Albright claimed that 15 nations would 238 contribute military resources, and that 8 were willing to allow their territories or airspace to be used in renewed warfare. The White House and Pentagon campaign to discipline Saddam Hussein was blunted by unexpected interventions. First, in a televised forum at Ohio State University set up by the State Department to mobilize popular U.S. and global support for the planned military strikes, Secretaries Albright and Cohen, and National Security Advisor Sandy Berger were caught off guard and unable to respond to students' challenges. The coup de grace came days later when UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan also intervened. To assuage Saddam Hussein's offended honor and to provide him diplomatic cover for backing down in the face of U.S. threats, Annan won his agreement that diplomats of the Secretary-General's choosing would accompany UNSCOM inspectors in future visits to presidential sites. Annan's intervention left Clinton administration officials and other national security hawks enraged that this appointed official from Africa had prevented the U.S. from disciplining the furthest reaches of its empire. Neither Saddam nor Clinton would be denied. In August 1998, against the advice of Russian and French diplomats, Saddam again protested the international community's failure to certify that the Iraqi WMD program no longer existed and to end the sanctions regime. Iraq, he announced, would cease cooperation with the UN inspectors. Over the next 2 months, the Clinton administration prepared Operation Desert Fox, making it known that it refused to rule out the use of nuclear weapons. In early January, backed by the Sixth Fleet and its implicit nuclear threats, 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles and 650 airstrikes devastated Iraq's military command and missile production facilities. 98 This was at best a dubious achievement. UN inspectors were no longer in position to monitor what, if anything, remained of the Iraqi WMD program. Saddam Hussein remained in power, and the Iraqi people continued to suffer and die under the sanctions regime. 99. 239. 239. When I was young and coming up, it was a dangerous world, and we knew exactly who they were. It was us versus them, and it was clear who the them was. Today, we're not so sure who they are, but we know they're there. George W. Bush, Boston Globe, September 23, 2001. We're an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality judiciously, as you will act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too, and that's how things will sort out. We're history's actors. Senior advisor to George W. Bush, New York Times, October 17, 2004. President Truman made the right decision when he used the bomb on Hiroshima. Speculation goes that casualties may have exceeded 1 million people. Dick Cheney 3 In March 2002, 1 year after George W. Bush assumed the presidency, the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists announced that it was moving the hands on its doomsday clock forward to 7 minutes to midnight. The reasons given were many. They were concerned about the security of nuclear weapons materials, especially in Russia. There was the continuing crisis between India and Pakistan, which had exchanged nuclear threats in 1999, but primarily, they were alarmed by the Bush administration's preference for unilateral action rather than cooperative international diplomacy. This was compounded by the U.S. abandonment of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty and U.S. efforts to thwart the enactment of international agreements, to constrain proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. 2 months later, the bulletin returned to the theme, editorializing that not since the resurgence of the Cold War in 8. Romance of Ruthlessness 7 minutes to midnight. 240. 240. Ronald Reagan's first term has U.S. defense strategy placed such an emphasis on nuclear weapons. 5. During the 2000 presidential campaign, Bush promised voters a humble U.S. foreign policy, leading many to expect continuity with his father's administration. Instead, during his first term, he and the neoconservative cabal that rose to power with him engaged in a disastrous romance of the ruthless. They believed that they could expand and consolidate U.S. global power if only their ferocity could be unleashed. 6. As they reminded the world when they assumed power, senior figures in the Bush administration saw themselves as the inheritors of the U.S. imperial traditions of Theodore Roosevelt and Henry Cabot Lodge. As explained here, despite their disdain for what they understood to be the lost opportunities of the Clinton years, their reckless embrace of unilateralism and first strike nuclear war doctrines was consistent with Clintonian faith and practice. The idealistic neoconservatives were simply more zealous in their disregard for the United Nations and its charter, in their discriminatory commitments to counter-proliferation, and in precipitously launching disastrous wars. This chapter begins with a review of the neoconservatives' commitments and ambitions, including those of the ostensible realist National Security Advisor and later Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice. It explains how they disregarded warnings about the all-too-immediate dangers posed by Al-Qaeda as they focused obsessively before the 9/11 attacks on abrogating the ABM Treaty. Their goal was to open the way for deployments of first strike-related missile defenses targeted as much against China as against the possibly nuclear North Korea. The chapter roots the criminal tragedies of the Bush 2 years in the neoconservative Cheney's commitment to impose what he described as the arrangement for the 21st century, to ensure U.S. imperial dominance for decades to come. After introducing the administration's doctrines of dominance designed to impose the arrangement, the chapter explores how they were implemented, why and how the Bush administration sabotaged the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and attempted to replace it with the Proliferation Security Initiative, and concludes with the sorry histories of the administration's nuclear threats against North Korea, Iraq, and Iran. Neoconservatives, realists, and their ambitions. Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Louis Libby, Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz, Deputy Secretary of Defense. 241. 241. Zalmay Khalilzad, and the President's brother, Jeb Bush, were all leading figures in the 1990s neoconservative Project for a New American Century, which protested that American foreign and defense policy is adrift. Washington, they argued, must resolve to shape a new century favorable to American principles and interests and to make the case and rally support for American global leadership. They envisioned a massive build-up of high-tech weapons and greater reliance on nuclear weapons and military power than on diplomacy. Finally, regime change in Iraq, the albatross that eventually scuppered the neoconservative project, was a major neoconservative priority of this group which dominated the first Bush II administration. Somewhat less dogmatic was Condoleezza Rice, who dominated the administration's second-term foreign policies. In a major pre-election article published in Foreign Affairs, she urged a return to realpolitik, arguing that the U.S. should focus on comprehensive engagements with the big powers, particularly Russia and China. She also made common cause with the neoconservatives, calling for the U.S. to deal decisively with the threat of rogue regimes and hostile powers. Bridging the neoconservative/realist divide were Zalmay Khalilzad and Richard Armitage, who believed that full-spectrum dominance required reconfiguration of the country's global infrastructure of 725 foreign military bases and installations. In separate studies, they advocated that bases be diversified to better surround and contain what they anticipated to be the primary challenge to U.S. power and global dominance in the 21st century, China. As vice presidential candidate Cheney, the former Secretary of Defense, boasted, these were leaders who were inspired by the founders of the U.S. overseas empire, Theodore Roosevelt, Henry Cabot Lodge, and Admiral Mahan. There would be imperial continuity, but there would also be imperial change. 7. Although many were led to believe that the administration's aggressive militarism was a response to the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon, senior administration officials signaled their intentions months earlier. Soon after coming to office, Cheney informed an interviewer that there was a primary organizing event or dynamic at work in the world, and bragged that the arrangement the 21st century is most assuredly being shaped right now. It would, he said, ensure that the United States will continue to be the dominant political, economic, and military power in the world. 8. Rejecting advice from outgoing Clinton officials and holdovers like counterterrorism coordinator Richard Clarke. 9. During most of the first year in office, senior Bush officials devoted little attention to Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. Their primary concerns were winning enormous tax. 242. 242. Reductions for the wealthy, consolidating U.S. control over the world's energy resources, and containing China. Beijing was seen as Washington's primary strategic competitor, and, as Armitage and Khalilzad had advised, realigning U.S. forces and military doctrine toward Asia and the Pacific and away from Europe was among Rumsfeld's first tasks. Not surprisingly, the administration's first international crisis and test of will resulted from the collision of a U.S. spy plane and the Chinese jet sent to pursue it. China's growing energy demands were also a source of concern, adding incentives for the Bush II administration to address Iraqi and Iranian challenges to U.S. Middle East hegemony. Focusing on Asia and the Middle East were not the only elements of the discriminate deterrence doctrine, which still applied. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld made transformation of the military through the revolution in military affairs, developing, deploying, and integrating the most advanced warfighting technologies, the defining institutional commitment of his tenure. At the top of newly installed Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld's priority list were missile defenses. In a major speech scheduled for delivery on September 11, 2001, Secretary Rice had prepared to announce that missile defenses were the new cornerstone of U.S. security policy. 10. They were seen as essential to the arrangement for the 21st century because of the role they could play in reinforcing U.S. East Asian and Middle East hegemony. They would also provide diplomatic and technological wedges for accelerating U.S. monopoly of the militarization of space. During their first 9 months in office, despite repeated missile defense test failures, senior administration officials were preoccupied with planning for missile defense deployments to ensure the program was irreversible. During this period, when the administration still maintained the facade of respect for international law and agreements, Bush and his advisors faced a significant obstacle in the form of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. Initial deployment of missile defenses in Alaska would not violate the treaty, but over the longer term follow-on deployments would. As a Heritage Foundation report explained, we can't get close to deploying missile defense without taking the next step, scrapping the ABM treaty. As long as the treaty exists, public debate will center on how to amend it. Abrogating the ABM treaty thus became a top administration priority. As Richard Clarke has since written, despite his efforts to stress the urgency of addressing threats posed by Al-Qaeda, it was not until September 4, 2001, 7 days before the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, that Bush's senior advisors met to begin discussing counterterrorism strategy. Clarke understood the cause of the delay. For 8 months Bush and his cabinet had been evading the fine points of the ABM treaty. 11. 243. 243. Few later recalled that the rhetoric used by Bush II in his May 1, 2001 speech to build public support for missile defense deployments and the vital role of the U.S. nuclear arsenal included the same slogans that he would repeatedly use to justify his war on terror and invasion of Iraq. Speaking at the National Defense University in May 2001, Bush warned that, like Saddam Hussein, some of today's tyrants are gripped by an implacable hatred of the United States of America. They hate our friends. They hate our values. They hate democracy and freedom and individual liberty. Many care little for the lives of their own people. Missile defenses, he promised, would counter the different threats of today's world, but to do so we must move beyond the constraints of the 30-year-old ABM Treaty. 12. Doctrines of dominance. The 9/11 attacks notwithstanding, the administration's nuclear posture review in December 2001 was an extension of the President's National Defense University speech. Its message was unmistakable, and as the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists editorialized, not since the resurgence of the Cold War in Ronald Reagan's first term has U.S. defense strategy placed such an emphasis on nuclear weapons. The review reiterated U.S. commitment to first strike nuclear warfighting. For the first time, 7 nations were specifically named as primary nuclear targets: Russia, China, Iraq, Iran, Syria, Libya, and North Korea. Consistent with calls by senior administration figures who spoke of their bias in favor of things that might be usable, the review urged funding for development of new and more usable nuclear weapons. This included a new bunker buster, more powerful than the warhead designed by the Clinton Pentagon to destroy enemy command bunkers and WMD installations sited hundreds of feet beneath the surface. Rumsfeld's weapon was to be 70 times more powerful than the Hiroshima A-bomb. To ensure that this and other new nuclear weapons could inflict their holocausts, the review called for accelerating preparations for resumption of nuclear weapons testing at the Nevada test site. It also pressed expansion of the nuclear weapons laboratories to continue modernization of the nuclear arsenal and to train a new generation of nuclear weapons scientists. Among their first projects would be the design of a reliable replacement warhead to serve as the military's primary strategic weapon for the first half of the 21st century. With a massive infusion of new funds to consolidate and revitalize nuclear research, development, and production facilities, National Nuclear Security Administration Deputy Administrator Tom D'Agostino testified it would restore us to a level of capability comparable to what we had during the Cold War. 13. 244. 244. Later, in much the same way that the first Bush administration leaked and then withdrew its defense policy guidance, the Rumsfeld Pentagon published and then ostensibly rescinded a non-classified version of its doctrine for joint nuclear operations. 14. The doctrine was revealing, profoundly disturbing, and in the tradition of Clinton's Essentials of Post-Cold War Deterrence communicated that the U.S. could all too easily become irrational and vindictive. Most striking was the doctrine's extended discussion of deterrence. Rather than define deterrence as prevention of nuclear attacks by other nuclear powers, the doctrine stated that the focus of U.S. deterrence efforts is, to influence potential adversaries to withhold actions intended to harm us national interests. Based on the adversary's perception of the likelihood and magnitude of the costs or consequences corresponding to these courses of actions. Diplomatically, the doctrine continued, the central focus of deterrence is for one nation to exert such influence over a potential adversary's decision process that the potential adversary makes a deliberate choice to refrain from a COA. In addition to putting Chinese diplomatic efforts to marginalize U.S. power in Asia on notice or deterring unlikely Russian or French nuclear attacks, the central role of the U.S. nuclear arsenal was global dominance. China, Russia, France, and Germany were reminded of their proper place, and Iran and Venezuela received ample warning not to adopt oil and energy policy COAs that would harm U.S. national interests. 15. Placing the world on further notice, the doctrine threatened that the U.S. does not make positive statements defining the circumstances under which it would use nuclear weapons. Maintaining ambiguity about when the U.S. would use nuclear weapons would help to create doubt in the minds of potential adversaries. The doctrine also refused to rule out nuclear attacks against non-nuclear weapon states. In the tradition of international law being what those who have the power to impose it say it is, 16. The doctrine instructed the U.S. military that no customary or conventional international law prohibits nations from employing nuclear weapons in armed conflict, and it argued that nuclear wars can be won. Training, it stated, can help prepare friendly forces to survive the effects of nuclear weapons and improve the effectiveness of surviving forces. The doctrine went on to confirm the bankruptcy of the Moscow Treaty negotiated between the Bush and Putin governments in 2002 to provide political and diplomatic cover for Russia's limited ability to field nuclear weapons and Washington's insistence on abrogating the ABM Treaty. The doctrine was clear that U.S. nuclear forces would not actually be reduced because U.S. strategic nuclear weapons remain in storage and serve as an 245 augmentation capability should U.S. strategic nuclear force requirements rise above the levels of the Moscow Treaty. Increased authority was given to field commanders to propose targets for nuclear attacks and described the circumstances when field commanders could request approval to launch first-strike nuclear attacks. For rapid and favorable war termination on U.S. terms. When an enemy uses, or is believed to be planning to use, chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons. When deep and hardened enemy bunkers contain chemical or biological weapons or WMD command and control facilities. To counter potentially overwhelming adversary conventional forces. To respond to adversary-supplied WMD use by surrogates such as Al-Qaeda-like cells. The doctrine also explicitly authorized targeting civilians and cities. The Bush administration's third major military doctrine was its National Security Statement, published on September 20, 2002, in time to reinforce the marketing campaign for the invasion of Iraq. At a deeper level, the security statement codified a new unilateralist approach to empire in which, legitimate by the demand that nations be for us or against us, there was less concern for the priorities and input of Washington's junior partners. Short-term conceptions of the U.S. national interest would be paramount, and as Richard Haas, Director of Policy Planning at the State Department, had earlier signaled, one of the doctrine's central features was limits of sovereignty. This was an extension of Clintonian humanitarian intervention, which was best described during the 1999 U.S.-NATO war against Serbia over Kosovo as the unilateral U.S. abandonment of the UN Charter and its limits on international intervention in favor of a vague new system that is much more tolerant of military intervention but has few hard and fast rules. 17. Ignoring the 2 million people languishing in U.S. prisons and the precarious economic circumstances of millions in the U.S., the security statement began by chauvinistically celebrating that the Cold War ended with a single model for national success: freedom, democracy, and free enterprise. Wrapped in patriotic human rights rhetoric. The security statement boasted that the U.S. had become the ultimate guarantor of international order, and it reprised the 1992 Cheney-Wolfowitz defense policy guidance that had been promulgated in the last days of the Bush-I presidency. Preventing the emergence of regional or global competitors was once again the explicit first priority of U.S. foreign and military policies. No longer would a rising power need to prepare or threaten to attack the U.S. to warrant 246 preemptive actions. Instead, they could be devastated and destroyed for the crime of emerging as major powers. China and even the European Union were thus implicitly forewarned. 18. Although much of the security statement was framed as an aggressive response to Al-Qaeda and similar terrorist threats, it also stressed the centrality of U.S. policy toward Asia. In Asia and the Pacific, it announced, the U.S. must maintain forces that reflect our commitments to our allies, our requirements, our technological advances, and the strategic environment. The U.S. would look to Japan to continue forging a leading role in regional and global affairs based on our common interests, i.e. the continued deepening of the U.S.-Japanese military alliance. An additional warning was also sent to Beijing. China's leaders have not yet made the next series of fundamental choices about the character of their state. In pursuing advanced military capabilities that can threaten its neighbors, China is following an outdated path that, in the end, will hamper its own pursuit of national greatness. 19. The limits of sovereignty doctrine did not apply to the U.S., which refused to accept treaty restrictions that interfered with the imposition of the arrangement for the 21st century. From the beginning, the Bush administration denounced the Kyoto Protocol negotiated to limit global warming, because it limited free enterprise, the single model for national success. The International Criminal Court was similarly shunned. It would make the U.S. military, the president's senior advisors, and the president himself personally accountable to the laws of war. The Republican-controlled Congress had defeated ratification of the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty in 1999, and Bush administration commitments to accelerating preparations for renewed nuclear weapons testing trumped the Clinton administration 2000 NPT Review Conference pledge to ratify the CTBT. Similarly, while demanding access to Iraq's chemical and biological warfare plants was seen as an urgent necessity, opening U.S. facilities to inspections was seen as an unconscionable affront. As a result, within months of coming to power, practically standing alone, the Bush administration brought the 7-year effort to negotiate an inspection regime for the Biological Weapons Convention to an unexpected close. As he walked out of the negotiations, the senior U.S. representative explained that the draft protocol did not protect sensitive information held by governments or businesses. 1 year later, scientists on both sides of the Atlantic warned that the United States developing a new generation of weapons that 247 undermine and possibly violate international treaties on biological and chemical warfare. 20. Undermining the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Competing with its illegal invasion of Iraq for the prize of the most reckless of the Bush-Cheney assaults on the UN system was its campaign against the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The administration's goal was simple: to preserve the existing hierarchy of nuclear terrorism, as the New York Times reported, by rewriting the NPT without actually renegotiating it. When the 2005 review conference collapsed in failure, there was near universal agreement with former British Foreign Minister Robin Cook's assessment that no delegation worked harder to frustrate agreement than the representatives of George Bush. 21. The Bush administration was anything but subtle in signaling its contempt for the NPT and the review conference. For a year, beginning with the 2004 NPT Preparatory Conference and continuing through the first 2 weeks of the month-long 2005 review, the Bush administration refused to even agree to an agenda for debate and negotiations. Ambassador-designate John Bolton, notorious for his statement that nothing would be lost if the top 10 floors of the UN headquarters simply disappeared, did almost nothing to support the review conference. And, although Bush had repeatedly warned that nuclear proliferation posed the biggest single threat to the United States, as the New York Times reported, the administration decided against sending Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice to the conference, leaving arguments to mid-level diplomats. 22. The Bush administration's single agenda for the review conference was to close the NPT's Article 4 loopholes, which make it possible for governments to use nuclear power generation as the foundation for developing nuclear weapons programs. However, unlike a 15-year-old IAEA proposal which was backed by many nations, the U.S. did not suggest that nuclear energy be developed under the IAEA's authority. National Security Advisor Stephen J. Hadley made no secret that Washington's primary concern was to block Iran's nuclear ambitions. As the administration's stated objectives for the conference made clear, it wanted should be taken if warning signs suggest an intent to acquire nuclear weapons, such as the secret pursuit of nuclear fuel cycle facilities. 23. Most of the world's governments also wanted to close the NPT's loopholes, but as the 110 countries that participated in the Mexican-sponsored Nuclear Weapons-Free Zones Conference on the eve of the NPT review. 248 declared, they also wanted movement toward implementation of Article 6. We are convinced, their final declaration read, that reaching the objective of permanently eliminating and prohibiting nuclear weapons requires firm political will from all states, particularly those states that possess nuclear weapons. Worse in the eyes of the Bush administration were the demands from the non-aligned movement, led by Malaysia. They demanded early ratification of the CTBT, Full compliance with Article 6 obligations including the 13 practical steps accepted at the 2000 Review Conference, implementation of the 1996 International Court of Justice Advisory Opinion on the illegality of the use and threatened use of nuclear weapons, a fissile material cut-off treaty, application of the NPT to Israel, India, and Pakistan, and establishment of additional nuclear weapons-free zones. Each demand was an abomination to Bush and his cohorts. After finally accepting a compromise agenda halfway through the conference, the U.S. continued to paralyze the conference by refusing to agree to any reference to the 13 agreed steps in the conference's final declaration. As a result, the conference was unable to adopt a final resolution and ended in failure. Many wondered if it signaled the end of the NPT order. 24 The Bush administration did not miss a step in declaring that it was ready to take over. It asserted that responsibility for non-proliferation lay not in the UN General Assembly but in the Pentagon. Within days of the conference's collapse, Secretary of State Rice led the administration's public relations diplomacy, boasting that its proliferation security initiative had stopped 11 weapons-related transfers abroad, including 2 to North Korea and to Iran. As her critics noted, having helped to derail the NPT review, she had taken a good little program, the PSI, and puffed up totally out of proportion. 25 The quality and legality of PSI remain matters of debate. It is a US-led program, involving just over 15 nations including Britain, Germany, Holland, Japan, Poland, and Portugal in seizing shipments of nuclear materials and technologies on land, at sea, and in the air. Consistent with the Bush National Security Statement, PSI operates outside the UN Charter and in violation of the Convention on the Law of the Sea. Perhaps because of the project's secrecy in part to protect the identities of participating militaries and their operations, Secretary Rice provided few convincing specifics about its successes. 26 Lest anyone doubt the Bush II administration's disregard for the NPT and its embrace of double standards, they were amply demonstrated in the administration's approaches to Iran's and India's nuclear programs in the year that followed the NPT review. Despite IAEA Director Mohammed 249 El-Baradei's testimony that his inspectors had not found evidence that Tehran had a nuclear weapons program and his request for time, patience, and diplomacy to ensure that Iran's primitive uranium enrichment program would be limited to power generation, the U.S. pressed for sanctions. While it encouraged diplomacy by its European allies, it refused to make a non-aggression commitment and insisted that all options including conventional and nuclear attacks remained on the table. Even as U.S. intelligence reported that Iran would be unable to produce a nuclear weapon on its own for 9 to 10 years, Bush administration rhetoric, diplomatic maneuvers, and military threats reminded many of his earlier campaign that culminated in the calamitous invasion of Iraq. Nuclear India, which unlike Iran had consistently refused to sign the NPT and which had been sanctioned by the US and the international community for becoming a nuclear power outside the NPT system, was accorded significantly better treatment. To cement an incipient alliance with India targeted primarily against China and Islamist forces, President Bush offered New Delhi advanced nuclear technologies and nuclear fuel with little asked in return. As Julian Borger wrote in The Guardian, the deal removed the one incentive many countries had to stay in the NPT, the right to buy civilian nuclear technology in return for foregoing the right to build nuclear weapons. Bush made it possible for India to simply circumvent the NPT. 27. Nuking Iraq. Images of 2 airliners crashing into the World Trade Center, of people plummeting from the upper stories to their deaths, and of the collapse of the Twin Towers will long be defining icons of the early 21st century. Replayed endlessly by sensationalist media and repeatedly exploited by the Bush administration, they became essential to contemporary U.S. identity. The nation's and world's television audiences were not alone in their shock and confusion. Unaware of the source of the attacks, the U.S. military was placed on a DEFCON 3 global nuclear alert, and Russia responded with preparations to exercise all of their strategic nuclear forces. Soviet forces stood down when White House officials finally thought to order the State Department to intercede and explain the U.S. alert. 28. The 9/11 attacks also provided Bush and Cheney, whose post-election popularity was flagging, the political cover needed to promote war and new domestic policies that the U.S. people would not otherwise have supported. Bush became a self-described war president and ruled by magnifying and manipulating people's fears. In speech after speech he described the attacks as an act of war instead of framing them as crimes. 250. 250. That could be addressed through domestic and international law, court systems, intelligence, and diplomacy. When, on September 11, Rumsfeld advised the president that international law forbade retribution and would permit a military attack only to prevent future attacks, Bush responded angrily, "I don't care what the international lawyers say, we are going to kick some ass." 29. The leaders of the world's sole surviving superpower then turned to debate whose ass to kick. Despite the CIA's evidence of Al-Qaeda's responsibility for the terrorist attacks, when the administration's senior officials met on September 12, Wolfowitz framed much of the debate by insisting that there was no greater menace in the world than Iraqi President Hussein. Iraq, he urged, should be at the head of the target list. Wolfowitz did not win these initial debates because Vice President Cheney did not want to lose momentum by attacking Iraq first. Cheney did, however, promise that Iraq could be targeted at some point. 30. Within days of the 9/11 attacks, world leaders, including representatives of the European Union, were informed that they could either be for or against the US, and there was no room for equivocation. Governments would have to choose. This was quickly illustrated in Central Asia where, instead of pursuing diplomacy with the Taliban despite indications that it might be willing to deliver Al-Qaeda's leaders to the US, the Bush administration opted for war. Among the signals Rumsfeld sent to both the Taliban and the world was an oblique nuclear threat in which he refused to rule out the use of tactical nuclear weapons against caves in which Osama bin Laden was believed to be hiding. Pakistan's military, whose intelligence services had supported the Taliban's rise to, and exercise of, power, was informed that it could assist the U.S. in ousting the Taliban or become a primary target for U.S. military power. General Musharraf, Pakistan's dictatorial leader, opted to join Washington in replacing Afghanistan's brutal theocratic government with provincial warlords and the CIA's long-term asset, Hamid Karzai. 31. As the U.S. air war and its special forces on the ground opened the way for the Afghan Northern Alliance to march on Kabul, Bush and his neoconservatives felt increasingly free to focus on Iraq. In late November Bush gave Rumsfeld the green light to begin preparations for an invasion to overthrow Saddam Hussein, and in late December, after the defeat of the Taliban, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Tommy Franks turned fully to the task. Despite the administration's rhetoric, its numerous rationales, and the benefits its client state Israel expected to accrue from the removal of Saddam Hussein, like Desert Storm, Bush's invasion would be a war for oil. After the U.S. invasion, when asked why the U.S. had invaded Iraq but 251. 251. Not North Korea, Wolfowitz urged his audience to look at it simply. The most important difference between the two countries was that economically, we just had no choice in Iraq. The country swims on a sea of oil. He would later explain that his intent had been to explain why economic sanctions against Iraq would not suffice, but the priority U.S. occupation troops gave to protecting Iraq's oil ministry while allowing nearly every other governmental installation including military bases to be looted testified otherwise. Elsewhere Wolfowitz explained that for bureaucratic reasons, we settled on one issue: weapons of mass destruction, because it was the one reason everyone could agree on. 32. President Bush used his January 2002 State of the Union speech to begin building domestic and international support for the planned invasion. Using a shocking slogan that brought to mind the Nazi-led Axis alliance, he warned that an axis of evil threatened the U.S. and the rest of the civilized world. This was perhaps the administration's most audacious effort to create reality. As many understood, if there was an axis of evil, it was not Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. Baghdad and Tehran were such bitter rivals that when US and British forces launched their invasion, Saddam Hussein's military strategy continued to be based on his belief that the greatest threat to his regime was an Iraqi Shiite uprising backed by Iran. Iraq's military was deployed accordingly, hastening Hussein's defeat. Nor was there an alliance between Baghdad and distant Pyongyang. Saddam Hussein had indeed made a $10 million down payment for North Korean missile manufacturing equipment, but Kim Jong-il sent nothing in return. 33 The war proved to be one of the greatest strategic blunders in U.S. history. Orchestrated by the administration's neoconservatives, U.S. and international public opinion were mobilized through a campaign of lies, cherry-picked intelligence, and catastrophic miscalculations. As Sir Richard Dearlove, head of British MI6 intelligence, reported to Tony Blair and his cabinet in the summer of 2002, Bush wanted to remove Saddam through military action, and the intelligence and facts were being fixed around the policy. Bush claimed that Iraq was seeking to purchase African uranium, and that if it developed or received fissile materials, it would be able to build a nuclear weapon within a year. Cheney warned that any of us are convinced that Saddam will acquire nuclear weapons fairly soon. Rumsfeld threatened that Saddam might use pilotless drones or his alliance with al-Qaeda as a means of delivering chemical and biological weapons. And Secretary Rice joined the campaign, testifying that it would be foolhardy to wait to see a mushroom cloud to take Hussein's nuclear weapons program seriously. Yet, many knew that Iraq had no nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons. There was no 252 African uranium, no mobile weapons plants, and no military program designed to attack the U.S. 34 Nor was there a sinister nexus between Iraq and the al-Qaeda terrorist network. Saddam Hussein, in fact, feared al-Qaeda and had not collaborated with its terrorists. When the first wave of invading U.S. forces moved quickly to seize and protect the country's oil ministry in Baghdad, but not its hospitals, libraries, or priceless historical treasures, it became crystal clear that the invasion had been a war for oil. The Bush administration had conquered Iraq to reconsolidate its hold on the prize as an essential step in imposing the arrangement for the 21st century. 35 Threatened use of the U.S. nuclear arsenal played an important, if not necessary, role in Washington's Pyrrhic victory. Before the war, in testimony to the UN Security Council, Mohammed el-Baradei reassured the world that there was no evidence of ongoing prohibited nuclear or nuclear-related activities in Iraq. There were, however, questions about the fate of Iraq's once vast chemical and biological weapons stores. U.S. war planners feared that if Saddam still had such weapons, he might rely on them as a last resort in defending himself and his regime. On December 10, 2002, as U.S. forces continued to move into position for the invasion, the Bush administration took steps to ensure that Saddam Hussein remained locked in the box inherited from the Clinton administration. It published an unclassified 6-page strategy that warned the United States will continue to make clear that it reserves the right to respond with overwhelming force, including through resort to all our options to the use of WMD against the United States, our forces abroad, and friends and allies. To ensure that this nuclear threat was not missed, administration officials told the press that the strategy bore considerable resemblance to a private warning that Secretary of State James A. Baker III sent to Saddam Hussein, before the Persian Gulf War in 1991. 36 Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction, and its military was seriously decayed as a result of the Iraq, Iran and Desert Storm Wars, the decade of sanctions, and the corruptions of dictatorship. Saddam Hussein's regime was quickly overcome by a combination of Rumsfeld's blitzkrieg and Iraqi military incompetence. Bush prematurely declared mission accomplished, and a little more than a year later the U.S. National Intelligence Estimate advised that Iraq faced 3 possible futures: it could collapse into the chaos of a failed state with forces like al-Qaeda finding sanctuaries there and having relative freedom of action; it could descend into the paroxysms of civil war, or, more hopefully, it could endure a period of the tenuous stability of a militarized and increasingly fundamentalist Shia society. 37. 253. 253. Threatening North Korea. Having suffered a humiliating and potentially calamitous defeat in its 6-year game of nuclear chicken with North Korea, at this writing it remains to be seen whether the Bush-Cheney government has the vision, will, or integrity to address and to overcome failures resulting from neoconservative arrogance toward Pyongyang. Unable to resolve internal divisions over whether U.S. imperial interests were best served by attempting to overthrow North Korea's unique brand of Stalinism or to negotiate an accommodation with it, the Bush administration had careened between making nuclear threats, participating half-heartedly in negotiations, and seeking to economically strangle the Pyongyang dictatorship. Along the way, it failed to seriously pursue diplomatic openings that might have prevented the October 9, 2006 test that demonstrated North Korea's limited nuclear weapons capabilities. Beginning in March 2001, it was clear that the newly installed Bush-Cheney government had not learned the lessons of its predecessors' early arrogance toward North Korea. 2 months after coming to office, it derailed diplomacy and a nearly completed comprehensive agreement with the Hermit Kingdom which had been negotiated in the last days of the Clinton administration. Compounding this self-inflicted wound, during his first meeting with an Asian head of state, President Bush humiliated South Korean President Kim Dae-jung and undermined Secretary of State Powell. The invitation extended to President Kim had indicated that the Bush administration would build on Clinton's Korean diplomacy and support the South Korean leader's sunshine policy toward North Korea, which was designed to facilitate a soft landing for North Korea. South Korea's elite had concluded that military defeat of North Korea or the sudden implosion of the dictatorial regime would result in disaster for the nation as a whole. Seoul lacked the economic and political resources needed to peacefully integrate North Korea's 21 million people without massive long-term disruptions. Beijing's leaders agreed with those around Kim Dae-jung that the sudden collapse of Pyongyang's communist monarchy would unleash a destabilizing deluge of North Koreans desperate for security and a better life into China and South Korea. Kim's sunshine policy was proactive, encouraging investment in North Korea to improve its economic infrastructure, and it relied on long-term multilayered engagements to harmonize what had become related but increasingly different Korean societies. Rather than receiving the anticipated support from President Bush, South Korea's heroic president was greeted with the news that North 254 Korea's leader could not be trusted, implying that there was no legitimate foundation for sunshine diplomacy. With their visceral antipathy to Clinton's approach to the world and their neoconservative resolve never to appease U.S. enemies, Bush and his most trusted advisors had opted to reverse course. Instead of building on the lessons of 1994, fulfilling U.S. commitments under the agreed framework, and concluding the comprehensive negotiations with North Korea, the president announced that he had ordered a complete review of U.S.-North Korean relations. In fact, since the signing of the agreed framework, Pyongyang's violations of the agreement were less egregious than Washington's. The U.S. failed to follow through on progress toward normalizing diplomatic relations. Delivery of heavy fuel oil often lagged. So too did construction of the light water nuclear reactors, ending economic sanctions, and reducing the military threat to North Korea. In retaliation for U.S. delays, the DPRK delayed IAEA inspections. It had also sought leverage in negotiations with the U.S. by initially resisting demands to inspect what the Clinton administration mistakenly believed was a nuclear site at Kunchang-ni. While offering little evidence to confirm their accusations, conservative Republicans had also charged that although North Korea had abided by the letter of the agreed framework, it was seeking a second path to nuclear weapons by enriching uranium. 38 With the nuclear reactors at Yongbyon frozen by the agreed framework, missiles, not nuclear weapons, became the focus of U.S.-North Korean tensions during the later Clinton years. In early 1998, the U.S. ratcheted up tensions by imposing additional economic sanctions to punish Pyongyang for selling missile technologies and components to Pakistan. Tensions increased again when, to mark Kim Jong-il's birthday, North Korea launched a 3-stage T-Podong-1 rocket that passed over Japan. Japanese political culture and the U.S. national security elite were shaken. Although the rocket failed to place its communications satellite into orbit, it demonstrated North Korea's ability to attack Japan. This was exploited by Japanese conservatives in their campaign to scrap the peace constitution and to rationalize Japanese participation in the U.S. missile defense program. It was in this context that Secretary of Defense Perry had developed the comprehensive approach to North Korea, and Secretary of State Albright all but finalized negotiations with the Hermit Kingdom on the eve of the 2000 presidential election. Despite having been demeaned by President Bush as a pygmy to be loathed, and having his government named a member of the axis of evil and target of U.S. nuclear weapons, Kim Jong-il was not without means to seriously engage the U.S. diplomatically. In what has since been called the Kelly moment, North Korea's leaders sent a double-edged 255 message to Washington to deter possible U.S. attacks and to indicate its openness to cooperative engagement. 39 In June 2002, after a small but deadly North-South Korean naval skirmish over fishing rights and the demarcation of their respective territorial waters, diplomacy seemed to promise better times. Mid-level U.S. and North Korean diplomats exchanged visits. Pyongyang announced economic reforms, including the creation of a special economic zone similar to the one used to launch China's capitalist revolution. Japanese Prime Minister Koizumi traveled to North Korea for a summit in which Kim Jong-il apologized for Cold War-era kidnappings of Japanese nationals and signaled his intention to pursue normalization of relations with Tokyo. Koizumi returned with a message for President Bush and his special envoy, Assistant Secretary of State James Kelly, who was scheduled to visit Pyongyang in October. North Korea hoped for a comprehensive advancement in resolving security and other issues, including missiles and the problem of nuclear development. 40 Unfortunately, Assistant Secretary Kelly was sent to North Korea to deliver a self-defeating ultimatum. After divisive battles within the Bush administration over the direction of its Korean policies, hardliners had prevailed. Kelly's message was framed to ensure its rejection. North Korea must dramatically alter its behavior across a range of issues, including its WMD programs, development and export of ballistic missiles, threats to its neighbors, support for terrorism, and the deplorable treatment of the North Korean people. Failure to do so would lead to dire consequences from the international community. Kelly also charged that the U.S. had evidence that Pyongyang was producing highly enriched uranium for atom bombs, a charge that Kelly's hosts initially denied, insisting they were fabrications. 41 But following overnight consultations, the North Koreans responded with diplomatic jujitsu. First, Vice Foreign Minister Kang Sok-ju, who had negotiated the agreed framework with the Clinton administration, informed Kelly that of course, we have a nuclear program and more. North Korea, he continued, was justified to pursue such capabilities and, it considered the agreed framework nullified. North Korea, he warned, had stronger weapons that it could wield if Washington insisted on threatening the DPRK. There was more. Harkening back to the unconsummated 2000 negotiations with the Clinton administration, Kang reiterated that North Korea wanted a comprehensive solution for all matters of concern between it and the U.S. Few in the U.S. were as perceptive as the scholar Leon Seigel, who understood that by acknowledging its covert nuclear program, Pyongyang putting it on the negotiating table. 42. 256. Having opted for confrontation, the Bush administration chose to ignore the North Korean offer to negotiate and interpreted Kang's statement as a confession. Kang's nuclear claim was widely publicized to justify the U.S. campaign to further isolate the DPRK and possible future military action. Others, including some members of South Korea's parliament and U.S. scholars, were not convinced that North Korea actually had a high-enriched uranium program. With no hard evidence from either the Bush administration or North Korea, they stressed that the alleged HEUP had not been proven to actually exist. Statements about the existence of the program served the interests of both Washington and Pyongyang. 43 The crisis deepened and became far more complex in the months that followed. In January 2003, Colin Powell once again spoke for the administration, announcing, "We cannot suddenly say gee, we're so scared. Let's have negotiations because we want to appease your misbehavior. This kind of action cannot be rewarded." Powell's spokesman added, "We have no intention of sitting down and bargaining again." Instead, ignoring Kim Dae-jung's warnings that halting oil shipments would cause Pyongyang to restart its Yongbyon nuclear reprocessing plant, Washington cut off the shipments. As Kim Dae-jung warned, the reactors were fired up. 44 Soon the confrontation reached the point that leading members of the Korean parliament, academia, and civil society saw it as potentially cataclysmic. One delegation that traveled to the U.S. to prevent a second potentially nuclear Korean war warned of the possibility of extreme action on the part of North Korea and the Bush administration. In meetings with members of Congress and their staff, scholars, the media, and the public, they explained that like the First World War, the situation threatened to spin out of control, and they advised that the intensifying nuclear crisis could be resolved diplomatically. They urged that the U.S. share whatever evidence it had that Pyongyang was actually producing highly enriched uranium for nuclear weapons, and that Washington offer Pyongyang a de facto non-aggression treaty in exchange for North Korean abandonment of nuclear weapons. 45 More unsettling news soon reached Washington. In South Korea, administration leaders were counting on old hardline Korean conservatives to replace what they saw as Kim Dae-jung's appeasement-prone government in a sharply contested presidential election. Instead, a military accident involving U.S. soldiers once again transformed South Korean politics, driving a wedge into the increasingly tenuous U.S.-South Korean alliance and seriously complicating the Bush administration's strategic calculations. 2 schoolgirls walking down a narrow street to a friend's birthday party were killed when they were run 257 over by a massive U.S. tank. Adding U.S. insult to Korean injury, the U.S. Army refused to hold anyone accountable. The unequal treaty, called a Status of Forces Agreement, between Seoul and Washington left South Koreans powerless to do more than protest publicly and, spurred by ever more massive candlelit vigils, to elect as president the human rights lawyer and Kim Dae-jung protege, Roh Moo-hyun. Unlike his conservative opponent, and more than Kim Dae-jung, Roh spoke for a generation with little or no memory of the Korean War, for young people who had risked imprisonment and otherwise sacrificed to overcome U.S.-sponsored military dictatorships, and for others who resented the almost 5 decades of abuses and usurpations 46 caused by the tens of thousands of U.S. troops based in their country. Roh came to office having called for withdrawal of U.S. forces from South Korea and deeply committed to Kim Dae-jung's Sunshine policy. Amidst these political and geostrategic cross-currents, Pyongyang proceeded cautiously, not crossing the red line of actually reprocessing plutonium. It did, however, in shows of force, test-fire short-range missiles, challenge a U.S. spy plane, and issue its customary blood-curdling threats. Bush administration hardliners responded by upping the ante. 24 nuclear-capable long-range bombers were dispatched to Guam, and an aircraft carrier, F-117 stealth fighters, and an Aegis destroyer and its cruise missiles were very publicly redeployed to South Korea. The Pentagon also let it be known that if it acted quickly, it could take out North Korea's nuclear reactor without contaminating the region with radiation. A second, more comprehensive and devastating nuclear strike, it warned, would then deter North Korea from retaliation with missile attacks on Seoul or Tokyo. 47 The Bush administration faced little domestic opposition to its campaign of military confrontation and nuclear threats against North Korea. Even if they had wanted to challenge them, leading Democrats had hamstrung themselves. During the political struggle leading up to the invasion of Iraq, many had protested that Bush was attacking the wrong country. North Korea, they argued, posed the more immediate threat. 48 Fortunately, Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld were not well positioned to follow through on their threats. The unexpected quagmire in Iraq, as well as the anticipated staggering consequences of a Second Korean War, imposed chastening realities and limits on their actions. The Chinese government, anxious to maintain regional peace, exercised diplomatic leadership and intervened by bringing the US, Russia, North and South Korea, and eventually Japan together for what became known as the Six-Party Negotiations. While North Korea continued to express its 258 willingness to freeze its nuclear program in exchange for energy assistance, U.S. non-aggression commitments, and movement toward normalization of relations, it also threatened and eventually resumed enrichment of its fuel rods. To strengthen its negotiating hand, it invited U.S. scientists to examine its nuclear weapons program and tested short and long-range missiles. The Bush administration was not alone in applying pressure to North Korea. Using sticks and carrots, Beijing briefly closed an oil pipeline to forcefully encourage North Korea to rejoin the six-party talks. It encouraged Kim Jong-il to be more forthcoming in negotiations by welcoming him to Shenzhen to show him the awesome economic advances made possible by opening to the West and capitalism. There was also pressure from the IAEA, with El Baradei describing North Korea as the most serious threat to the non-proliferation regime. Meanwhile, neither Beijing nor Seoul kowtowed to the world's sole superpower. China exercised what leverage it could over the Bush administration, at one point chastising it for becoming the principal obstacle in the six-party talks. It also blocked a US-backed Security Council resolution which would have legitimized military action to reinforce sanctions against North Korea. 49 Seoul also pursued a somewhat independent policy by distancing itself from repeated U.S. threats, resuming cabinet-level meetings with Kim Jong-il's government, and providing North Korea with food and fuel shipments despite Washington's objections. 50 Much like the 1994 agreed framework, the first 3 years of six-party talks served as a face-saving means to avoid war. In September 2005, Chinese diplomacy won what initially appeared to be an agreement in principle that North Korea would dismantle its nuclear program in exchange for improved U.S. ties and economic assistance. However, Pyongyang seemed to back away from the agreement the following day, and the U.S. undercut its own offer by reverting to a policy of regime change. It placed still more crippling financial sanctions, ostensibly to punish the North for selling counterfeit dollars. 51 On the Korean Peninsula, Secretary Rumsfeld's reconfiguration of U.S. military bases was used to pacify the South Korean public by reducing the size of the U.S. footprint on their country while simultaneously increasing its war-fighting capacities. Plans were announced to redeploy U.S. bases and military concentrations away from the DMZ and out of Seoul and to relocate them in more isolated communities further south. Politically, this strategy was less than fully successful. Many South Koreans feared that the redeployments made war more, not less, likely, with U.S. forces being moved to comparative safety beyond the range of North Korean artillery. 52. 259. 259. Meanwhile, across the Sea of Japan, Washington and Tokyo continued to deepen their military alliance, including pressing the campaign to eliminate Japan's peace constitution. Despite constitutional restrictions, leading figures in the Japanese government warned of possible first-strike Japanese attacks against North Korea. The US and Japan worked together in the United Nations to back sanctions with threats of military force. 3 years after the Kelly moment, the intense confrontation continued unabated. In its second national security statement, issued in March 2006, the Bush administration reiterated its commitments to preempt emerging threats through proactive counter-proliferation efforts and resort to force. The security statement warned of the serious nuclear proliferation challenge posed by North Korea, which was charged with a long and bleak record of duplicity and bad faith negotiations designed to split the United States from its allies. North Korea was again warned that it must give up all of its existing nuclear weapons programs. Signaling the Bush administration's orientation toward regime change, the security statement also warned that the United States has broader concerns regarding the DPRK, and Pyongyang was charged with counterfeiting U.S. currency, trafficking narcotics, threatening South Korea with its army and its neighbors with its missiles, and brutalizing and starving its own people. The security statement insisted that until the DPRK regime opened its political system, the U.S. would take all necessary measures to protect against the adverse effects of their bad conduct. 53 senior officials speaking to the press were more direct. The administration, they reported, had decided to move toward more confrontational measures. They repeated that the administration had concluded that the six-nation nuclear disarmament talks were a waste of time and that direct action was the only tactic that might force North Korea to give up its nuclear weapons program. While maintaining military and diplomatic pressure on Pyongyang, the U.S. continued its campaign to isolate the DPRK monetarily by freezing its assets in banks around the world. The administration's plan, one senior official explained, was to squeeze them economically and militarily, but keep the negotiations going. Their hope was that the six-party diplomacy would eventually serve as little more than a vehicle for accepting North Korea's capitulation. 54 The military option remained. In a sentence that National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley said applied equally to both Iran and North Korea, the revised security statement warned that diplomatic efforts must succeed if confrontation is to be avoided. 55 In September 2006, 1 month before the Korean nuclear test, the U.S. conducted the largest US-led naval exercises held in the Pacific. 260. Since the Vietnam War. The exercise was designed to send a message to both Pyongyang and Beijing: even if the U.S. was tied down in the Iraqi quagmire, it still had the power to annihilate both East Asian nations. 56 The morning of October 9, 2006 brought first reports of a partially successful North Korean nuclear weapons test and the near-complete failure of Bush administration nuclear threats and arrogance directed against Pyongyang. In the weeks that followed, the Bush administration won limited UN sanctions against North Korea, which continued to insist that its nuclear weapons program was defensive and designed only to deter a U.S. attack. The UN resolution provided for limited economic sanctions and for the interdiction of nuclear weapons-related equipment bound for and from North Korea. This was an important show of unity made possible in part by Beijing's anger that North Korea had failed to heed its warnings not to conduct a nuclear weapons test. However, Washington's and Tokyo's commitments to the sanctions regime appeared to be far greater than those in Beijing and Seoul, where the prospect of North Korean implosion remained more threatening than Pyongyang's limited nuclear capabilities. While endorsing the sanctions, President Roh's government was clear that South Korean investments in the North's economy would continue, and Beijing took no apparent steps to inspect North Korean shipments coming into and across China. The North Korean test and the Security Council resolution did not mark the diplomatic endgame. Outgoing UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan and former U.S. President Jimmy Carter pointed the way for future diplomacy by reiterating that the North Korean nuclear test was unacceptable, but pressed bilateral negotiations between Washington and Pyongyang. Carter was clear that what must be avoided is to leave a beleaguered nuclear nation convinced that it is permanently excluded from the international community, its existence threatened. North Korea signaled openness to substantive negotiations by reiterating its commitment to a nuclear weapons-free Korean peninsula in exchange for successful bilateral negotiations with the U.S. And China won an agreement from all six parties to resume their negotiations. The dangers, however, had hardly passed. Before the six-party talks reconvened, the senior U.S. general in Korea was warning that additional North Korean nuclear tests were likely. The U.S. accelerated deployments of missile defenses to Japan, and Clinton-era Secretary of Defense Perry warned that if China and South Korea did not coerce North Korea by threatening its food and oil supplies to prevent completion of a large nuclear reactor, the U.S. might take the only meaningful coercive action available to it, destroying the reactor before it could come online. 57. 261. In Japan there were noises about the possibility of starting its own nuclear program, while Prime Minister Abe reiterated his commitment to revise Japan's war-renouncing constitution before leaving office. Halfway around the world, U.S. forces led war games in the Persian Gulf designed to interdict shipments of unconventional weapons bound for Iran. 58 At the deepest level, the failed diplomacy and nuclear dangers involving the U.S., North Korea, and Iran all flowed from the hypocritical conceit that the U.S. and other nuclear powers were entitled to possess and wield nuclear weapons while others were to kowtow to their threats. In fact, counter-proliferation campaigns backed by nuclear threats were at best stopgap measures. Humanity faced the choice of nuclear weapons abolition or their global proliferation and the nuclear wars that would inevitably follow. 262. 262. 263. Humans cannot coexist with nuclear weapons. Japan Confederation of A and H bomb. Suffers organizations 1. Compliance with the NPT obligations is not a question of a la carte. Each article of the NPT is legally binding, at all times and in all circumstances. Miguel Ruiz Cabanas Izquierdo, Mexican ambassador to Japan 2. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that has. Margaret Mead 3. Speaking on the eve of the 2005 Nuclear Nonproliferation Review Conference, Christopher Weeramantry, then the recently retired Vice President of the International Court of Justice, warned that humanity was approaching the point of no return. He warned that unless the nuclear weapons states honored the World Court's 1999 advisory opinion on the illegality of the use and threatened use of nuclear weapons and fulfilled their NPT commitments, catastrophic nuclear war would inevitably follow. For our existential plight has changed little in the 50 years since Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein sounded the alarm that all, equally, are in peril, and if the peril is understood, there is hope that they may collectively avert it. 5. The danger of a U.S. Soviet thermonuclear exchange carrying the possibility of nuclear winter no longer haunts us as it once did, but as Daniel Ellsberg and others have warned, the probability of nuclear war has actually increased. Yet initiatives taken by governments, elected officials, NGOs, and popular movements provide hope that the unthinkable is not inevitable. Nuclear weapons abolition is not an impossible dream. Model treaties put forward by the Australian. 9. Abolition or annihilation. 263. And Malaysian governments and by international lawyers and physicians provide road maps to a world without nuclear weapons. What is most needed is popular will, the people's power rooted in individual efforts and sacrifices that can shake governments and transform national policies. This chapter is written with the understanding that individual people and the political movements that we create, support, and in which we participate affect the human condition. It is written in the hope that some readers will join nuclear weapons abolition movements or find other ways to build on the courageous efforts of those who have preceded us. I begin with a reality check because successful strategies require identifying vested interests and forces that must be overcome. The United States and other nations' reliance on nuclear weapons, and those nations and non-state forces which seek to rectify the imbalance of terror by obtaining them, have deep historical, cultural, and economic roots. These powerful forces should not be underestimated. People can change things for the better. Because it is difficult to find histories of the now 6-decade-old nuclear weapons abolition movement, as a small corrective, I have provided an impressionistic introduction to these movements. I have also highlighted the efforts of Nobel laureates and other statesmen who have not only called for nuclear weapons abolition, but who have played important roles in preventing nuclear war, in limiting nuclear weapons proliferation, and in creating the tough proposals and the diplomatic pressures needed to move the nuclear powers. Since Manhattan Project scientists made appeals for nuclear weapons abolition that were codified in the UN General Assembly's first resolution, efforts to contain and eliminate the dangers of nuclear war have been rooted in international law and the imperatives of legal and treaty obligations being fulfilled. The chapter reviews the nuclear powers' legal obligations to eliminate their genocidal arsenals, first and foremost in Article 6 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and in the advisory opinion of International Court of Justice. After clarifying the differences between arms control and arms abolition, I review the history and limitations of arms control agreements. I conclude by describing the post-Cold War transformation of the nuclear disarmament movement as it turned away from arms control and back to its abolitionist roots. I describe some of the most creative campaigns and include a summary of the most essential elements of a nuclear weapons abolition treaty that have been identified in arms control negotiations, in a succession of UN proposals, and in model treaties developed by the Australian and Malaysian governments. 264. 264. Reality check. Because we are confronted by a challenge with deep historical roots and enduring force, it would be foolish to underestimate the existential nuclear challenges. Some argue that with the 1945 Trinity test in the New Mexico desert the nuclear genie was released from its bottle, never to be recaptured. Others use the metaphor of Adam and Eve. Humanity has tasted the forbidden fruit and must now learn to live with its lost innocence or perish. And, like the men and women in Plato's allegorical cave, whose limited life experiences led them to believe that reality was limited to shadows on the wall, most people have been born since the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and accept nuclear weapons as part of the natural order. For them, the inherent but distant dangers of nuclear war are not unlike earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis. Things happen. Only in times of great crisis have vast numbers of people confronted the man-made threat that is now woven so deeply into the fabric of modern civilization, cataclysmic thermonuclear war. It may have become a cliché, but Einstein was right when he said that everything has changed except the way humans think. Hayabusa, who had this truth branded into their bones and psyches, have long warned that humans and nuclear weapons cannot coexist, providing the lens through which to envision new thinking and life-affirming paradigms. However, from the first censorship of news reports, photographs, and film footage from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, through the secrecy surrounding continuing U.S. nuclear threats, the U.S. people have been blinkered lest they freely consider the human condition and make their way to freedom. Today, instead of seeing nuclear weapons as a hammer over the Soviets, U.S. leaders have embraced nuclear weapons as the cornerstone of the nation's foreign and military policy. Thermonuclear weapons are the postmodern version of Theodore Roosevelt's Big Stick and the ultimate enforcer of full-spectrum dominance. In the first decade of the 21st century, U.S. presidents have relied more frequently on nuclear threats than most of their Cold War predecessors. Although somewhat chastened by its uncertain victory in Afghanistan and its military quagmire in Iraq, the Bush II administration refined, but did not move to change, its commitments to unilateralism and first-strike nuclear warfare. Its second national security statement reaffirmed the commitment to take anticipatory action and to act preemptively in exercising its inherent right of self-defense. Even as power over U.S. foreign and military policy appeared to pass from Vice President Cheney and Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld to Secretary of State Rice and other administration realists, the Bush administration continued to press Congress to fund development, production. 265. 265. And preparations for testing a new generation of genocidal nuclear weapons while expanding its first-strike missile defense deployments. 6. While the Bush II administration derided those who are reality-based, neither the long-cherished belief in U.S. exceptionalism nor the steady transformation of the U.S. political system from liberal democracy and republic to authoritarian plutocracy and empire have eliminated the law of cause and effect. There are costs involved in ignoring Cassandra's persistent warnings. For 6 decades Manhattan Project scientists, Hayabusa, directors of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Nobel laureates, religious leaders, renowned writers, government officials, and concerned citizens have raised the alarm that the U.S. and other nuclear powers are threatening human survival. They understand that because no nation will long tolerate what it perceives to be an unjust and oppressive imbalance of power, possession of nuclear weapons is the driving force of their proliferation. And, as illustrated by the Indian and Pakistani nuclear weapons programs, reliance on nuclear arsenals and threats to use them breed proliferation. With North Korea having declared itself and demonstrated that it is a nuclear weapons state, there are growing concerns that Japan and South Korea will follow. For more than 3 decades, senior Japanese officials have contended that the country's peace constitution gives it the right to possess tactical nuclear weapons. They assert that they have simply not chosen to exercise this right. 7. With nuclear weapons technology 6 decades old, it is increasingly accessible. Today, more than 400 nuclear reactors provide energy for 32 national economies, and more reactors are likely to come online as governments recklessly seek alternatives to dependence on oil and gas, as well as to slow global warming. As the Indian, Iranian, and North Korean nuclear programs remind us, these power plants can all too easily be used to develop the expertise and fissile materials needed for nuclear weapons. That 39 specified nations are required to sign and ratify the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty before it can go into force illustrates that dozens of nations are widely recognized as having the potential to become nuclear powers. And, as long as industrialized nations depend on nuclear power for energy generation, many non-nuclear nations will see them as essential to prosperity and will insist on their right to construct them. We thus face both immediate and long-term nuclear dangers. There have been other costs and dangers. The nuclear fuel cycle and the production and testing of U.S. nuclear weapons have claimed the lives of tens of thousands of uranium miners, downwinders, and atomic veterans. They have contaminated the environment and hundreds of thousands of people at a distance, as winds and rivers carried radioactive fallout. 266. 266. As other nations became nuclear powers, their peoples have been similarly victimized. Poorly monitored, low-level medical and industrial radioactive wastes, including those looted from Soviet and Iraqi sites, also increase the possibility of dirty bombs being used by non-state terrorists. Dirty bombs do not cause massive fission or fusion explosions. Instead, deadly low-level radioactive particles are spread over a comparatively small area, for example, Wall Street, Fleet Street, the Ginza, or Midin Tahrir in Cairo. The number of people murdered would be limited, but the resulting fear and economic damage would be enormous. 8. And, as in 1995 when Russian military technicians mistook a Norwegian weather rocket for a U.S. missile armed with multiple warheads, the danger of accidental nuclear war remains, especially as nuclear weapons proliferate. 9. Arms control. Campaigns for arms control and nuclear weapons abolition have at times complemented and reinforced one another. Their goals are, however, different. Because abolition can only be achieved through verifiable arms control agreements, the two are often confused. Arms control advocates seek to limit, but not completely remove, nuclear dangers. Over 3 decades US and Soviet diplomats used arms control negotiations to gain or reinforce strategic advantages and to co-opt popular movements demanding greater nuclear disarmament or abolition. Calls for abolition began 2 months before Hiroshima and Nagasaki were ravaged, when Manhattan Project scientists in Chicago prepared the Frank Report, warning of the dangers of a nuclear arms race. They raised the possibility of halting the production of fissile material, and they called for creation of a supranational organization that could protect the post-war world from nuclear weapons. After the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings, the first UN General Assembly resolution mandated establishment of the International Atomic Energy Commission to make specific proposals for the elimination from national armaments of atomic weapons and of all other major weapons adaptable to mass destruction. 10 Disarmament movements reflecting nations' unique historical experiences and their political realities developed in the 1950s. The World Peace Council, founded in 1950, was largely controlled by the Soviet Foreign Ministry, but its Stockholm Appeal, which was launched in March 1950, urged the unconditional prohibition of the atomic weapons with strict international control to enforce their elimination. The appeal also demanded that the first government to use nuclear weapons be branded. 267. 267. A war criminal. The declaration was signed by millions of people in communist nations and by more than 30 million people in France and Italy. 11. Many believed that the petition helped to prevent the US from using nuclear weapons during the Korean War. In 1955, following the Bravo H-bomb test on Bikini Atoll, the First World Conference against atomic and hydrogen bombs was held in Tokyo and Hiroshima and led to the creation of the Japan Council Against A and H bombs. In the U.S., the pediatrician Benjamin Spock, Saturday Review editor Norman Cousins, and the American Friends Service Committee's General Secretary Clarence Pickett responded to Albert Schweitzer's call to conscience by founding SANE, the Committee for a Sane Nuclear Policy. Its goal was to develop public support for a boldly conceived and executed policy which will lead mankind away from war and toward peace and justice. And, in 1958, after nuclear tests on Christmas Island and the Labour Party's reaffirmation of its commitment to a nuclear-armed Britain, Bertrand Russell, Kingsley Martin, Canon John L. Collins, Peggy Duff, and others launched the campaign for nuclear disarmament. 12-1 response to growing demands for an end to nuclear weapons testing and for nuclear disarmament were the McCloy-Zorin Accords in 1961. This U.S.-Soviet agreement demonstrated that arms control negotiations could succeed and identified principles for future multilateral negotiations to achieve general and complete disarmament. The principles included elimination of all stockpiles of nuclear, chemical, bacteriological, and other weapons of mass destruction and cessation of the production of such weapons, elimination of all means of delivery of weapons of mass destruction, and implementation of disarmament in an agreed sequence, by stages until it is completed, with each measure and stage carried out within specified time limits. Future arms control agreements were to be balanced so that no state or group of states gain military advantage and that security ensured for all. These accords served as the diplomatic foundation for the Limited Test Ban Treaty in 1963, and its vision of general and complete disarmament was enshrined in Article 6 of the NPT. 13. As the Soviet Union approached parity with the US in the 1970s, the pace of arms control negotiations accelerated. Although it ostensibly committed the nuclear powers to good faith negotiations to eliminate their nuclear arsenals, the 1968 NPT was primarily designed to consolidate the hierarchy of terror by preventing other nations from joining the nuclear club. Contrary to the McCloy-Zorin Accords, the 1971 SALT-I Treaty was calculated to lock in U.S. strategic advantages by limiting the number of U.S. and Soviet land-based ICBMs and legitimating the continued presence. 268 of U.S. bombers in Western Europe. The treaty's subtext was its acceleration of the arms race on two fronts. Although each power agreed to limit its nuclear-armed ICBMs to just over 1,000, no limits were placed on the number of warheads each missile could carry. This led to a race to deploy MIRVs, multiplying the genocidal power of each missile. The treaty also hastened the nuclear arms race at sea where the U.S. had a larger fleet and enormous technological advantages. 14. The Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, signed at the same time as SALT-I, limited the number of ABM batteries Washington and Moscow could each possess to 2 in order to prevent a defensive missile arms race. The treaty was widely seen as an effort to preserve MAD by outlawing the creation of missile shields that could reinforce first strike arsenals. Each nation was to remain vulnerable to nuclear attacks by the other, rendering a thermonuclear exchange unthinkable. The right-wing U.S. Committee on the Present Danger, many of whose members later occupied senior positions in the Reagan administration, believed that even with the ABM treaty, MAD could be circumvented by deploying Pershing II and Tomahawk cruise missiles in Europe. With their 8-minute flight time and pinpoint accuracy, the Pershing IIS were designed to decapitate the Soviet leadership before it could order a retaliatory strike. The slower cruise missiles would eliminate most of Moscow's second strike capabilities, and Star Wars missile defense shields were to be the last line of defense. Even if the system were not infallible, its advocates believed it would render Soviet leaders more malleable. SALT-II, concluded in 1979, limited missile launchers to 2,250 on each side, of which 1,250 could carry multiple warheads. This, too, reinforced the right-wing campaign to deploy the Euro missiles and the nuclear arms race at sea. Ultimately, The U.S. deployed 14 Trident submarines, each capable of launching 24 missiles armed with a total of approximately 2,000 thermonuclear warheads. 15. This was called arms control. A global movement to prevent the deployment of the Euromissiles and Soviet SS-20s, and to freeze the nuclear arms race forced the Reagan administration to reverse course and negotiate the Intermediate-Range Nuclear Forces Treaty with Mikhail Gorbachev in 1987. With the START treaties and its limited unilateral disarmament, the first Bush administration reinforced U.S. nuclear dominance while simultaneously reducing the dangers of accidental or unintended nuclear war. Negotiations for the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty were completed by the Clinton administration in 2000, but the U.S. has yet to ratify it, and may never do so. 269. 269. Other nuclear arms control agreements, some designed to advance nuclear weapons abolition, have been initiated by Third World, non-aligned, and Middle Powers nations. They negotiated 5 nuclear weapons-free zone treaties: Palindabo for Africa, Tlatelolco for Latin America, Rarotonga for the South Pacific, Bangkok for Southeast Asia, and Semipalatinsk for Central Asia. Although these nations lack the resources to fully enforce their nuclear-free zones from intrusions by the U.S. and other nuclear powers, especially at sea, they have limited nuclear weapons proliferation and have somewhat insulated these nations from the nuclear powers. The zones also help to establish a climate of moral suasion and have provided Arab states with a model to press for Israeli nuclear disarmament and to contain possible Iranian nuclear ambitions. Calls for a nuclear weapons-free zone are also seen as a way to reduce the dangers of nuclear war in Northeast Asia. On the eve of the 1995 NPT Extension Conference, non-aligned nations pressed for the adoption of 5 measures: 1. A commitment to negotiate the CTBT, 2. Negotiation of a fissile material cut-off treaty and phasing out of nuclear and non-nuclear powers stockpiles, 3. Full security assurances to non-nuclear weapon states, 4. Continued access to nuclear technologies for peaceful purposes, and 5. Extending the NPT to include Israel, India, and Pakistan. 16. Although the Clinton administration, with the assistance of other nuclear powers, forced NPT extension through the UN conference disregarding these demands, they resurfaced 5 years later in the platform of the New Agenda Coalition. Through steadfast and creative diplomacy, they won an irrevocable commitment from the US and other declared nuclear powers to fulfill their Article 6 treaty obligations and to take 13 critical steps in that direction. The world awaits the implementation of those steps. A major breakthrough in Track 2 diplomacy grew out of the World Court Project. 3 NGOs, including 2 Nobel Prize recipients, formed the project, which was joined by more than 700 other organizations who pressed their governments to support a UN General Assembly resolution requesting that the International Court of Justice provide an advisory opinion on the legality of the use and threatened use of nuclear weapons. 17. The World Court ruled that the use or threatened use of nuclear weapons is the ultimate evil. Citing the Nuremberg principles under which Nazi war criminals were tried, the World Court concluded that a threat or use of nuclear weapons would generally be contrary to the rules of international law applicable in armed conflict, and in particular their principles and rules of 270. 270. Humanitarian law. One disturbing caveat, which was a function of ICJ judges being nominated by their governments, was its inability to conclude definitively whether the use of nuclear weapons would be legal in an extreme circumstance of self-defense, in which the very survival of a state would be at stake. However, the judges were unanimous that the nuclear powers are bound by Article 6 of the NPT, and it reminded the world that there exists an obligation to pursue in good faith and bring a conclusion to negotiations leading to nuclear disarmament in all of its aspects. 18. The decision has had an enormous impact, inspiring abolitionists around the world and providing non-nuclear governments with a new foundation for their continued struggle to enforce Article 6 compliance. Foremost among governmental campaigns has been militias. Unnoticed by the U.S. media, Since the ICJ ruling, Malaysia's UN ambassador has introduced a General Assembly resolution every year calling for an international conference to negotiate a nuclear weapons convention providing for the complete elimination of nuclear weapons with a specified framework of time to eliminate all nuclear weapons. The General Assembly has repeatedly endorsed Malaysia's resolution by overwhelming margins, with China and some US allies voting for it. To reinforce its campaign, Malaysia, supported by 20 or more co-sponsors, regularly submits a draft treaty to demonstrate that abolition is possible and to provide a model for achieving it. 19. Revitalized abolition movements. Like all popular movements, support for nuclear weapons abolition has peaked and declined, surged and ebbed like ocean waves and tides. 20. The initial shock and horror at what the US inflicted on the people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was reflected in journalists' notes and photographs and in film footage seized by the Pentagon. For the US public, the first meaningful descriptions of the A-bomb's destruction and their impacts on people's lives came in John Hersey's 1946 articles published in The New Yorker and later as a book. Unfortunately, the original version of the 1955 Japanese film Godzilla, which communicates the existential dread that was born with atomic and hydrogen bombs and points to the sacrifices that will be needed to achieve their abolition, has long been denied to US audiences. The combination of Hibakusha testimonies, scientists' warnings, and fears instilled by the Cuban Missile Crisis fueled a popular movement that culminated in negotiation of the 1963 Limited Test Ban Treaty between the US and the USSR. With the end of the Vietnam War, and reports of US plans to base Pershing II and cruise missiles in Europe, a second disarmament. 271 wave was generated in the mid and late 1970s. By the early 1980s, millions of people thronged onto the streets of New York and Western European capitals. Smaller demonstrations were held in cities and town squares. Religious leaders and congregational activists educated and mobilized their communities and denominations. Statewide referendums were organized, and legislative and electoral campaigning transformed the power of the streets into national policy. Together, the popular movements in the US and Europe, with elite forces including sectors of the CIA, and Gorbachev's disarmament diplomacy, defeated Reagan's brinkmanship, won the nuclear weapons freeze, and contributed mightily to the end of the Cold War. 21. The Japanese movement, which grew out of the nuclear furnaces of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Bikini Atoll, has been central to the global abolition movement. The larger wing of the Japan Council Against A&H Bombs Gensu Aikyo today comprises 60 national organizations, including women's, labor, religious, youth, and Hibakusha organizations with a combined membership of 2.5 million. Gensu Aikyo and its sibling Gensuken grew out of the nationwide outrage that followed the 1954 Bravo H-bomb test on Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. 2 years after the end of the formal U.S. military occupation and its censorship, the Japanese were learning what the people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had suffered when the Fifth Lucky Dragon, a small fishing vessel, returned to port outside of Tokyo. Its crew members, sick from the H-bomb's radioactive fallout, described what had seemed to them to be the sun rising in the west and their experience of a bomb 1,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima A-bomb. Others were victimized by the Bravo test. Marshall Islanders were deliberately exposed to the H-bomb's radiation, and an estimated 856 Japanese fishing boats, their 10,000 crewmen, and their catches were also exposed to radioactive fallout. A third nuclear weapon had claimed Japanese victims and threatened the nation's food supply. 22 physicians, housewives, civic, religious, and labor leaders, and the Socialist and Communist parties launched a nationwide petition calling for the abolition of A&H bombs. Within a year they garnered 34 million signatures, more than half of Japan's registered voters. On the 10th anniversary of the first A bombings, 25,000 participants traveled to Hiroshima for the First World Conference Against A&H Bombs. So broad was the conference's appeal and moral mandate that Japan's right-wing Prime Minister Hatoyama thought it wise to send personal greetings. Delegates were moved by the words and courage of some of the first hibakusha willing to speak publicly. Emerging from their seclusion and private agonies, these A-bomb victims exposed themselves and what they thought of as their ugly features. They described what they had. 272. 272. Seen, lost, and survived, appealed for assistance, and urged no more Hiroshimas. The words of Suzu Kuboyama, the wife of the 5th Lucky Dragon's radio operator who died soon after the ship returned to harbor, fueled popular resistance to both nuclear weapons and to the U.S.-Japan Mutual Security Treaty imposed by Washington as the price for ending its formal military occupation. Conference participants learned that Ikika Kuboyama's last words were said to have been "Let me be the last victim of the atomic and hydrogen bombs," and Mrs. Kuboyama vented her anger, protesting that atomic artillery and rockets are brought into Japan though everyone opposes this. She appealed to her audience to prevent the U.S. from bringing such weapons to Japan, to oppose the use of nuclear weapons, and for an end to the production, testing, and use of the hated weapons. As it closed, the World Conference issued a declaration calling for prevention of nuclear war, abolition of all nuclear weapons, and relief and solidarity for the hibakusha. This became the foundation for Gensu Aikyo and helped to fuel the powerful AMPO movement which nearly defeated extension of the military alliance in 1960. 23 The following year hibakusha, including Chiko Watanabe, Senji Yamaguchi, and others, encouraged by the support they had received and the roles they had played at the World Conference, joined by A-bomb victims from 10 prefectures established Nihon Hidenkyo, the Japan Confederation of A and H bomb sufferers organizations. Hidenkyo provided a platform for their abolition demands and a vehicle for mutual support and to mobilize political pressure for essential medical and other benefits denied by the conservative U.S. client state. 24 The Japan Council Against Atomic and Hydrogen Bombs and Nihon Hidenkyo have since played major roles in Japanese political life, in keeping the global disarmament movement focused on the most essential lessons of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and in inspiring and weaving together abolitionists from many nations. Despite divisions in the Japanese movement, the World Conference serves as a forum where disparate and sometimes competing agendas, international perspectives, and political forces have been informed and challenged by one another, usually finding ways to make common cause. 50 years after its founding, the World Conference continues to function at 3 levels, helping to build and support popular movements, pursuing Track 2 diplomacy, and supporting hibakusha. Gensu Aikyo's work with hibakusha inform the public in Japan and internationally of the damage of the atomic bombing, of the current situation of the hibakusha, and to demand compensation for them. This has included providing forums for hibakusha and sending them abroad to teach the lessons of Hiroshima and Nagasaki while they still can. With the American Friends Service Committee, Global Hibakusha Delegations. 273. 273. Have been organized to help build the abolition movement in forums that include the Hague Appeal for Peace, the UN NGO Millennium Forum, and the World Social Forum. The British have also provided important leadership in the abolition struggle. One of Einstein's last acts was to sign an appeal written by Bertrand Russell and Joseph Rotblat known as the Russell-Einstein Manifesto. 25 In addition to influencing public opinion, the manifesto served as the inspiration for the founding of the International Pugwash Conference of Scientists and for the campaign for nuclear disarmament. As Rotblat recalled, he and Russell decided on a division of labor. Rotblat took the lead in organizing Pugwash, while Russell played a leading role in CND. In the early 1960s, Russell with younger activists, including Michael Randall and Pat Arrowsmith, launched the Committee of 100 for Civil Disobedience Against Nuclear Warfare, which challenged Britain's nuclear weapons program with sit-ins outside the Ministry of Defence, Parliament, and on London streets. Being universalist in their commitments, they condemned the U.S. nuclear arsenal and carried abolition banners and leaflets into the Kremlin. 26 In the U.S., as evidence grew that strontium-90 from atmospheric nuclear weapons tests was poisoning milk, SANE was organized, while others upped the ante with civil disobedience. Courageous pacifists, including A.J. Must of the Fellowship of Reconciliation and Dorothy Day of the Catholic Worker, were jailed for publicly refusing to participate in mandatory civil defense drills designed to frighten the public into accepting preparations for nuclear war. Others were jailed for attempting to sail boats into the Pacific Ocean's forbidden zone where the U.S. continued H-bomb tests or to block access to U.S. harbors. 27 As would be the case for decades, this movement's demands ranged across a spectrum from strict abolition, to nuclear war prevention, to more limited calls for a test ban treaty. It was to contain this movement as well as to symbolically pull back from the abyss that opened with the Cuban Missile Crisis that Kennedy and Khrushchev concluded the limited test ban treaty. The second wave of the U.S. abolition movement was launched in 1976, following the end of the Vietnam War, when activists stepped off on the Continental Walk for Disarmament and Human Needs. During the walk from San Francisco to Washington, D.C., activists including Buddhist priests from Japan stopped in communities along the way to awaken a nation long preoccupied by the Vietnam War's daily death toll to the continuing dangers of nuclear war. 2 years later, thousands of U.S. activists, joined by Hibakusha and Japanese and European delegations, held a die-in outside the United Nations to press the urgency of real progress at the UN Special Session on Disarmament. 274. 274. In Europe and the US, in response to the growing power and influence of the Committee on the Present Danger in Congress, a small core of organizers developed strategies that soon brought millions out to demonstrate their opposition to Euromissile deployments, increased nuclearization of the seas, and the sharp escalation in US-Soviet tensions. Veterans of the Vietnam-era peace movement and environmentalists working to halt construction of nuclear power plants became national and community-based leaders of the US and European movements. In Britain, E.P. Thompson and Diane Calder launched End with their Protest and Survive manifesto, which demanded a halt to new US and Soviet missile deployments and greater democracy in Eastern Europe. CND's membership swelled to 250,000 activists, who participated in local educational meetings, vigils, street demonstrations, and militantly nonviolent women's encampments on Greenham Common and outside other military bases which were being prepared as launching sites for the Pershing II and cruise missiles. Across the English Channel, the German activist Petra Kelly's impassioned speeches and willingness to commit civil disobedience made her the Joan of Arc of the Continental movement and had millions marching from Amsterdam to Milan. In the US, the call to halt the nuclear arms race, authored by the scholar Randall Forsberg and initially launched by the American Friends Service Committee, the Fellowship of Reconciliation, and the War Resisters League ignited a political prairie fire when organizers, including Randy Keller and David Macaulay, placed the call on local referendum ballots and on New England town meeting warrants. Within 3 years, moved by their fears of Reagan's nuclear threats and encouraged by the European demonstrations, in June 1982, 1 million people were marching in the streets of New York. 5 months later, voters in 8 states cast their ballots for a freeze. 28 after it forced the Reagan administration to negotiate the INF Treaty, the Freeze/Euro missile movement waned. The nuclear consciousness, think tanks, and networks that it spawned remained and served as the foundation for the post-Cold War abolition movement. With the threat of a US-Soviet thermonuclear exchange diminished, this new wave has focused less on arms control and nuclear war prevention, rooting itself more deeply in original abolitionist visions. Its calls have been for the complete elimination of nuclear weapons. Post-Cold War abolitionists. The turn to abolition, at both elite and community-based levels, came with the 1995 NPT Review and Extension Conference and its failure to do more. 275. 275. Then reinforce the existing nuclear hierarchy. The Cold War was over, but the nuclear danger remained. Thousands of abolitionists from Europe, across the US, Japan, and other countries converged on New York in the spring of 1995 to reinforce the demands of non-aligned and other nations for meaningful implementation of Article 6 in exchange for the treaty's extension. The activists lobbied national delegations to the UN, provided NGO testimonies, held vigils, marched, met with the press, and conducted public educational meetings. To underline the moral imperative of abolition, Daniel Ellsberg, who had helped to design Presidents Kennedy's and Johnson's nuclear war plans, fasted publicly throughout the 4-week UN conference. As he began his fast, he correctly predicted that with an engineered, bribed, and coerced, reluctant majority, the US would extend the NPT in ways that will weaken rather than strengthen the non-proliferation regime. Instead of moving the world toward abolition and security, he predicted that the US-dominated conference would raise the probability of more Hiroshimas. Ellsberg appealed to world religious and political leaders to join him in his fast to demand recommitment by the treaty members, particularly the nuclear weapons states, to the abolition of nuclear weapons and to concrete steps toward that goal. 29. The relative failure of the NPT Extension Conference. Indefinite continuation of the treaty with no meaningful commitments from the nuclear powers to do more than to negotiate the test ban treaty had at least 4 enduring outcomes, at least one that was particularly dangerous. The blatant hypocrisy of the US and other nuclear powers spurred Hindu nationalists in their drive to demonstrate India's nuclear capabilities and its refusal to be intimidated by China. In 1998, India, followed almost immediately by Pakistan, challenged the NPT order with a succession of A and H bomb tests. On the positive side of the 1995 Review and Extension Conference ledger, an unintended consequence was the establishment of the New Agenda Coalition that worked with non-aligned nations to continue pressing for abolition at the UN and in other forums. President Nelson Mandela, of South Africa, whose lifelong commitment demonstrated that greater justice and fundamental political change are possible, placed his moral authority behind the coalition's campaign. Speaking at the opening session of the 1998 General Assembly, he urged the nuclear weapons states to make a firm commitment to eliminating nuclear weapons. Mandela charged that no rational answer can be advanced to explain in a satisfactory manner why the nuclear powers continued to refuse to implement Article 6. The unacceptable answer, he explained, was Cold War inertia and an attachment to the use of the threat of brute force to assert the primacy of some states over others. Mandela. 276. 276. Announced that with other coalition members, South Africa was introducing a resolution titled Towards a Nuclear Weapons-Free World, the Need for a New Agenda. 32 years later, the NAC's determination bore fruit. In the final days of the 2000 NPT Review Conference, as the diplomatic confab approached collapse in the face of US and other nuclear powers' intransigence, the coalition extracted an unequivocal commitment from the nuclear powers to implement Article 6 and to take 13 significant steps toward abolition. Another initiative resulting from the failed 1995 NPT conference was the Canberra Commission created by Australia's Labor government. Among its members was the recently retired former head of the US Strategic Command General Lee Butler who, stricken with what the psychologist Robert J. Lifton describes as the retirement syndrome, warned that the highly discriminatory nuclear hierarchy was inherently unstable, and that possession of nuclear weapons by any state is a constant stimulus to other states to acquire them. The Commission's report included practical steps toward a nuclear weapon-free world in the form of a roadmap to abolition. In quick succession, the Commission's report was backed by the ICJ's advisory opinion and a model nuclear weapons abolition treaty developed by leading international jurists, physicians, engineers, and scientists. 31 Within the U.S., other former nuclear warriors joined Butler in a short-lived abolition offensive. A Henry L. Stimson Center panel report, chaired by former NATO Commander General Andrew Goodpaster, which included former Assistant Secretary of Defense Paul Nitze and former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, urged abolition. Their report warned that in the long term, only a policy aimed at steadily curbing global reliance on nuclear weapons including our own is likely to progressively eliminate nuclear dangers. 32 The next round in the elite campaign came with the Statement on Nuclear Weapons by international generals and admirals from 17 countries, including the US, Russia, France, Japan, India, and Pakistan. Their statement warned that the continuing existence of nuclear weapons in the armories of nuclear powers, and the ever-present threat of acquisition of these weapons by others, constitute a peril to global peace and security and to the safety and survival of the people we are dedicated to protect. The generals and admirals warned that there is no alternative to nuclear weapons abolition, and they urged massive reductions in nuclear weapons stockpiles, standing down of nuclear weapons, and negotiations to achieve continuous, complete, and irrevocable elimination of nuclear weapons. Once the US and Russian arsenals were reduced to between 1,000 and 1,500 nuclear warheads or fewer, he other 277 nuclear states and the three threshold states should be drawn into the reduction process as still deeper reductions are negotiated down to the level of hundreds. 33 President Clinton's response was that nuclear weapons remain the cornerstone of our policy. Backed by the generals and admirals, by retired Senator Alan Cranston, Senator Doug Roche of Canada, and others, Butler became the poster boy for this elite movement at press conferences, in media interviews, and well-staged public forums. Uncompromising in his statements that the U.S. military had served the world supremely well in the 20th century, he nonetheless called U.S. nuclear weapons and nuclear war policies irrational, and confessed that much of what I took on faith was either wrong, enormously simplistic, extraordinarily fragile, or simply morally intolerable. 34 Butler was wary of popular movements, and he alienated potential allies by advising audiences that traditional marches, demonstrations, ban the bomb symbols, and calculated confrontations, are more hurtful than helpful to the goal of abolition. We may never know if he was correct. After his 15 minutes of fame, he passed into history and comfortable retirement. Fortunately, other elite figures have been more steadfast. Paul Nitze, who in Reykjavik negotiated the short-lived agreement with Soviet leaders to eliminate nuclear weapons over a 15-year period, an agreement that was scuttled as soon as President Reagan's most senior advisors realized what Nitze had done, has continued to affirm that there is no compelling reason why we should not unilaterally get rid of our nuclear weapons. Confident of Washington's non-nuclear arsenal, he has been consistently clear that maintaining nuclear weapons is costly and adds nothing to our security. 35 Following the Bush administration's sabotage of the 2005 NPT review conference, former President Carter used the Washington Post to warn that the United States is the major culprit in this erosion of the NPT. During his 1976 election campaign, Carter had decried the hypocrisy of U.S. nuclear weapons and war policies, saying that by enjoining sovereign nations to forego nuclear weapons, we are asking for a form of self-denial that we have not been able to accept ourselves. I believe, he added, that we have little right to ask others to deny themselves such weapons, unless we demonstrate meaningful progress towards the goal of control, then reduction, and ultimately, the elimination of nuclear arsenals. During his presidency, he was unable to practice this self-denial, and he promoted research for a neutron bomb, deployment of nuclear-armed cruise missiles in Europe, and launched nation-killing Trident submarines. In retirement there was less reason to compromise his beliefs. 36. 278. 278. More inspiring have been the courageous and enduring efforts of 2 Nobel laureates and the surviving Hibakusha of Nihon Hidenkyo, who have repeatedly been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. In his 90s, Joseph Rotblat continued to travel the world, speaking at conferences, meeting with government officials, encouraging community-based activists, and chastising scientists complicit in preparing a nuclear Armageddon. By honoring him with its Peace Prize in 1995 following the failure of the NPT Review and Extension Conference, the Nobel Committee sent a message to the world, and Rotblat made the most of the opportunity. He used his acceptance speech to urge world leaders and scientists to remember your humanity and forget the rest, and he reminded the world that the General Assembly's very first resolution called for the elimination of nuclear weapons. He appealed that for the sake of humanity we must get rid of all nuclear weapons. Speaking as a scientist, realist, and Gandhian strategist, Rothblatt explained that we have the technical means to create a nuclear weapon-free world in about a decade, but when it comes to nuclear weapons, the technician, not the commander in the field, who is at the heart of the arms race. In a call to conscientious mutiny, Rothblatt appealed to all scientists in all countries to cease and desist from work creating, developing, improving, and manufacturing further nuclear weapons and other weapons of potential mass destruction such as chemical and biological weapons. Because knowledge and thus the ability to create nuclear weapons persist, Rothblatt went further, warning that the only way to prevent is to abolish war altogether. Not a utopian, he provided reasons to believe war could share the same fate as cannibalism and slavery. 10 years later, on the eve of the 60th anniversary of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings, Rothblatt renewed his call, again pressing scientists to stop making nuclear weapons and urged the nuclear powers honor their obligations under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. 37 The Nobel Committee sent another message in 2005 after the collapse of the 2005 NPT Review Conference. Although compromised by his support for nuclear power generation, Mohammad El-Baradei, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, was honored with the Peace Prize. During the Bush administration's campaign of lies about nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, El-Baradei had persisted in reporting the unwelcome truth that his investigators had found no evidence that Iraq had resumed its nuclear weapons program. As the 2005 NPT Review Conference approached, he was similarly candid and balanced. He advised that if proliferation was to be prevented, the right of countries to enrich uranium or reprocess plutonium as part of their civilian program had to be limited, but he also insisted that the nuclear powers that still 279 possessed nearly 30,000 nuclear warheads must move toward total disarmament. Speaking in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere, he had been clear that the nuclear powers' double standard was a major obstacle to non-proliferation. It was time, he said, to abandon the unworkable notion that it is morally reprehensible for some countries to pursue nuclear weapons but morally acceptable for others to rely on them. For these transgressions, the Bush II administration sought, but failed, to oust El-Baradei from the IAEA. The Nobel Peace Prize bolstered his position and added to his power. 38 Many abolitionists were disappointed by the Nobel Committee's choice of El-Baradei. Some, whose work addressed the linkage between nuclear power generation and nuclear weapons production, were outraged. Others mourned a lost opportunity. Neon Heidenkyo had again been nominated for the prize, and in the days leading up to the announcement of the recipient, Heidenkyo was tipped in the European press to receive its overdue recognition. 39 Like Nazi death camp survivors, the politically engaged Hibakusha were steadfast as they endured physical and psychic pain while speaking essential and challenging truths. Over the course of 6 decades, they had not only recreated their lives, but sometimes rising from their hospital beds journeyed across Japan and around the world to describe what they had seen, lost, and suffered. They had cared for one another, helped to create 3 generations of abolitionists, and played a central role in building the global abolition movement. Heidenkyo's members had testified at the United Nations, marched and held vigils in Tokyo and other world capitals, and testified at the International Court of Justice. With wisdom and generous spirits, they had made common cause with global Hibakusha, working in solidarity with Koreans who shared the agonies of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and still worse discrimination, and with nuclear weapons test and production victims from the Marshall Islands, Kazakhstan, Russia, the US, Polynesia, and other nations. Awarding Neon Heidenkyo the Peace Prize would have provided another global platform for the world's most articulate and dedicated abolitionists. It would also have sent the message that the world condemned 6 decades of US nuclear imperialism. Abolition 2000. Further down the hierarchy of honored abolitionists are those who straddle the demands of international diplomacy, movement building, grassroots organizing, and developing critical policy analyses. As it became clear that the 1995 NPT Review and Extension Conference would fail to hold the U.S. 280. 280. And other nuclear powers accountable to Article 6, representatives of hundreds of NGOs from across the world met in New York to create a new network, Abolition 2000. Within months, nearly 1,000 NGOs from 75 countries signed onto the network's declaration. Looking ahead to the NPT Review Conference 5 years later, the network's 11-point founding statement called for negotiation of a nuclear weapons abolition convention that requires the phased elimination of all nuclear weapons within a time-bound framework, with provisions for verification and enforcement by the time the review conference convened. Abolition 2000 member organizations agreed to work for an unconditional pledge by the nuclear powers not to use or threaten to use nuclear weapons, for negotiation of the CTBT, a halt to production and deployment of new and additional nuclear weapons systems, strict accounting and safeguards for all weapons-grade fissile material, and for the creation of more nuclear weapons-free zones. Meeting 2 years later in French-occupied Polynesia, Abolition 2000 adopted its Moorea Declaration, which embraced long marginalized nuclear weapons victims/resistors. As the declaration read, colonized and indigenous peoples have, in the large part, borne the brunt of this nuclear devastation, from the mining of uranium and the testing of nuclear weapons on indigenous peoples' land, to the dumping, storage and transport of plutonium and nuclear wastes, and the theft of land for nuclear infrastructure. The ultimate human sacrifice had been inflicted on their families and communities. Their lands, air, and waters were taken for the nuclear build-up, from the very start of the nuclear era. 40. Unable to generate the mass response of the early 1980s, and lacking that era's financial and organizational resources, Abolition 2000's core organizers have struggled to develop an inspiring strategy and the appropriate balance between community-based education, organizing, and Track 2 diplomacy. They have organized Hibakusha speaking tours, a peace walk from the Oak Ridge Nuclear Laboratory to the United Nations, won the support of more than 1,000 mayors from Hugeld and Honolulu to Hue for an emergency campaign initiated by the mayors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, organized conferences, conducted citizens' inspection tours of U.S. military bases, engaged in civil disobedience actions outside nuclear weapons labs, and built alliances with the larger post-9/11 peace and anti-war movements. Lest the movement lose its way, Hibakusha, Japanese activists and mayors, and some in the U.S. peace movement, particularly Catholic Plowshares activists who have risked long prison sentences for hammering missile nose cones and pouring their own blood into the controls of nuclear submarines, have been uncompromising. 41. 281. 281. Despite Abolition 2000, the new millennium was not welcomed by a nuclear weapons abolition treaty. Abolition 2000's success was helping to keep the vision of a nuclear weapons-free world alive for a more fertile time. They worked with New Agenda Coalition members and other governments to maintain steady pressure on the U.S. and other nuclear weapons states. They also did what they could to limit nuclear atrocities, from the development and deployment of new nuclear weapons to preventing potential nuclear wars against Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. Throughout, Abolition 2000 served its primary function of providing abolitionists with a means to exchange information, developing common or complementary strategies, issuing joint statements, and coordinating popular education and mobilization, especially during the NPT review conferences. Among the most impressive campaigns initiated by Abolition 2000 member groups was one inspired by Terumi Tanaka, Nihon Hidenkyo's general secretary, which in 1999 demonstrated the accuracy of polls reporting that up to 80% of U.S. Americans support nuclear weapons abolition. 42. Moved by Drive Tanaka's compelling testimony in the course of a speaking tour across New England, AFSC staff and other Vermont activists returned to the town meeting strategy used to launch the nuclear weapons freeze movement in 1980/81. New England town meetings, at which community members come together once a year to discuss and vote on community issues from the need for new roads to the purchase of fire trucks, predate the U.S. Revolution and remain the mythic essence of U.S. democracy. The Vermont campaign began with a peace walk across the state, during which marchers stopped in communities to engage local citizens, identify people who could do follow-up organizing, and win local press attention. Later, petitions were circulated to place abolition on town warrants. Educational literature was produced, and more meetings were organized, including a speaking tour by retired Admiral James Carroll, who had signed the General's and Admiral's statement, and still more press conferences were held to build public support for the campaign. On election day, with margins of 3:1 and more, 55 Vermont towns and cities voted that the U.S. should negotiate a treaty to eliminate all nuclear weapons. Building on this victory, Vermont campaign organizers took abolition to the state legislature, where the Senate voted unanimously and the House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly that the first priority of U.S. foreign policy should be to negotiate an abolition treaty. Vermont thus became the first U.S. state to formally call for nuclear weapons abolition. Elsewhere in the U.S., Abolition 2000 member organizations and activists have worked with religious leaders to create the National Religious 282 Partnership on the Nuclear Weapons Danger to build nuclear consciousness and engage the religious community in day-to-day abolition efforts. The Nuclear Age Peace Foundation initiated trainings for the next generation of abolition organizers, and the Western States Legal Foundation produced valuable analytical studies and won the support of United for Peace and Justice, the country's principal post-9/11 National Peace Coalition, for abolition. With assistance from 1,000 Japanese peace activists who traveled to New York for the 2005 NPT Review Conference, UFPJ took the lead in organizing the largest U.S. nuclear disarmament demonstration since 1 million people rallied for the freeze in 1982. Other organizations have taken the lead in lobbying Congress, supporting U.S. nuclear victims, engaging in nonviolent civil disobedience, and working with city councils, mayors, and the Massachusetts state legislature to win endorsements of the Mayors for Peace emergency campaign. In Europe, Abolition 2000 member organizations arranged public forums, circulated petitions, lobbied, and played lead roles in the global campaign against weapons and nuclear power in space. In addition to supporting the Mayors for Peace campaign, activists in Britain, Belgium, France, and Sweden have organized citizens' weapons inspection teams, venturing legally or trespassing on U.S. military bases in a campaign to force the withdrawal of U.S. military bases and the nuclear weapons that are deployed in Europe. Like Gensu Aikyo, which made developing the next generation of abolitionists a priority, the Mouvement de la Paix in France was particularly imaginative in engaging, training, and mobilizing young activists. They came to New York during the 2005 NPT Review Conference to lobby and learn in UN hallways and offices and to demonstrate on the streets of New York. Months later, nearly 100 traveled to Hiroshima and Nagasaki for life-changing meetings with Hibakusha, participation in peace walks, commemorative events, youth rallies and conferences to mark the 60th anniversary of the first A bombings. At this writing, Britain's C&D No Trident replacement campaign has raised the albeit still distant possibility that London could be the first of the original nuclear powers to dismantle its arsenal. Even Foreign Secretary Margaret Beckett has been forced to concede the need for a public debate on whether the country still needs Trident missiles. 43 And, as the US, Britain, and Israel threaten to attack Iran to prevent it from developing nuclear weapons, C&D's leadership courageously provided Iran's ambassador a platform at their annual conference to explain his government's policies and to respond to challenging questions from British abolitionists and the national media. C&D was committed to providing a comprehensive understanding of the issues and dangers involved in the crisis. 44 Norwegian and English abolitionists provided consistent 283 support for Mordechai Vanunu, the Israeli nuclear technician imprisoned for 18 years, much spent in solitary confinement for taking proof of Israel's nuclear weapons program to the international press. Popular resistance to nuclear weapons has not, of course, been limited to Europe and the US. Immediately following the 1998 Indian nuclear weapons tests, the former Indian Navy chief, Admiral L. Ramdas, provided leadership and inspiration as that country's peace movement mobilized to challenge the government's nuclear ambitions. The filmmaker Anand Patwardhan made an important contribution to help Indians many mired in poverty understand the dangers of nuclear weapons by quickly producing a devastating 5-minute film that was broadcast on August 6, the anniversary of the Hiroshima bombing. Patwardhan's film focused on the human suffering caused by the first A-bombs and urged the nation to turn back on the nuclear road. Journalists, including Praful Bidwani and Achin Vinayak, used the press to explain why India's nuclear arsenal and the chauvinist celebrations organized by the Hindu nationalist ruling party were extremely dangerous. With teachers, religious, women's and labor leaders, students, Gandhians, and left-wing political parties, they helped to build the Coalition for Disarmament and Peace, which demanded Indian and universal nuclear disarmament. Vinayak and Bidwani also traveled round the world to rally expatriate Indians and to deepen cooperation with other disarmament movements. 45 When Pakistan responded to the Indian nuclear tests with bombs of its own, dissenting physicists there, including Pervez Hoodbhoy, A.H. Niyar, and Zia Mian, along with journalists like Beena Sarwar, condemned the country's nuclear weapons program. To reinforce and help build the growing South Asian disarmament movement, Focus on Global South organized a conference in neutral Bangladesh where Indian and Pakistani disarmament leaders could meet safely, strategize, engage, and be supported by South Asian elites and popular movements. The presence of Japanese, Philippine, Thai, and U.S. abolitionists encouraged the process and provided links to the global movement. The conference's Dhaka Declaration warned that India's and Pakistan's nuclearization has made the entire South Asian region hostage to their mutual rivalry and compromised its security. It deplored the hardening nuclear doctrines of the two nuclear powers and declared that it is imperative that India and Pakistan cease all activity pertaining to the development, manufacture, introduction or deployment of nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. While the conference's primary concern was South Asia, its participants understood that the failure of the declared nuclear powers to fulfill their NPT obligations was a primary cause of the nuclear danger they faced. This, too, was addressed in the declaration, which demanded that the 284 nuclear powers honor their disarmament obligations under Article 6 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty as re-emphasized by the 1996 World Court Judgment. 46. A real barrier. Since the end of the Cold War, the U.S. media and the nation's political discourse have focused on the dangers of horizontal proliferation, the danger that rogue states with nuclear power plants and nuclear weapons programs could go nuclear, and that leakage from nuclear stockpiles could find its way to rogue states or to non-state terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda. One nightmare scenario envisions the overthrow of the military regime in Pakistan, with its nuclear arsenal falling into the hands of radical Islamists. Others focus on leakage from Russia's nuclear stockpiles. It doesn't take a genius to understand that underfunded initiatives like the Congressional Nunn-Lugar Nuclear Threat Initiative, which was designed to secure the world's nuclear weapons, fissile materials, and nuclear wastes, need to be supported. However, these efforts can be no more than stopgap measures as long as the U.S. threatens nuclear war, insists on maintaining the terrorizing imbalance of power, and continues to threaten other nations with nuclear attacks. Rotblat put it simply when he warned that the NPT is at best an interim arrangement. One cannot imagine an international law that permanently discriminates between nations. If some states are allowed to keep nuclear weapons, because they claim they are needed for their security, one cannot deny the acquisition of these weapons to other states. 47 It is not surprising that U.S. elite figures, ranging from Republicans such as UN Ambassador John Bolton and Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice and Democrats including former CIA directors Stansfield Turner and John Deutsch, have little regard for the country's Article 6 obligations. Decades ago, the theologian Reinhold Niebuhr put it well when he wrote that the moral attitudes of dominant and privileged groups are characterized by universal self-deception and hypocrisy. The unconscious and conscious identification of their special interests with general interest and universal values. is equally valued. In an observation that applies to the U.S. empire as well as to its repeated use of nuclear weapons to enforce it, Niebuhr explained that these privileged classes are only partly conscious of the violence and coercion by which they and their privileges are preserved. The force they use is either the covert force of economic power or it is the police power of the state. 48. In this context, what Washington and many in the U.S. term peace is simply 285. 285. Resigned acceptance of the inequities imposed by U.S. threats and its use of murderous force including nuclear war. Resistance is often conceived in heroic terms. Certainly, courage is sometimes needed to publicly counter what passes for received wisdom. This applies to Hibakusha, who speak from the experience of immense psychic and physical pain. It is also present in acts of civil disobedience, both small and large, in Daniel Ellsberg's 1995 fast, and in Mordecai Vanunu's 18 years incarceration. We need, however, to look beyond courage. In his novel The Plague, which universalized lessons to be taken from the Nazi era, the French philosopher Albert Camus explained that our task is to set up a real barrier against the disease, otherwise we might just as well do nothing. In raising this real barrier, Camus understood that here's no question of heroism. It's a matter of common decency, the only means of fighting a plague is common decency. 49. How, then, do we practice common decency in our time? As in medicine, identifying and naming the source of what threatens us is essential to developing a successful antidote. Empires do not rise or fall in the course of a single presidency, or even a generation. They are vast, integrated, and extremely powerful social structures. After 2 centuries of militarized expansionism, creating a continental and then a global empire, the U.S. has created a postmodern imperium. It was Senator Patrick Moynihan who, in 1991, pleaded for patience rather than war when he reminded his colleagues and the nation that maintaining a foreign legion in Europe for 45 years and the dispatching of 500,000 troops to the Persian Gulf recalled the Roman Empire. Battered and increasingly isolated though it may be by U.S. and global resistance to the Bush II war presidency, the U.S. remains the seat of an empire that preserves itself and expands by relying on all of its resources, political, economic, military, social, intellectual, and spiritual. To be successful, strategies for abolition and survival need to struggle in each of these dimensions. In the late 1990s, during the trial of Phil Berrigan and other plowshare activists, an appeal circulated through cyberspace. Its message was that like most us, President Clinton is both an idealist and a pragmatist. Readers were told that in his second inaugural address Clinton had shared his dream of a land of new promise in which our children will sleep free from the threat of nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons. Oblivious to the purposes of Clinton's rhetoric, the cyberspace appeal urged people to back the idealist in Clinton by sending him a message each month encouraging him to honor his inaugural vision. 286. 286. Petitioning Caesar is not a real barrier to the dangers of nuclear holocaust. What impresses elected officials? Lacking financial resources to finance expensive election campaigns, peace and justice movements must look elsewhere to bodies and ballots. Congressman Ed Markey provided part of the answer when he remarked that the only way to budge members of Congress is to threaten them with electoral failure. Recall that John F. Kennedy did not visit Martin Luther King, Jr., or move to protect civil rights organizers in the South until he understood that doing so would help him gain, and then hold on to, power as president. 2 decades of U.S. aggression in Indochina ended only after waves of popular protest across the U.S. and a highly focused national campaign taught most congressmen and women that they needed to vote to halt funding for the war if they were to be re-elected. The Reagan administration was forced to turn away from the rhetoric of winning nuclear wars and engage in arms control negotiations only after the nuclear freeze movement educated and organized millions of voters, attracting congressional allies including Markey along the way. Gandhi provided other models of common decency. One of his great contributions was to demonstrate that imperial power could be overcome through nonviolent civil disobedience. The cornerstone of the Indian struggle for liberation from British colonial rule was what Gandhi called satyagraha, including the understanding that oppressors can be moved to change as well as be changed and moved. Through actions as small as spinning cotton and as large and self-sacrificing as the Salt March, the power of the British Empire was brought to its knees. 50. Each struggle for freedom is unique, but consistent to each is the truth told by the slavery abolitionist Frederick Douglass that power concedes nothing without a struggle. Just as empire is based on multiple, interrelated foundations, so too must be successful struggles for fundamental cultural and political change. Change necessarily takes place across a wide spectrum of individual and collective actions. In addition to people willing to labor with elected officials or to organize election campaigns to oust them, a successful movement needs people who can research and write, preach, hand out leaflets on street corners and in university halls, fundraise, lead guerrilla theater, make eye-catching banners, and organize conferences and international networks. Just as much as a successful movement needs the organizers who can attend to the logistics of a mass demonstration and charismatic leaders who can lead people on the streets, it also needs scholars, teachers, child care providers, those who like to organize potluck dinners, and people willing to risk imprisonment. Today we would also be lost without committed computer technicians and web page designers. 287. 287. We can take lessons from other movements and struggles in the past. During the Nazi occupation of the Netherlands, school teachers used picture books to instruct children about how to protect themselves against menacing foreign intruders, and rail workers went on strike to slow the transport of German troops and munitions. In Denmark, resistance flyers were translated into Braille, which could not have been done without skilled translators and printers. The Dutch artist Rob Wout, known as Opland, gave heart to millions of Europeans by playfully illustrating resistance to the Euro missiles. His cartoon of a no-nonsense woman dispatching a nuclear missile with a swift kick became the logo of Europe's anti-nuclear movement in the 1970s and 1980s. In the US, Bob Dylan's Masters of War bitterly denounced those who have thrown the worst fear that can ever be hurled. In the troubadour's tradition of popular education, Dylan's lyrics exposed some of the ways that society and the war machine work. Joan Baez's rendition of What Have They Done to the Rain? Intimately illuminated what the Masters of War were doing to the planet. The movement hymns We Shall Overcome and Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Round helped 2 generations of labor and civil rights activists to find the courage to carry on in the face of beatings, arrests, and even murder. And to this day Boston commuters can marvel at the silhouetted portrait of Ho Chi Minh, painted by a Catholic nun, hidden in an abstract painting that decorates a commercial gas storage tank on a major highway. The power of an empire is great, but change is the constant of the universe. Empires fall as well as rise. Each decays or is quietly transformed from within while being challenged by external forces. At enormous cost to both the U.S. empire and the U.S. people, the Bush II, Cheney government refused to accept that the era of classical colonialism cannot be restored. Neither invasions nor nuclear threats could recreate a 21st century version of that era. With its titanic national and trade deficits, and its growing dependence on foreign investments, the U.S. empire is increasingly susceptible to the demands of others, including the demands for nuclear disarmament. If horizontal proliferation can be contained, and if the New Agenda coalition and non-aligned nations persist, in time the U.S. will have little choice but to honor its Article 6 obligations. The political and technical proposals needed for the elimination of nuclear weapons have long been known. The first policy step is a clear reaffirmation of the U.S. obligation to implement Article 6 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Second is renunciation of its first strike nuclear warfighting doctrines. If the U.S. begins, other nuclear powers will follow. 288. 288. Other essential steps have been identified and recalibrated since the McCloy-Zorin Agreement of 1961. A nuclear weapons abolition treaty would require intense negotiation, but its elements would certainly include verified and irreversible dismantling of nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons installations. To increase confidence, as weapons are destroyed, they should be placed under international control, beyond the reach of national governments. Halting production of weapons-grade fissile material, as well as verifying and securely containing existing stockpiles. Verification, including societal verification, in which citizens are expected to notify international authorities of any violations of the Nuclear Weapons Abolition Treaty and are protected for doing so. Intrusive inspection systems in which no installations or buildings are off-limit at any time, including those of the declared nuclear weapons nations. Investing in a supranational authority, possibly an expanded security council, with the authority to isolate, contain, or remove threats to the nuclear weapons-free order, including governments that refuse to participate in, or attempt to break out of, the nuclear weapons-free regime. 51. What would be more secure than mutual assured safety reinforced by unilateralist U.S. counter-proliferation policies and wars? The answer was given 60 years ago in the UN Charter and a generation ago in the Palma Commission's Common Security Report. Essential principles are that each nation has the right to security, that military force is not a legitimate instrument for resolving conflicts, and that policies that seek the advantage of one nation over others only generate greater insecurity. Real security cannot be attained through military superiority. 52. In 2004, during the official commemorations of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings, the mayors of those cities spoke for their communities and for much of the world. Mayor Akiba of Hiroshima warned that the egocentric worldview of the US government is reaching extremes, and that other nations buying into the worthless policy of nuclear insurance are salient symbols of our times. We must pledge, he declared, to do everything in our power, for the total abolition of nuclear power. Mayor Ito of Nagasaki was equally critical of the US stockpile of nearly 10,000 nuclear weapons, its subcritical nuclear weapons tests, and its preparations to develop and use many nuclear weapons with the destructive power of the Nagasaki bomb. He also addressed the US people saying, "The path leading to the eventual survival of the human." 289. 289. Race unequivocally requires the elimination of nuclear arms. The time has come to join hands and embark on this path. 53 decades earlier, the theologian Martin Buber asked, "What must be done?" His answer was elementary and revolutionary: not withhold yourself. 54. We have road maps to a nuclear weapons-free world. We can reach the destination of nuclear weapons abolition only if we find within ourselves the moral and political will that has been lacking for far too long, if we do not withhold ourselves, and if we have the courage to do everything in our power. Hope, imagination, and resolute will can be contagious. They are also essential for human survival.